men died in North Africa fighting the Germans. Black men died at Anzio Beach, at Palermo, at Naples, to free Rome, to free Paris, to free Europe. Damn it! Yeah. We died to build America. And America has rebuilt Germany and Japan. And the nigger is still suffering and dying in the streets of America. And calling your sisters bitches and hoes. And then when you get your award for degrading yourself and your people, I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. The white man will give you an Academy Award for calling your women bitches and hoes and glorifying pimp life. So you become a millionaire on degradation and you think that's all right. Rapping, calling your sisters bitches and hoes.
Tell me, is it cool or fuck? Do you think I come to talk in my fool or what? Positions on the floor, it's like erotic. Ironic, cause I'm somewhat psychotic. I'm hitting switches on bitches like I've been fixed when I drop it. Up and down like a roller coaster. I'm up inside to I ain't quick until the show's over. Cause I'm a rider, in and out just like a robbery. I'll probably be a freak and let you get on top of me. Cause if I can leaves, nights full of Alizé. A living legend, you ain't heard about these niggas play these Cali days. Delores Tucker, you's a motherfucker. Instead of trying to help a nigga, you destroy your brother. Worse than the others, Bill Clinton, Mr. Bob Dole. You're too old to understand the way the game's so. You're lame, so I gotta hit you with the hot facts. When some release, I'm making millions, niggas top that. They want to sit to me, they rather see me in the cell. Living in hell, only if you a bust a minute tell. Now everybody talking about us, I could give a fuck. I be the first ones to bomb and cuss. Nigga, tell me how you want.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga his brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. The ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch. Boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops. They ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, no revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Happy Sunday morning. Happy Sunday morning. Oh, what am I doing? Clarence, what are you doing, Clarence? Happy Sunday morning, y'all. Happy Sunday morning. Thank you, Brother Eric. That's Brother Eric, man. We got the show we got for y'all today, man, is really, I did a show like this before, man. I did one like this before, and but I don't think I did as deep as we're gonna probably dig today. Just talking about Delores Tucker and how she made all of these. She fought against the gangsta rap industry and tried to get it to kind of be more milder in their lyrics, and they was like no. And she said, man, and she had all this information about how just a couple of years that has done, and just murders went up, violence went up against women. I mean, just all kind of craziness. So we're gonna get into that, man. We're gonna get into that. But first, we got to thank our brother Eric, 16 to Life, for giving us the music, man. Shout out to brother Eric, Brother Chill, and go over there and check out his page, 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Check the brother out. Okay, that's Brother Eric. Okay, let's go ahead and just check everybody in. And then we can start the show, man, because I got somebody backstage that I know y'all want to talk to, man. And I'm gonna bring her up in just a second. First of all, let's check in. Everybody wants to be checked in. First on the docket is Risa Neal, man, our resident sniper. Risa Neal in the building, man. If you're a troll and you coming over here to troll, you see Risa Neal there, man. I think she has proven herself that the trolls, when they see that she's here, they got mad respect, and they just walk away, man, and they just say, not today. She ain't the one to mess with, man. So shout out to Reese Neal. Glad to have you in the building, my sister. Appreciate you. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building? Von Bryant's in the building. Said greeting, peace, joy, and grace and abundance. Shout out to Von Bryant, another strong soldier for the Lord in the building, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Let's see. Our brother Louis Stroger is in the building. Shout out to Louis Stroger, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Who else in the building? Oh, our administrator, Sister Annie. Excuse me. Excuse me. I might be up there today. I might be cooking this. What Sister Annie cooks all that pasta. So maybe she be cooking one of them pasta dishes. When she get done, she might be up here. Oh man. She could get done with the pasta dishes. She might be up here, man. Shout out to Sister Annie, man. Glad to have you in the building, sis, as always. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building, man? I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in. Oh, our sister Don Frank. Shout out to Don Frank in the building. Shout out to Don Frank, man. Don Frank is in the building, man. Good sister, man. Good sister, man. Good-hearted sister, man. All right. Who else in the building? Who else in the building? Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in at this point, right? Everybody else in the bushes. Shout out to y'all that's in the bushes, man. Glad to have you, man. You don't have to do nothing with us, man. Just sit and listen to us, man. But today's show will have some explicit content, man, because we might be playing some clips from Tupac, and I don't know if y'all know this, man, but Tupac and C. Delores Tucker, man, had a little feud going, and well, Tupac and a lot of people, but definitely C. Delores Tucker, man. She was out there crushing his CDs and crushing Death Row CDs, man. So she is definitely. Her and Tupac definitely got into it as he made a song about her, right? I played it before where he mentioned her in How Do You Want It, right? The one the version you hear on the radio, they edited it, right? We played the original version. In the original version, man, he went in on her, right? Then he said, "Pasta has been sitting me up, and setting me up, and the scales are stitched." Oh boy, City, man. Maybe a little walk around the block. Yikes, right? All right, that's our sister City. But anyway, we're gonna get moving, right? We're gonna get right to the punch. All right. So first thing I'm gonna do is bring up our esteemed colleague, my esteemed colleague, the EP executive producer, OG Patrice. OG Patrice, what's going on with you, sis?
Hello, good morning, dear brother. Happy Sunday. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm doing well. It's this cable company stopped calling me, pay this bill. I keep telling them I'm gonna pay it. I'm gonna pay it. But
Tell
other
them
than
you
that, I'm good.
tell them you'll gladly pay on Tuesday, right?
I'm gladly
Remember
gonna
that?
pay them on Tuesday.
I'm gladly pay you Tuesday. Salute to the chat, everybody in the chat. Happy Sunday. I hope everybody had a great weekend, a safe weekend, and I hope you got to enjoy your family or just have some R&R, whatever that looked like for you. Hopefully you didn't have to work and you was able to get some rest or some chillaxing, and also uh, have have time with family members.
Yeah, man. I do want to bring up we have another one of our esteemed colleagues, Patrice, Risa
Mhm.
Neal, our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Risa Neal, what's going on with you, girl? Risa,
Hey, Sister Risa, she dropped
Risa,
down. Oh,
she had a bad
she'll come
connection
back.
out there.
She'll
Yeah, she'll
come
be back.
back.
She'll be back.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
brother.
sis.
No, I was
Well, I
just gonna
was
say, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm glad that we're gonna do this topic on C. Delores Tucker because
Yeah.
I was one of the ones that I hated her. I hated her. I
Mm,
thought, I was all in with the Tupac and the
mm-hmm,
NWA situation. I was all in, and so I was like,
mm-hmm,
man, why is she trying to stop us from making money? What's going on? You know what I mean? I'm like, why she just a
mm-hmm.
hater? That's the way I looked at it at the time.
Right.
But
And brother,
oh,
I'm so glad you honest to admit that, right? Because I think that that was a lot of people's perspective,
Yeah,
back then. I think that because if you grew up anywhere being Black person, African American, or a brown person, in urban communities, in our communities, and within our culture, we know that gangster rap, suddenly, you know, came in like a wave, and kind of took over from what was early on our conscious rap or our Black empowerment rap. So I'm glad you actually is really honest in saying that that's how you felt, back then
oh
at that
yeah,
time. I know times were different. We went through so much from the time when rap first came on the scene. I remember hearing, I was in high school and I remember hearing, what was the three guys' name? Sugar Hill Gang. I remember
Sugar Hill.
hearing them, and yes, and it started out with fun rap that you wanted to dance to, have a good
Partying,
time,
yeah,
and party to, and then it elevated from that into empowerment rap, where you had
right,
your self-destruction, where you had your fight to power, where you
yeah,
had all of these movements that made us feel good and feel empowered as Black people in our community with the things that we were facing and being forced upon us, dealing with racism, dealing with segregation, dealing with people don't realize we're not that far removed from those things, right? And then even going into the 80s into the crack epidemic, which is one of the biggest contributions that was the downfall of a lot of our communities. It destroyed a lot of our families. It caused separation. It caused division. It caused crime to go up. So, and then that's when that whole wave of rap started to change in the latter part of the 80s, early part of the 90s, on into the 2000s and so forth. So I think that this conversation is definitely long overdue, needs to be had. We are 30 plus years coming out of the crack epidemic, 30 plus years coming out of this whole gangster rap culture when it first started. I don't think we're completely out of it based off of the music that we're hearing today, even though it's called mumble music or whatever other kind of music is being called. I still think that this music is perpetuating the gun violence, the gang violence, the drug, the alcohol, the disrespect of the women, the disrespect of men disrespecting each other. I think that on top of a lot of other things has caused a detriment tremendously to our community. So this is a conversation that absolutely needs to be had.
absolutely, absolutely. Can we bring in Risa Neal and also Von Bryant, two of our esteemed colleagues? Can we bring them in? Risa,
Absolutely. Welcome, family.
Risa,
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. StreamYard,
hey,
hey Smith.
Good afternoon, sis.
what's going on with you, sis? And of course, Von Bryant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All
Well,
right,
Good
all
listen,
right.
this,
afternoon, brother.
this, good evening or afternoon or morning or whatever it is. But man, this should be a great conversation today. I'm very much looking forward to it.
All right, right on, man.
Yeah.
And now y'all in trouble. Y'all are in trouble. One of y'all did something. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm being good. It's not me, Sister Annie. I'm being good.
That must
Yeah.
be
Hey
Sister
y'all.
Annie. Hey, sis, how are you?
Good.
Good.
All right, y'all. What we gonna do is Patrice sent me a bunch of videos, man. They were all really good. Um Now what I want to start off with is Delores Tucker, and she is at a I don't think it's a congressional meeting. I think it's just a meeting of I'm not sure who she's actually meeting in front of. Let me research that. But she's definitely doing this press conference, and she's explaining her position on the gangster rap music and why she has the position she has, and also she brings some information about the murder rates and the violence rates as it pertains to excuse me, this music and how it has affected the youth. She also brings some solutions at the end of this situation. But we want to just kind of go through it. And anybody you want to make a comment or something, just tell me to stop the video, and we'll stop it and just cut it up and see what's going on. But definitely today we will have some explicit content. So definitely, I'm going to be saying that throughout the show. Please use discretion on the content here. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, so,
and fair use. This is for
yeah, we're gonna
educational
use
and
fair use
entertainment
as well.
purposes only. Yes.
Okay, fair use. Let me find that one. Let me see. Let me find my fair use one. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Here we go. This is C. Delores Tucker.
Now we want to hear from the president of the National Congress of Black Political Women, which I had something to do when it was founded, including help to found it, who has had a distinguished political career in her own right and has of late been taking the lead on this issue of violence against women, C. Delores Tucker. Let's bring on.
First of all, I want to say that Reverend Jesse Jackson and the National Rainbow Coalition are to be commended for their foresight in addressing the number one domestic problem in this nation, violence in America. The National Political Congress of Black Women is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization created in 1984 at the suggestion of Reverend Jackson at the 1984 Democratic National Convention to empower African American women economically and politically. Its founding members do include some of the most prominent and concerned women in America, including Mary Berry and Dr. Dorothy Height, our mayor of this city, Alexis Herman, Dr. Gloria A. Toot, Jewel Jackson McCabe, Reverend Willie Barrow, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Curtis Collins, and Congresswoman Barbara Rose Collins. We embrace and salute the goals of this conference. Today, we have all come together to join forces to address the issue of violence in the nation. A violence which has decimated our communities, devastated our families, and destroyed the souls of so many of our youth. It is imperative that we stop the agendas that are not too relevant as this, that we stop pondering over the issue of space exploration, that we stop debating whose diary we should publicize, that we stop arguing over what choices each lifestyle has. For today, we must be serious about this serious situation, this plague, this death to our society. Our greatest fear right here in America is not from hurricanes or earthquakes, not from disease or war, but from violence one against the other. We must understand clearly that violence comes in many forms and is acted upon by many sources. Whether we are talking about physical violence, spiritual violence, economic violence, or sexual violence, the end result is the same, the destruction of human life. Enough is enough.
Okay, brother, you can stop it right there for now.
And I'd like someone to bring me what made me say enough.
Okay, as we can see in the beginning of the video, we got some heavy hitters in the room, even back then in 1993, along with Delores Tucker. We had Dr. Francis Cress Welsling was in the building, Reverend, and to see Delores Tucker's far right, it looked like Betty Shabazz was sitting next to her, and then next to Betty was Reverend Barrows. I remember her from Chicago, Operation Push, worked closely with Jesse Jackson on Operation Push and the Rainbow Coalition. It was also some other, Maxine Waters, some other prominent politicians and people in that room that day. And her enough is enough statement kind of catapult into what is going to transpire moving forward with the things. The main topic she's talking about is how the rap music has affected us as a culture, economically, socially, in society, the disrespect of our women and things of that nature. So as she dig deeper into the conversation, guys, we'll be stopping it, in these little parts, experts, but we're gonna complete this video. It's not that long. So I definitely want to get the full value of this video so we can have the discussion afterwards, if it's okay with anybody else. And if anybody else got anything to say thus far, you can speak at this time.
All right, what do y'all think so far? Right, she's just doing the intros, right, and everything, and she's gonna really get into it about the situation. And I mean, man, it's gonna be eerie because you're gonna see that she just hit the nail right on the head, man. 30 years later. All right, let's get back to
I
anybody
agree.
else?
No, I agree. It feels like deja vu.
Yeah,
I'm listening to it. I remember listening to it over 30 years ago, 1993 to 2023. And it's very eerie, and it's like deja vu all over again.
Anybody else before I play start back up with Ms. Tucker?
Yeah, I would like to say definitely that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Was that an name?
Go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say one thing we can see from right here, just from what Patrice was saying, is she's not the only one that had an issue. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's who does better with the bullhorn, but she wasn't the only one that felt this way. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, and then I would like to add to that she definitely was making some very good points. Even though a lot of people disagreed with it at the time. But if you listen to what she's actually saying now, there's a lot of truth involved in it.
Yeah, we hated her. I'm telling you, man. We
oh yeah, well,
like Tupac, we hated her.
She got a lot of pushback. She got a lot of pushback.
But man, dude, she got.
But she had a legitimate claim. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we just couldn't see it at the time. We didn't see
it.
We'll
talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, this is Delores Tucker, and man, she was against the rap, the gangster rap industry, and oh boy.
Is enough. Where's my graphic? Bring it up here, please. Somebody. I am here to put the nation on notice that violence perpetuated against women through the music industry in the forms of gangsta rap and misogynist lyrics will not be tolerated any longer. Principle must come before profit. A year ago, I established the National Political Congress of Black Women's Entertainment Commission, headed by Dionne Warwick, Melba Moore, Terry Rossi of Billboard magazine, and Vaughn Alexander, our director. It had one primary goal: the task of examining and developing strategies and solutions for reshaping and maintaining positive images to preserve the dignity and the heritage of our youth. Instead of continuously exposing our youth to negative media that distorts their images of male-female relationships, that undermines the stability of our families, communities, and nation by encouraging violence, abuse, and sexism as acceptable behaviors, and perpetuates the cycle of low self-esteem of African-American youth. Thus, images that degrade our dignity and are an insult to our children, our families, and communities concern us too. And that includes all this gangster rap and misogynist lyrics. Music that glorifies and promotes violence with guns, knives, or drugs, and denigrates and defames women. And with the release of Snoop Doggy Dogg's debut album, Doggy Style, that includes artwork that is nothing but pornographic smut. are available to any child to go in and buy with the album and with a record. That has got to stop. You want to know why I'm on the warpath? When I saw this, I said, that's it. We march again, and we're going to keep on marching. And demonstrate.
Stop right there. Stop
Okay.
right there. Okay. All right.
Okay, I got a question for y'all.
Mhm.
Was she wrong in anything she said?
No.
I don't believe that she was wrong with anything that she said. You know what I'm saying? But there were certain things that weren't in place when these albums and rap music came out, you know, especially when it comes to the parental advisory things that they put in place. You know, that was a start to something at least. You see what I'm saying?
She's the one that got that going. She's the one that got that going.
Well, like I said, that was a good thing. That was a good thing. You know, but this type of language and as she called it, smut and different things like that, you know, gangsters and thugs and all of these things were in effect way before rap music, you know, these conversations and images. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
yet
I would say,
I do get where she's coming from, though. You know, like you said, looking back on it, it gives a little different type of feel. You see what I'm saying? Because now what we have morphed into is something altogether different.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that.
Yeah.
I would say I agree that you know, a lot of these things were in place. It just wasn't perpetuated and put on a higher platform, you know, until more of the gangster rap came into play, because we did, since, you know, since I can remember, had the whole pimp mentality, you know, that was in our communities. You know, when you had I know, you know, being born and raised in Chicago, one of the biggest pimps was Don Juan. So that whole mentality and the disrespect of women was already there. It just heightened. I think it just heightened the things, you know, when the gangster rap came into play. But as you can see, Delores Tucker also had celebrities that were already in the industry and big during that time behind her. She named Dionne Warwick, Melba Moore, all these people, and I'm pretty sure it was a lot more that she didn't name or just were on, you know, behind the scenes, you know, helping push forward to have this Congress pass this law against the gangster rap, you know. But definitely talking about the misogynistic lyrics and the exploitation, how the sexism heightened, and the sexual exploitation, you know, of our women. Uh, Definitely, all these things heighten. And Louis Stroger said something very profound in the chat. He's talked about how the private prisons start to rise, and the crime in our black men going to prison, and the whole private prison system, you know, industry coming into play. We didn't realize it, we didn't get it, guys. But she's absolutely right. You know, it just helped perpetuate it and propelled these things more to a higher height and raising the crime rate. Because I'm going to read something a little bit later, but we're going to talk about from the time that gangster rap came into play really to the forefront, which was during this time, early 90s, clear through the early 2000s, the rise of the crime rate in the black community. Specifically, I don't like to say black on black crime, because, you know, anywhere where you in a community of people, most likely the crime against the other person is going to be from the same race. Is white on white crime, Hispanic on Hispanic, but we like to perpetuate the whole black on black thing. So I'm just gonna use it in general and just say the crimes against each other in our own communities. I'll say that.
All right. I don't think she was wrong on anything she said. She hit the nail on there. Now, in 1993, when she did this, I felt like, what is she talking about? You know what I mean? Because I think it was a different time back then, right? Certain women you classified as a hoe. Certain women you classified as a this or a that, right?
Mhm.
But when but that was because the lines were clear. But I think that gangster rap came and blurred all the lines. So now you was calling everybody a hoe, everybody a B, everybody. You was calling women that you had no business calling. You was just calling them that just because they was female, and that's where the lines got blurred. You know, we really shouldn't have been calling no women nothing like that anyway. But at least we had lines that were drawn, and but then we had the women that we would, the disrespect just flew off the handle. It just flew off the handle, man. I remember when Doggy Style dropped, I was like, man, wow, and I heard it and I said, whew, man, this
And
is
this,
a
and
bad.
yeah, and the sexual connotation, right, of the album covers, the sexual
Yeah.
connotation and the over exploiting of the women on the
Yeah, I didn't.
album
Now,
covers.
I will admit
Um,
about me. I didn't
mhm,
like that too much. I didn't really
mhm,
like that part of it. I was more into the music aspect of it, but I wasn't
mhm,
really listening to the lyrics. See, that was the thing. As I got older
mhm.
and I had the kids in the car, and I started listening to the music, I said, "Ooh!" I mean, the
Yeah,
lyrics.
and,
That's
and
when
then
I said,
again,
"Ooh."
and then again, we know that the pimp up, H is down
Yeah,
mentality come from that whole pimp process through the 60s and 70s and 80s as well. Because it was so normal for pimps to call their women B's and H's. They do
right.
that. They did that back then, and they do it now. As far as their harem of women, right? But then
Yeah,
you're right. Once the gangster music came out, it perpetuated just normal households, normal men, normal young men
yes,
on the street
yeah,
just started calling women in general
yeah,
B's and H's. They were calling
right,
their neighbors, their sisters, the mothers. They
right,
would the disrespect just got to a whole nother level.
yeah,
It heightened to a whole nother level of disrespect where you was actually if calling, like you're saying, a stranger on the street a B or a
yeah,
H. What I mean?
yeah.
So it definitely fluctuated and helped perpetuate it to a higher height in our community. I will say that.
And listen, this is how bad it got well, I'm on here out here in the West Coast, but this is how bad it got on the West Coast out here, where
Hmm.
if you weren't acting like that, the women didn't really see you as a man. You know what I'm saying? If you wasn't really, with all that, you know, bravado and all of that disrespect,
Roughneck.
yeah, you really wasn't getting no respect from the sisterhood, man, because they didn't look at you as like a real dude unless you was coming with all that drama, and
Well, let's be
it
clear. It was a certain percentage of women that were in that circle, right? A certain percentage of women that acquiesced into the gang culture, acquiesced into the rap and gangster rap culture, because these were like the girlfriends of these rappers and their friends. So it was a certain
well,
percentage of these women that wanted the roughneck guys, that wanted the rappers, that and they helped perpetuate it, because listen, this is the truth. They started out even calling each other bees. I
yeah,
mean, just
yeah,
in they were said, like it was a term endearment. Oh, B, shut up. Oh,
yeah,
B, what's up, B? Oh, that's my B right there.
mm,
I mean, you hear it now. You hear it now being
yeah,
perpetuated, right?
And
But
another
it
thing,
did start back then. And and let me land the plane right here. And I just want to say, I'm not blaming it all on the men that were rappers, right? Because like I said, the women acquiesced into it too and became a part of it. And the sexualization, they bought into it as well. Why do you think sexualization and sexual exploitation of our women is so high now, especially with a lot of these rappers that you see? But we all know that there is a higher power that perpetuated it and controlled it, and that came from a hierarchy, and in the upper echelons being said music executives that changed the narrative. So I want to get into that more as we get more into the conversation, but it runs deeper than just with us in our community, because there was someone controlling that narrative, and we were just the puppeteers that danced to the music of it, right? So and I'm not putting us off the hook from even the listeners, the people that bought it, that danced to it, that helped perpetuate it in our community. So it's a conglomerate of people who were involved in this process happening, but we know initially it came from the top of the record labels, which were said music and executives. But I'll land my plane there and yield the floor.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was definitely I agree with everything Patrice just said, and that's an aspect that at the time wasn't even talked about. But see, these women were also submitting themselves to this type of behavior. You see what I'm saying? No one was putting a gun to their head. We talk about they were exploited, the women were being exploited in the videos, and it was their choice. It was their lifestyle at the time. You see what I'm saying? So you can't blame the industry on that when you have willing participants, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
So let me just go ahead and tell y'all, I used to date somebody from Miami, and some of the stuff that I still know the lyrics to, y'all would kick me off this panel, okay? But I think it sounded like what you were saying, Brother Clarence. It sounded like you were saying that just the climate, that time, right? Or I may be mistaken, and I just want you to elaborate a little bit more. But it sounded like you were saying within, like in California, it was something that was just kind of like just not just rappers, it was just men. If you weren't, maybe it's wearing khakis and with a jerry curl or whatever juice, that you weren't really respected if you didn't have a certain kind of like rough edge to you. Is that what I was hearing you say? Not just the rap,
Yes.
actually within the community.
Well, if you were trying to be in the dating market, because now you remember, now everybody was going to parties, everybody was going to clubs, everybody was, I mean, not everybody, but people that were, going out and living their lives, they were out there, right? And there were all sorts of people, right? There's people going to church, people not going to church, whatever, right? So there's a lot of people going out at that time. And so, so if you was gonna date a woman, she was listening to this music. This music was being played everywhere, just about, right? So it doesn't matter which place you were going to, you were probably gonna hear most of these records, right? So, the mentality of, well, this is what a man is. See, at first, men were I think people thought about men, or young women thought about men a certain way. But when I think this type of music came out, now the bar was, I was going to say raised, but actually lowered, right? The bar was lowered to where who can be the most disrespectful to the women. If you were able to do that, then they felt like you had some type of manhood to you. If you weren't about doing that, then you weren't going to be selected to do, and that it was a hindrance to you. So a lot of these guys pretended to do this stuff. That's where you got these guys who are perpetrating, where they were pretending to be this super aggressive and disrespectful dude, but in reality, they really weren't. They just was trying to get females. I would say 70 to 80% of these guys that's doing this stuff, they're just trying to get next to these females, and they doing whatever they think they got to do to get there, as was the case back when I was coming through it. You know what I mean? So that's what I meant by that. It's just that it was like the regular guys, or what I would say, the guys that weren't actually into the gang banging situation, or the pimp culture type thing. For no fault of our own, we were considered less than attractive, less than somebody who you would want to be out with. So it was unfortunate
Proclaims.
situation.
Yeah, Bloker. I would say that her and Snoop were into it more, and there was more disdain because I think and also NWA, right? Because we know NWA was one of the first rap groups that came out with the gangster music. Behind them was the Snoop Dogs. Like Pac came later, right? And we know Pac did not start out rapping gangster rap. Like Pac was on that consciousness, black empowered. We talking about the
Definitely.
things was coming in the happening in the community, the whole police culture and what they were doing to us, and dear mama, and keep your head up, Brenda's got a baby. All those things were the songs that rap came, that after Pac left Digital Underground, which was the fun rap, Humpty Dance, Do What You like that was
Right.
the fun stuff we danced and partied to. And then when he went solo, he went into the conscious black empowerment. This is what's going on in our hood. The police is beating us up. They shooting us, da da da. Right. And then later on, with the whole change in the culture behind NWA came your Snoop Dogs, and then came, the gangster rap and the more things like
Right.
that. And even when what's the name of the group out of Ohio? I used to love them, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Bone Thugs and Harmony, that was one of my favorite rap groups actually. They came in talking about the first of the month, and they came in talking about their life and the life they lived in the hood. So that was mostly the scenario that came in. And I remember I think it was Crazy Bone, Brooklyn's, maybe if you could find it later, you could pull it up. He actually exposed the music industry and talked about how he was in a meeting. And I had heard this, being in the industry 30 years, I had heard it myself about this meeting that music executives had with a lot of those rappers, Tupac and Snoop and all of them, and said that this is the route that we're going in. Now you got to change the narrative. Don't nobody want to hear this conscious rap anymore. Don't nobody want to hear the
Yeah, they
fun stuff.
killed it.
This is what you got to say now.
Definitely.
This is it, like he actually was in that meeting and talked about certain people walked out the meeting, certain people stayed in the meeting, but he could not talk about it at that time because they had all signed NDAs.
Yeah.
But he definitely exposed it later on down the line. So now we're 30 years in, and this is the happenings, right? And we're going into a culture within our communities now that I think more rappers within that 30-year span period has been murked or unalived, due to that shift of that narrative in the rap culture, right? That we all played a part in, perpetuated, and was a part in, whether we allowed it to be played in our homes, whether we danced to it, bought the music in some kind of way. We are all to blame for that actually helped perpetuated that. And I and me being in the music industry, I will say I do take part in that, because I remember when my friend Jewel, who was the first lady on Death Row Records, I told this story when I was touring on the blues sector. Even though I was in another blues sector, I knew Jewel from we went to our churches visited each other. We were in a choir, so I go back that far with her, right? I met Danny Boy later on after he moved to Las Vegas, but I already knew of him. But I remember being on tour. We were in California, and I went to the studio with Jewel. Right, nobody was there. It was like midnight, but Pac was there. Now I will say, I told y'all this story. I didn't meet him. I never saw him, but I heard him in the studio. He like Snoop's studio was like in front of his. So it was Snoop's studio, and then it was Pac's studio. Snoop wasn't there. It was very minimum people there, because like I said, it was at midnight, and I never met him, but I actually heard him in the studio. So I know that and that's the one that was on Wishshire. I think it was Wishshire Road or whatever it was. And she snuck me in there, because at that time people wasn't allowed in there, but they were sneaking certain people in there. And at that time when I went to see her, because she was ready to lay some tracks for Snoop and Pac, like she was laying tracks for Dr. Dre, Snoop, and Pac's album. She's heavy on the Chronic album. She's on some stuff with with Snoop on his album, that whole Snoop Doggy Dog, that Snoop Doggy Dog. That's my girl Jewel. So when you look at a part of that whole culture that we came from, yes, and we all kind of perpetuated. And I'm not saying all, meaning everybody is guilty of it. I'm saying, not listening to the C. Delores Tuckers, because we had a mindset back then of, this is what it is, and this is the way we go. We all bought into it. We fell for the okie doke, and definitely C. Delores Tucker was right. The music executives, it came from them first. Please keep that in mind. So I'm not blaming everybody I'm just saying we just helped perpetuate it.
Wait, but help me understand. I'm sorry. Help me understand how you're saying it came from the music executives first. Are you saying that they wrote lyrics? Or, I mean, how are you tying that they are the ones that started the lyrics and not the artists?
No. Yeah, I'm not saying that they wrote the lyrics, right? But I know that when you have meetings and stuff with music execs, and NWA came in, you remember the song F the Police, right? They were talking about the things that was happening in the communities as well. That was a way that the music execs got the writers, like your Ice Cubes, who was writing predominantly all the stuff for NWA, to change the narrative. Now we're going to change it because we getting too much heat from the city of California, from the police department. You can't be saying F the police anymore, because now when you do your concerts, every time you step on that stage, we're going to lock you up. So now what you got to write a different narrative. So because we come from a generation of the whole pimp mentality, this, that, and the other, we bought into, now we're going to change the narrative and write about the disrespect and the pimp mentality. The Don Juans that were in a lot of the rap songs, the Snoop and Don Juan became very good friends. I think they still very good friends today. So we, yes, started writing it, and the music execs pushed it and said, now we're going to change the narrative. We're not going to do the Black empowerment. We're not going to do the conscious rap. This is what we're going to rap about now. So this is what your lyrics need to change to. You need to change to the pimp mentality. You need to change to the gang culture. You need to change to the disrespect of women. Now, mind you, these things were already in our communities, right? We already know that the disciples, where I come from in Chicago, the Blackstones, all of these things were already in place. It just helped perpetuate it to another level when they told them to change it and write about the gang mentality, the drugs, the alcohol, the disrespect of your women. So it was forced upon the rappers to change the narrative, or they wouldn't give them record deals anymore. They wouldn't sign new contracts for them. And you got struggling rappers, most of them come from said poor Black communities. They want to get out of the ghetto. They want to get out of the hood. They want to buy mama the new house. They want to buy them a new house. They want to flash the cars and the jewelry. And that whole, again, part of that whole mentality, we bought into it. And that's when your Ice Cubes and all of those rappers, and Pac them and Snoop them, they start writing differently. That's where that comes from.
Let me just add something, if I could, to that. Because Patrice, you bring up some very, very interesting points, and I'm pretty sure that Delores Tucker, she really meant well, but it's just like when you look back in time where, when it comes to explicit lyrics, right? Now we're talking about gangster rap right now, but back in the day, it was like Elvis, and it was like some of these Little Richard, and you see what I'm saying? And we thought some of the things that they were saying were deplorable. You know what I'm saying? And the parents had a major issue with it then, But when it comes to Delores Tucker, she did bring out some interesting facts and points, and we would all have to admit that, the negative aspects of it, and basically she expressed the negative aspects of it. which was, the promotion of violence and the misogynistic lyrics, right? And, just that whole encouragement of criminal behavior, negative stereotypes, And so she brought up all of these different issues, negative issues with it, like the desensitivity to violence, right? And she was right. She was very right. There was a certain type of disregard for authority at the time, but there was a reason for that, and we can talk about that later, right? Because the police weren't who they should have been back then either, right? And just the parental concerns. You had some parents that were very concerned about these lyrics and these artists that were out at the time. Now she did a good job of bringing out the negative aspect of it, but what was the positive aspect of it? It provided artistic expression for a lot of these rappers. You see what I'm saying? It was a place, it gave them a space where they could, give social commentary, right? And made them feel empowered. It was very cathartic to a lot of these individuals. A lot of the young people who listened to the music at the time because they could identify with what was going on. You see what I'm saying? And then the major part about it is that you could make lots of money, lots and lots of money. So you did have your pros and your cons when it came to rap music, gangsta rap music, all of these different genres and different things like that. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I yield the floor.
Okay, if everyone is done speaking, Brother Clarence, you can continue with the video.
All right, let's do it.
For 400 years, prophet came before principle, as Black women bore the brunt of slave masters' degradation. But even through the Middle Passage, the peculiar institution of slavery, the spirit of Black women and their families could not be broken. Today, however, through the lyrics of rappers who display no respect for women, no respect for families, and little respect for themselves, the souls of our sisters are being destroyed, and so too their progeny. All of us have watched as the industry have grown. We have watched not really knowing, not really understanding, not first realizing the damage that is inherent in what some thought were merely words. Now we see the direct and indirect effects. We see the rise in murders, in abuse, in batterings, teen prostitution, and teen suicide. We hear the wailing mothers, the grieving sisters, the tormented brothers and fathers and children planning their own funerals with pink dresses and pink caskets. We feel their hopelessness and helplessness, and we embrace their pain. Yet in the midst of these tragedies, others still want to argue about the First Amendment right to freedom of speech, a freedom they have embraced to call African-American women hoes and bitches and sluts and even worse. As I see it, there are three things wrong with gangster rap and misogynist lyrics. It is obscene, it is obscene, it is obscene. In my view, it was never intended by the founding fathers of this nation that First Amendment rights were meant to protect obscenities. And if there were founding mothers, it would have been more explicit about what the First Amendment meant. Obscenity has long been an exception. Obscenity, and we have the Attorney General here, I believe it's right. Obscenity has long been an exception to free speech. If the filth that is portrayed in these gangster rap videos and art is not obscene, then I submit that nothing is obscene. In 1992, the Canadian Supreme Court ruled that it was more important to ban speech that is dehumanizing to women than to protect free speech. African-American women have always been the protector and nurturers of their homes, their families, and their communities. We march for our rights to Selma. I was there with Dr. King. We're beaten with billy clubs, and we're bitten with dogs unleashed by bull counters. We will not tolerate injustice and insults from our worst enemies then, and we sure ain't gonna accept insults from our youth now.
All right. Okay.
Although the MPCBW condemns the actions of those young people who produce such music, we also realize that we must provide other channels for them to use these multiple talents they have in a positive and wholesome way. After all, they are not the root causes of the complex socioeconomic forces that are manifested in such vile entertainment. Those problems were there long before many of them were born. Those problems must be addressed if the communities that produce those gangster rappers are to survive and thrive. We know some of the problems, and now on behalf of NPCBW, I will offer up some solutions so that we can help turn this nation around and communities around.
All right, y'all. What y'all think so far?
I mean, I think so far so good. She's hitting a lot of poignant points that has, that the rap music has caused a rise in a crime, degradation of our communities, a group of degenerates that end up being raised and perpetuating the violence in the community, the misogynistic lyrics that, so loosely I start hearing more men freely calling women bitches and hoes. I mean, it was just it became a thing to the point where, like I said, I even started hearing women calling each other that, like it was just free willy-nilly. I grew up in that era, especially in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, of hearing a lot of that, and I think that the sexism part and the sexual exploitation of women went to another height, because we went from that to Luke with the Two Live Crew, and that whole thing, and those parties he used to give, those private parties, and the girls going wild and all of that. It led to that era of sexual exploitation of women. And I know Luke and Two Live Crew had an issue too, with having to go before Congress as well. It just perpetuated so much. And I think we, as Black people in our culture, we have always taken something and just heightened it, no matter what it was, in our culture, no matter what it was. Okay, we want to talk about, sexual exploitation. Now the women has taken it to another height. They don't even need the men no more to do it for them. It's like they're literally doing it. When you have songs like WAP, when you have the way that they're dressing in the rap culture, the Cardi B's, the Megs, the Nicki Minaj, we got to go back further. When I say we continuously take it to another height, because we know the originator, one of the first sex symbol female rappers was Lil' Kim, right? We know that they all mimicked after Little Kim. I mean, the same with the Madonnas. Madonna set the tone, and Lady Gaga took it to another height. We as a community have always done that, with no matter what it was that we, were given on our plates. We perpetuated it to a higher height. And I yield the floor.
Now I don't know if you guys heard that in the beginning. She said that Maxine Waters was in the building, right? This is the same Maxine Waters.
Same Maxine Waters.
Saying,
up there talking about how she liked the WAP.
WAP is a great
Auntie
song.
Maxine. Right? Oh, watch out now.
WAP presented, showed how powerful women were, right? It's the same Maxine Waters. So
but you know what?
The video, guys, let's get. Can we hold on? Can we get through the video? I'm gonna let you talk, Vaughn, but I'm saying before we let other guests up, because I want us to close out, with after the video is played, and then we bring up other guests. So please keep them in the back. If people are hitting the link, I just want to make that clear. I want the home team to complete it out and address, and then we'll go from there. Thank you. Go ahead, Brother Vaughn. I'm sorry. Brother Vaughn was speaking. No. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But listen, there's nothing new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? All of these explicit lyrics, they come from back in the day. Come on, let's be honest. You know what? That generation was just expressing what they learned from people of old. You see what I'm saying? They were just a little more verbal and visual about it. See, because we didn't have that opportunity to be that visual. You see what I'm saying? You know, but when you talk about Mustang Sally, this is an old song. I don't know if you know the lyrics. And Patrice, I know you're familiar with some of, you brought up a song one time on a stream, was way back on one stream, and you said these lyrics are crazy. And I think you probably remember who I'm talking about. But you see, the lyrics were the lyrics were perverted back in the day. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's so strange for us to get up to this new space and then act like it's something that's just unheard of. You know.
No,
So
I agree. We perpetuated it. We perpetuated. I mean, being in the music
that should have been
industry,
in the conversation too. That should have been in part of the conversation too.
Absolutely.
You know?
I'm gonna say it. When you have singers like, you know, I toured on the blues sector, you know, with my cousin who was a famous blues singer. So I was on a platform with the Millie Jacksons of the world. We all know what some of the lyrics Millie Jackson had. Like, so when again, to me, Millie Jackson was one of the first female OG rappers because the stuff she used to say in her records and on stage, then we perpetuated. Listen, when you talking about songs like If Loving You Is Wrong, I Don't Want to Be Right, which was one of my favorite songs by Luther Ingram, right? I sing that song to this day sometimes, sung it with my band, but that was perpetuating extramarital affairs. Like when you talk about I Want to Do Something Freaky to You. Remember all those songs? Like, like I said, a lot of the music, a lot of the things, yes, we had, we always had it, but it just gotten heightened and perpetuated from one generation to the next. We've always been that type of people that always did that. Everything we put our hands on, we've heightened it and perpetuated it to a higher height because we want to prove to be better than the next person whose shoulders we stood on, if that makes sense.
Yes. All right, y'all. I pulled up a video because this is one of the videos that Delores Tucker was out there crushing one day. She used to what she used to do was she would buy all these tapes and all these CDs at the time, and she would crush them. She would have this big party with a whole bunch of steamrolling them, right? So and you guys might have heard reference to that if you ever watched the movie Straight Outta Compton, where she was talking to where they were saying, "Hey man, they crushing those CDs," and Eazy said, "Well, hey, they paid for them, you know, they bought them, so they can do what they want with them, right?" So, but that was all see Delores Tucker doing stuff like that. So anyway, I want to play one of the records off of one of the tracks off of Snoop Dogg's debut album, Doggy Style, and this was one of the tracks that she had a big problem with. So let me just go play a little bit of this, and then we're gonna get back to the video.
Make sure it's a little now. We don't want to get mad.
No, we ain't gonna
What's
play
your favorite song, Brother Clarence?
Yeah, I know. It's not. But you know who gave me this suggestion? Vaughn. Javon gave me.
Oh, see now, there you go. You ain't right, Brother Clarence. You ain't right.
All right, y'all. Hey, I'm telling y'all now. Take the kids out of the room. We're gonna play a little bit of this, probably about a minute of it, and then we're gonna cut it loose. All right, here we go.
This is DJ Easy Dick on W Balls right now. Something new by the Snoop Doggy Dogg, and this one goes out to the ladies from all the guys. A big bow wow wow, cause we gonna make it a little mystery here tonight. This is DJ Easy Dick on the station that slaps you across your fat ass with a fat dick.
When I met you last night, baby, before you opened up your gap, I had a respect for you, lady, but now I take it all back, 'cause you gave me all your pussy, and you even licked my balls. Leave your number on the cabinet, and I promise, baby, I'll give you a call next time I'm feeling kinda horny.
All right, you should stop it
Cut
right
it,
there.
cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it.
Yeah, you're gonna,
Yes,
yeah.
that's
We don't
enough.
want you to get flagged. But
Yeah.
you know what?
Come
Listen,
on. Yeah, bro.
man,
This
listen.
this
Let me
is a
tell
good
you.
string.
If you
This is a
if
good
you listen
string.
to
Let's
this,
not blow it.
exactly. Now, if you listen to the lyrics that they were saying back then, and the way that he approached the lyric, I know he had the P word in there and he said the word gap, but it doesn't match what they're doing today. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have to say that because they talking about groceries and all kind of stuff now.
Oh man!
Oh my God!
It's even more explicit than the video that the song that you just played. You know what I'm saying? Now I know that's inappropriate. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, well, hey, I think these lyrics are great. No, I'm not gonna do that. But if I was to weigh those lyrics with the lyrics of today, we can see how we've gotten progressively more perverted.
Well, Vaughn, let's
and that's what I was saying, bro, Clarence, because
Every-
we moved from the stroking to this. Remember, I be stroking Clarence Carter, right? So
That's
we
what I
moved
be
from right again, like I said, we as
everybody.
a culture have always perpetuated, went higher and higher. We push the envelope. We're good at that, right?
Okay, y'all, we got people backstage waiting to come up.
Yeah, let's
We've
bring
been
them up.
waiting for the video,
Finish,
so let's
finish the
finish
video,
the video.
please.
Let's finish the video because we only got about 2 or 3 more minutes. So
All
let's
right, I
finish
digress.
Delores Tucker part in the video.
First of all, we must use all means possible to eradicate and ban the sale of illegal guns. We must remove guns from the hands of our children and our gangsters who are so proud of the power of the gun. That's number one. Number two, we must reinvent our educational system to include more vocational training to provide a successful transition between school and work for those who will not continue to go on to college. We must extend the school hours in the school year so that latchkey children teachers will be from their schools instead of from the street. We must provide educational opportunities for our prisoners so that they will be productive citizens when their tour of prison is over. I met with Senator Carol Mosley Braun, and I was very pleased to amend what she was introducing to the Senate, not only educational opportunities, but training opportunities as well. And she has proposed mandated training for all prisoners in education.
Now,
we must provide.
See, Delores, now you don't have to say everything you want to say this time. You'll get to talk again.
Well, I've just got one more page, and I finish. I wait a long time to come, and let me just finish it. Please.
Okay, well, if you
I only got one more little page here.
All right.
To provide community outreaches so that our youth who have embraced the gangs as their only family will find refuge in community institutions, neighborhood academies, and educational programs. Convert our unused military bases into institutions of peace, where men and women can be trained to become productive citizens who will contribute to the well-being of this nation, expand our nation's infrastructure where needed, and make this nation a powerful global force. I stand before you today with millions of my sisters to say that no one has the right to degrade, denigrate, dishonor, or disrespect African-American women. No one has the right to poison our children's mind and destroy our African cultural heritage. That is why the women of NPCBW and our supporters will demonstrate. We'll go to jail again and again and again, just as we did when we demonstrated at the Wiz in December and Sam Goody yesterday. No one and no industry will be allowed to continue this social and psychological genocide of the women and girls of this nation. Stand before you today with the spirits of Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mary McLeod Bethune to say this: we will defy any force that will disrespect us and our families, and I apologize, Mary, my good friend and founder.
All right, y'all. That was C. Delores Tucker. C. Delores Tucker. All right, we're gonna bring our guests up. Can we bring our guests up, y'all? Let's bring them up.
Yeah, and I just want to say while you're doing that too, she did give some solutions, you guys, at the end of the video. I don't know if you guys heard or paid attention. So we've always talked about the problems in the Black community and the things that what we can do as being a part of the solution and not the problem any longer. She absolutely gave some solutions. So I just wanted you guys to keep that in mind.
All right, so let's bring in first. Vagoda was first up, and then we're going to bring in Mr. He said. Vagoda, do you have any comments on this situation? I don't know. You might be kind of far removed from it. But.
Hey, Vagoda, Mr. He said.
Hi. First of all, I see that you like. I like the song that you played.
You do?
Yeah, it looked like this.
When I was out of my mind, I did too. So.
Yeah. There are songs that are way more terrible than that song. For example, if you know the song of Chef from South Park, and maybe you ask yourself, that is not a song, it is a song. When he's singing about his, you know what, chocolate, you know what. So that song is way more terrible.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
do you, Vagoda, do you have any? I mean, are you aware of any of this stuff? Are you up? You know what I mean? Do you have any knowledge that you can share with us, or about any of this stuff here that we're talking about?
About that kind of songs?
Violence, whether the violence has increased or decreased, or the misogyny has increased or decreased based on this level of this type of music being promoted.
This music is not. First of all, it depends on who this music is for. But today, everybody hears this kind of music, so I think the violence is increasing, not decreasing.
Okay, that was what we were asking. All right, we're gonna thank you. Let me move on to Mr. He said.
Yeah.
Mr. He said, are you there, brother?
I am here. Good afternoon, everybody.
All right, big brother. Shout out to you.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
What's up, my brother?
Hello.
Shout out to you for the Cerebro Saturdays, man. Keep doing your thing, man. All right, do you have some input on this, man? Just like I asked Vagoda, man. Do you have any input on the situation with the old with the violence and the misogyny and see Delores Tucker, any of that? You have any input, brother?
Absolutely. Great stream, man. Great topic. Appreciate y'all. And thanks for having me, man. I will say we have progressed at regressing, and what I would just say to start is that there were a lot of East Coast rappers and East Coast people that were completely in line with Sister Delores Tucker. I'm going to speak from KRS-One's perspective, from Tribe Called Quest's perspective. There was a whole, what we call a backpack community, conscious rap community that was completely in line with this. And this is what full inclusion looks like. This is what one of the things I put in the chat, that, it was like everybody needs to be considered. Everyone has a story to tell, but look at the story they're telling. We come from a time where it was completely about self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruction is what KRS-One said, because they talked about being super pro-black and X-Clan and Tribe Called Quest and all of these different groups that had us so Afrocentric, so pro-black. We were wearing African-American College Alliance hoodies, black medallions, beads, cowrie shells. We were very in line. But once the West Coast wanted to give their opinion, and then down South wanted to give their opinion, and how are they helping the culture? The last thing I'm going to say before I land my plane is hip hop was doing fine until rap came in. Hip hop is MCing, DJing, breakdancing, and graffiti. How do those other regions contribute in those areas of hip hop? They just took the rap aspect and again started to run with it. They can hardly enunciate. They're not uplifting the people with their
Facts.
They are degrading women. And again, just chalking it up as we're telling our story. We're the CNN of our neighborhood, but you're not helping the culture. So again, you know, the KRS Ones, the Slick Ricks, the people that was telling you to better yourself, Hey Young World, and all of the rest of that stuff, they weren't in line with it either. But again, you know, full inclusion, First Amendment, let them say what they want to say. And look where we are today. So, you know, I'm not for policing anybody. But again, if you're not helping the conversation, shame on you. And Delores Tucker was saying a lot of shame on you. She gave some resources on how we can absolutely do better with the youth and the culture, but she could not stand idly by. And she mentioned her ancestors. She owed a duty and a loyalty to them to not stand idly by and watch these young kids perpetuate us into a cesspool of what we see today. Thank you for having me.
Facts. And I would just add on to that. Now we got a younger generation that don't even give a damn about the culture. They don't. And she meant, like you said, brother Mister, he said she mentioned our ancestors and how they would be turning over in their grave and how they fought so hard to make life better for us as a people and as a community. But now, because of the way the rap game has turned out to be, they could care less about the ancestors, the culture. They're helping perpetuate white supremacy when they say, I don't want to talk about those things. That's just a part of helping perpetuate white supremacy, if you ask me. But we're the only culture that don't want to talk about our ancestors and what they went through and the struggle that we still continues, but we still in white supremacy. But we have the younger generation that is just as bad as said supremacy, that they don't talk about those things. But you can't tell that to no other culture and community. Can't tell the Jews don't talk about Holocaust and what they went through. How dare you? You will be canceled in silence. But we are the only ones, the Native Americans, still very prideful in their culture, in their ancestors. They have a thing called Dawn of the Dead where they give respect to their ancestors. We are the only ones that want to say we should not talk about it. Don't talk about it. Sweep it under the rug. This, that, and the other. When I watched my parents get ran out of Mississippi by the KKK, when I watched my father pictures of him fighting on the front lines, joining the NAACP. But these are things now that you hear the younger generation say, I don't want to talk about that. What does that matter? That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But this woman 30 years ago talked about the ancestors, talked about the culture and how they fought very hard during the civil rights era and prior to Reconstruction and all of that. For we can have the liberties and freedoms to do what we're doing right now and what we're perpetuating in our communities now, that is the hypocrisy for me. And I'll land my plane there for now.
Well, I would definitely say this, that, she definitely admonished us as to what the long-term effects would be, of these type of lyrics and behavior. And I believe Brother Clarence has an article that I was sharing with him, but basically, I mean, we have, given way to a lot of deaths, a lot of just deaths that made no sense at all, and a lot of our young people, have been deleted, as a result of these particular lifestyles. And I think it's sad.
I can ask something just for a second. Patrice, when you said ancestors, to who you mean what?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Pagoda. No, I
Yeah,
didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I asked when you said your ancestors, who did you mean? You mean Martin Luther King?
Yeah, him and even the ones of old, the ancestors for 400 plus years ago that built this country, okay, for free 99. You know what I mean? I'm talking about those ancestors as well, because the ancestors in the Native American communities, they go back thousands of years. They give ceremonies, dances, nuances. Like I told you, a thing called Dawn of the Dead, where they recognize and give homage to their ancestors that paved the way for them. In our community, we want to ignore those things. And when I found out about my own heritage and lineage and where I come from, that's what made me want to always not ever forget. The same way your culture does, Vigoda, the same way the Native Americans does, the same way a lot of other cultures, you know, even the Caribbean cultures, they still have their festivals and things of that nature to honor their ancestors. We are the only ones that don't want to do that anymore, don't want to talk about it, or don't want to participate.
When you say Native American, I must say, when you say Native Americans, hello? When you say Native Americans, which Native Americans do you mean? Hello?
I'm talking about the indigenous people.
Right.
Yeah, but which, you know, there's many kinds of Native Americans. There are Cherokees and
the
stuff.
Aboriginals.
Well,
Yes, but
she's
you
talking,
Yeah,
I don't think she's talking about a particular
but
tribe.
we're not. But we're not going to get off into that because we're going to stay on the subject. I meant in general.
Okay, I'm not just ask what just ask, but okay.
I can kind of bring it full circle.
Yeah, but I don't.
Humanity.
I don't.
The Vagoda, just the humanity. Thinking about other people, the people that came before us. You know, there were entertainers, Vagoda, like Billie Holiday and, you know, Sam Cooke.
Yes, sir.
People, you know, that had to perform. And, you know, even further back, you couldn't stay in the hotel that you were performing at. You couldn't eat in the restaurants in the towns that you were performing at. And again, like OG is alluding to forget the people that walked before you to make it easier for you to walk your path and get your millions of dollars. You know, you're very astute in knowing how much money you have and how your bank account works. But the people that made it possible for you to do that should have a little bit of recognition when it comes to being your ancestors. I have a shirt right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's Donald Goines. You know, these people, you know, were able to find a gray area in being creative and having shock value, but still having a little bit of integrity and a little bit of, you know, consideration for the culture and for people that was coming before you and after you, to show that you don't have to sell your soul or be the most shocking person just to make some money. So, you know, what she was saying is that young people kind of lose sight of the integrity that you can still have and you can still make money. And Delores Tucker was alluding to that as well.
I think he was just trying to, I just think that he was trying to get accuracy on, because my understanding Day of the Dead is that's like a Mexican or a Spanish thing, not Native Americans. That's not something that I've ever celebrated. So I think he was just trying to get accuracy for that point. But
say, guys, you have African American month, don't you? Talk about all those guys that you just mentioned in that month.
Well, hold that question, Vagoda. Hold that question. I got to bring Lewis in here. Lewis been sitting patiently waiting, and all of these, you know,
and we definitely gotta move on. I don't want us to stay on this whole race thing or ancestor thing. We gotta stay on the subject, guys. But bring Lewis in, please.
Okay, let's let Lewis. Lewis, are you there?
Can I be heard?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on, man?
Okay, first thing I want to say is salute to the panel. Great topic, Brother Clarence. It's a very important topic, and I think it's one that needs to be talked about. Personally, I don't have an issue with what C. Delores Tucker was trying to get done. I think at that time we had a lot of moving parts and a lot of things going on in the community. We were facing attacks from all fronts, and she had great intentions. I think the issue that I didn't too much care for was the way of getting it done. I don't think we needed to go through public policy or government setting different policies in order to get it done. But somebody had to get the message out, so I don't fault her for that. But also, we're talking about a time where the Black community was besieged with the dope sale, the drugs and everything else. So it's only to me, it's just only right, that the artists of the community was going to speak to the what they were living. So that I can understand. I just wish that we wouldn't have left C. Delores Tucker on her own out there to be the face of that message. We should have came more together as a community and fought that together, because I believe also too that the industry had a great deal to benefit with that message being a lot of Clinton was in office. We all know his story with the crime bill, which a lot of elders and clergy, black clergy, was also involved with that policy being pushed as well. So with all of these moving parts and everything else, social engineering with the music and everything else, I just think it was a huge deal for one woman to try to be the face of. And that's my biggest issue, that we should have all as a community came together and tried to deal with that issue in-house and as a community. So great show though, Brother Clarence. First time joining, so kind of getting to know everybody, but I do love your content, so I'm
Thank you,
subscribed.
brother.
So, I'd be interested to see what everybody thinks about what I just said.
Okay,
Great to have you.
now that we have had everybody join, and shout out to Lewis, man, Maiden Voyage, man, doing a great job so far. All right, so what do y'all think, man? I mean, this about what Lewis said, about what Mr. He said, about what Bogota said, about anything anybody wants to start the ball rolling. I got up here the article that Vaughn sent us. And by the way, this show was another idea of Patrice's. So I I'm just contributing. This is her baby. But anyway, but I do have another show like this in the catalog if you want to go and take a look at that. But does anybody have anything to start us out with the conversation about? Well, let me ask you guys this before we do that. Let me ask you guys this. Is anybody going to sit here and deny that Delores Tucker, the premonitions that she made, where the violence was going to increase, the gun violence was going to increase, the deaths were going to increase? Can anybody here deny that has come true?
I can't. This is spot on.
Absolutely not. No,
Yeah.
not
I
not
must
me.
say something. If you would ask me more than 2 weeks ago, I will tell you to take out the violence, or at least most of it. Get rid of your guns, but now I will not say it. I don't know what to say, but
Well, we can understand your position, Dakota. We definitely understand
yeah.
your position. Anybody
I
else?
definitely, I understood what C. Delores Tucker was saying about the guns because they were getting into the wrong hands, and that's still happening right to this day. I am all for being able to carry. I believe in, that people that are within, our society that is able to carry and conceal or carry. I'm in Arizona,
Second
open
Amendment.
carry state. Yeah, yes, the Second Amendment. Thank you. I was trying to think which one is it, the second or the fourth, but I be getting them mixed up. But yes, and also, but because again, we got to keep remembering this is bigger than us, guys. Just like the music, it started at the top with the music execs, even with the gun violence and the guns that are perpetuating our neighborhoods. Y'all know we don't have access to that type of power, that type of funding, and things of that nature. So we know even for those weapons and guns to be allowed into our communities, that came from a hierarchy, right? Like everybody on this panel do know that, right? Like we helped perpetuated it, yes, but there was a time I specifically remember growing up in Chicago where I heard conversations with some of the gang members that was saying that they would walk outside in their alleys and it will be crates of guns dropped off in our communities, right? And some of those weapons were coming from other places in the world, other countries. We know that, especially during the crack epidemic, where so many of those young men got murdered, got unalive, and the gun violence perpetuated more was due to guns being dropped off in our communities. I'm a humble believer in that. So again, it's always a hierarchy of the upper echelons that are controlling it, and we just became the puppets in helping perpetuate it in our communities. I just want to say that so we can move on if no one else have anything to say. At this time.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm glad that Mr. He Said is up here, because one of the things that I, truly appreciate in particular about Mrs. She Said, and you too, Mr. He Said, but when she does her shame sessions, and I understand to some degree about people magnifying something bigger, but I think that we really have to start focusing on accountability for self. I hear Mrs. She Said talk a lot about like eating, and she would burn my refrigerator if she came in here and saw this. But but she says like you gotta make the change yourself first. You gotta stop buying the stuff to bring it in the house. We don't, if we have access to something, we don't have to use it. Here you have Delores Tucker having the insight to see the impact that allowing Brother Clarence's favorite song to be played, and it just, even with her bringing the reasoning up, and even with the background that she had, it's like we the way that we start change, it has to start individually and then expand out. And if we keep talking about what, and not saying it doesn't need to be discussed, but I just like the I want to be held accountable for me. So like when I'm saying something or doing something, I want it to be where I'm, prayerfully the Holy Spirit to catch me first. But if not, my close circle, hey, you a little bit off when you said this, you want to rethink that maybe. But I just believe in accountability first, and then we expand out, So that's the only thing I want to say.
I just think that the culture was under attack at that time. Again, like I said before, from all fronts. And I stated this in the chat. Did you know that in 1989, De La Soul album 3 Feet and Rising was the #1 hip hop selling album?
Yes,
and everybody, and that's like a non-confrontational, just party music. And then by '93, Gangsta Rap is now the face of hip hop. And to me, I think it's a lot of fingers to point when we talking about hip hop, because yes, the artists themselves are a lot to blame, but when you have A&Rs, industries trying to meet quotas and everything else, and making for a push, obviously, the snowball is going to roll downhill. So then you're going to see what we saw. So I think it's shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. I grew up in that era, born and raised west side of Chicago, so a lot was going on back then. So it's I just don't want to be the hindsight 2020 guy. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you. I mean, but for me, it's not hindsight 2020, because I look at the most lucrative, famous, talented rappers today, and the names that come to mind is Jermaine Cole and Kendrick Lamar, 2 men that use their actual names, not trying to play a character or be somebody that they're not, and they're more successful than the people that are playing characters.
nice. And then like another thing,
Excellent
Lauryn
point.
Hill, like Lauryn Hill's album. What was that? What year was that? '98. And
Yeah,
and
you're
to
talking
me, it
about the
seemed like that. Yeah,
miseducation, the
yes,
miseducation of
that was
Lauryn.
like that was one of the last truly like um, non-anti-black albums that I can think of. And that album sold what, 8 million. So you can't tell me that good cultural music from black people is not going to sell. That's why I believe that there's a bigger agenda that was going on when it comes to like what was being pushed at that time. All of a sudden, she just disappears. And I know she had her issues and everything else, but uh, that's one of the biggest albums in hip hop history. So you can't tell me that good music wouldn't sell.
I agree
So,
100%.
yeah.
Mr. Stroger, I agree.
I think at that time, when that album dropped, there was still a little bit of love for that conscious music. I think that what we can agree on is that the music industry, whoever you want to say is driving it, the A&Rs or whoever is driving it, they took the opportunity to put conscious rap in a casket, as far as commercially, put it in a casket and just push it away and get as much controversial music out there. Well, they call it controversial. We call it deaf music, but they call it controversial music. Get it out there because they're trying to make money, right? They have shareholders and bosses and everything. They got quotas they got to meet, like you were saying. So they got quotas they got to meet. Now the question is, how can we get the genie back in the bottle and get our people, most of us that have listened to it, or the youngsters that's out there actually listening and trying to live this way, they listening to somebody talk about being a gangster and getting all the girls and getting all the money, and they say, I want the girls and the money, and I don't care how I got to go do it to get it. I just want the girls and the money. How can we redirect these people, right? Because I don't know if you guys heard. See Delores Tucker in the beginning of that video, she talked about how the government took a lot of she talked about in the end, she talked about how we'd have to put these kind of trade classes back into high school so that the transition from high school to the real world would be easier because you've been taught a trade already as you leave high school, right? And she talked about how in the 80s that was taken out. Now, you guys heard me beat up on Ronald Reagan about that a lot, right? Because Ronald Reagan took that money from the schools and he gave it to his buddies in the savings and loan community in the secondary real estate market in the 80s. And that money, they had that extra money out here, and they destroyed the savings and loan industry, just giving out money on bad loans, on loans that had no business, and they just destroyed that. All that fell into George Bush's senior's lap, right? When he came into office in '89, with the stock market crash, as well as the savings and loan debacle, that all fell in his lap like he had something to do with it. He didn't have anything to do with that, right? Ronald Reagan did all that. But one of the key things that Ronald Reagan, well, he did a lot of things, but one of the key things he did was pull that money, that funding from the schools, and they didn't have the money to pay to have these trades in the high schools anymore. The trades are being, the training in the trades in the high schools anymore. So that left a lot of, people, obviously, who's that going to hurt the most? The people that's listening to this rap music, right? Because typically they are not at the level where they can pay for their own schools, and they can pay to go to these high, prestigious upper level colleges or whatever, right? So since they don't have nowhere else to go, they're just going to try to get money however they can, right? So they're just going to go into the street. It's going to be quicker to try to go onto the street than do a 2-year program at XYZ junior college, right? Therefore, are we at what can we do to try to get our young people to try to reconnect with the mentality of self-improvement, and trying to pull yourself up by doing the right thing? How do we reconnect and definitely protecting our women and children, which I think it really went down the drain? How can we get our young, particularly the young men, to reconnect with this message? If any of you guys have any suggestions about that.
Well,
I
I
have
Some
a few
interesting.
suggestions.
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second, bro. Clarence, I want to let you and the panel know I have to step down for a while, but I'm gonna plug in from my car. I have to get on the road, but I'm gonna be listening in the chat, and I'll come back up and plug in as much as I can. But I gotta get to rehearsal. Y'all keep
Dress.
going at it. Keep going.
Salute,
Thanks,
Sister
Patrice.
Patrice.
all right,
All right.
Patrice, what side of Chicago are you from?
She said,
If
"Well,
you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm from the South Side. I grew up in
Okay.
Inglewood, South Side of Chicago.
Okay. South side in the house.
But I
South side in
but
the
I
house.
but I
South
was on the
Side.
West Side a lot. I was on the West Side a lot.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'll be chiming in from the chat, but I will come back up on the panel. I'll just be listening though, because I'm
all
traveling.
right, girl,
All
be
right.
safe here. Be safe." All right.
Okay, well, what I wanted to say is that definitely we can do something about it. You know, I'm a firm believer in if you see something, say something. You know what I'm saying? And I think that you know, the words that we convey to our young people, I don't believe that they just go in one ear and out the other. Sometimes it just has to be a consistency, you know, of that information being presented. You know what I'm saying? And just like Sister Delores was doing back in the day, you know, she made a stance. And that's what we need to see more prevalent now is somebody making a stance,
Okay.
you know, against where we're going with you know, all of these groceries and different things like that. You know, we need to
Thank you,
speak
Vaughn.
about that.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you for that one.
I have a few
Yes.
suggestions if you want. First of all, you talked about connecting your this youth to your culture and your roots. So if you can make you know, if you want your son or your or friends of your son to connect with their ancestors, maybe a trip to Africa, to some country in Africa, would be a way to do it, or to see some historical sites.
That will be good. That will be good. Everybody can afford that.
Also, in
But that would
terms
be
of
good.
what?
Everybody can't afford that, but that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that only one person do it in a time. I'm saying that a whole tour group will do it, will organize and do it.
Yeah. I'm just saying some people can do it, but you know, the average person that's we talking about, I think that demographic, most of them are not set up in a situation where they can go tour Africa. You know, would they should be able to, but they're not in that situation. So I guess what I'm looking for is that's good. We'll go to that's a good idea. It's just that
Also, I have another one.
Oh, okay.
You know, in terms of you talked about, you said something about education. You know, and also I think that if your youth will learn, well, not a hobby, like a sideway job, sideway profession, like fixing stuff, or you know, let's see, you know, some kind of a hobby, or maybe like doing art or something that you can make money off of it. Then it's they can use it in the before and after, and in the meantime that they are studying in university.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about, the trades. We need to bring them back into the high school because some people can't afford to go to university. Well, most people can't afford to.
Yeah, so they can use what I said right now to pay for the university, or at least part of it.
Well, like I
That
said,
kind of dovetails. That kind of dovetails to the point that I was going to make, Brother Clarence, because you make a good one with the trades. But I think also along with that, we should also get them some kind of way to get back into the traditional music. You know, playing instruments, and then kind of like gives them a different relationship with music than they have right now. With because in terms of steering hip hop in another direction, and like the other brother just said, giving them something else to do as a hobby, and along with the trades, even if it's not state sanctioned, if we somehow found a way to make room and get something like that going, I think down the line we'll see a great benefit, like because you know what our people can do with music. You know, you know what I'm
But it,
saying? So,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Lewis. How do we motivate them? Because their motivation to do the type of music they're doing now is clout, money, and
incentivized. It's
sex.
incentivized. Yes.
Yeah, it's clout, money, and sex. So how do we incentivize them to do things for other reasons other than that? That's the tough part. That's the tough part
It's a good point.
because
I think what I would say is you know, I just kind of believe in like the core first, right? So first, a lot of people, a lot of kids, they don't even believe they're worthy of anything, right? So then they believe that they're not worthy within themselves, so they are easily be attached to just anything. So maybe if we just in the areas that we can, you know, to try to think of something huge, it would be too overwhelming for me right now. So like I have to go kind of like in my area of expertise and my scope of influence. So I would think things like one of the things, finances is heavy. You know, it's a heavy burden on a lot of people. You have kids that watch their parents not be able to feed them and things like that. Um, Teaching kids maybe about saving, finance. So I think financial literacy is very important. I think that the influence of men, safe men, is very important. Men that'll take the time even just to be around a young boy and teach him how to tie a tie, teach him how to keep himself groomed up, teach him how to eat. I have a whole lot of respect for each one of y'all on this panel, and you definitely would be awesome mentors for a lot of young boys and also for young girls too, just to see how y'all treat women. You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all treat women, even on a panel, seeing how you treat your wives and things like that. So, like that core confidence and self-esteem within self, I think that's really important. And not like seeking outside things. So like even if you can get a woman, what happens when that woman doesn't want to be with you anymore? Now you back to square zero. So you got to have a foundation that can sustain rejection, humiliation, criticism, and things like that. So that's what I would say to start off. But
all right. Anybody else?
I wouldn't disagree with Sister Inye. I think the solution, in my opinion, starts with values, man. The morals, the values, your integrity. Again, we all can make a dollar, but we got to look at ourselves in the mirror.
Good point. Good point.
Rappers, we talking about people who are making money. These people, and this is where I hang my hat and wave my flag, they are knowledgeable in the areas they want to be. It's that plausible deniability. They know they got a Bentley. They know it's exotic and it's foreign, but they don't know they need to have registration in the glove compartment. I'm not buying it. That's why I say it's about values, man. Again, Kendrick and J. Cole make more money than y'all. So y'all shooting yourself in the foot already. Don't tell me that you got to rap like this, because they don't rap like that. And they are more famous than you. They got more money than you. And again, I come from an era of self-destruction. KRS-One, these guys, they rapped about knowledge, wisdom, understanding, life.
Right.
And again,
That's right.
progressing and regressing. You guys are using more metaphors, more similes, more double entendres, but you're talking about WAP. You're talking about throat babies. Like, it's the same level of thing. You still have to be astute to be a rapper. It's just, again, we get these different regions, and now that's a verse now. It was never like that in New York City. That was never on the streets of Brooklyn as a verse. Special Ed didn't rap like that. So again, I think it's values. You guys are making a lot of money, but you guys are also the most cantankerous. And I think you're looking yourselves in the mirror and you're not who you say you are. You're not having any integrity. And you the person that has to live with that. We the ones that just get to see it all unfold in front of our eyes. My wife just played today a clip of Lil Wayne saying he was raped at 11 years old and he loved it. And he was going to have it happen to another young boy just like it happened to him. And that was just pain. That's hurt people. So you telling me that you're going to have me all worded like you were? That's kind of insensitive, sir. And he said, I'll never forget that day in my life. Like, you shouldn't, sir. You were an 11-year-old that was all worded, but we watch him deteriorate right in front of our face.
Wow.
He uses and abuses to cover it all up. And again, because he has money and millions of dollars, and it transcends into the electronical life. If you got money, everything's okay, but it's not. At the end of the day, integrity, value, morals, dignity is more important. You could try to make me believe it, but over here, we don't believe it. So, you know, they have the choice, the freedom and the liberty to rap about whatever they want. I don't care what the record label wants. You're an artist. Be an artist, have some integrity, respect the craft, respect your ancestors, and do your work. Thank you for having me. Sorry.
And you know what? I want to piggyback off of that, because you know, that word that my brother just used, integrity. You know, there's nothing integral about a lot of these lyrics nowadays. You know, when we talk about KRS-One, you know, those lyrics are the type of lyrics that I would lean more towards, because it causes you to open your mind. You see what I'm saying? You're actually saying something. It has weight to what you're saying, you know. But when we think of songs like WAP, and that doesn't stand for worship and praise, you see what I'm saying? But when we think of songs like that, it's so degrading and demeaning to your character, you know. And we're dancing and we're bopping to it, and everybody's all in the groove of it. And it's like, where are we going? You see what I'm saying? It's just, it's crazy, man.
Let me ask you something, man, because you brought up a good point. You said that it's so degrading. What's so degrading about WAP? I mean, why? What's the problem?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, well, what does WAP mean, Brother Clarence?
No, please, no.
It don't mean it doesn't mean worship and praise.
No, it does not.
Yeah, I'm feeling this.
That's a lot of information for us to have. You guys don't think? We don't need that information.
Exactly. And so what are we doing? Where are we? How are we progressing? You know, when it comes to all of this artistry that we call it,
the reason,
you know, and a lot of it is crap, if you ask me.
The reason why I'm asking this question, because somebody might be watching this, and they may be watching on replay and say, "Man, what's wrong with them? Why don't they? Well, what's the problem with WAP? Well, I don't understand." And so I think we need to clearly define what the issue is, so that they can see and consider it, right? Because they can't consider what they don't know, right? Most of these people listen to stuff like that, they just don't know. They don't know any better. They haven't heard.
Well, you know, Brother Clarence, our women should not be presenting themselves in this fashion. And this is what it is. It's because you're raising daughters. You see what I'm saying? And I know you want to make your money and get your likes, clicks, and views. You see, but in the long run, how are the generation that comes after you, that's looking up to you for an example? You know, what are you showing them? You see what I'm saying? It's a bunch of perverted individuals who are out here just for lucrative gain. You see what I'm saying? At any cost, you know. And I'm not trying to, you know, judge people or anything like that, but I will say this, man. You know, this is not becoming. It's not becoming of a young lady. You see what I'm saying? Now you can rap and you can do all of that. I'm not against rap music now. You know, it's not basically a genre that you know, I'm a connoisseur of. You see what I'm saying? But I am aware of it, and I lean more toward certain types of rap. You see what I'm saying? But we've gotten definitely out of hand, you know, with these lyrics. And this, what is her name? Sukihana or Sukikana. I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly, you know. But this song that she has, Eating, you know, and I took my time to read the lyrics to that song. And I wouldn't suggest anybody else do that.
Real quick, I just want to say I got to go right quick, but I appreciate you guys having me, man. Enjoyed the panel, man. Peace to everybody. Love you all.
Louis, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Always welcome.
We appreciated you.
Appreciate
well,
you.
let me just finish this little point that I'm making. those lyrics were so disgusting. And I'm trying to figure out how did we get to this place where we have absolutely no problem expressing this out loud and in public?
I'll explain it to you.
I'm listening.
I will explain to you, but first, before I explain that to you and to the people, and I just suppose something, what I want to do is let Bolo get an opening statement in here, and then I'll make that explanation.
Wait, New Growth hasn't gone.
Oh, I forgot about New Growth. I'm sorry, man. You know what I mean? I just, no wonder the panel was kind of quiet. It was smooth. We didn't have no issues. Now I see why, because New Growth was being quiet. I see that now. Now, then we're going to go New Growth, and then we're going to go Bolo, because I believe both of those brothers going to have some very interesting comments about what we've been talking about. So New Growth, as always, by the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul, man, get your butt over there and subscribe to that brother right now. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to Mr. He Said, get on over there and subscribe to Mr. He Said, but we're going to get to all that later. New Growth.
Yeah. How y'all doing? Peace and love.
Peace and love, brother. What's going on with you, man?
Been practicing my Vaughn,
We all need to practice our Vaughn, man. Yeah, definitely.
Oh man, come on.
But, it's interesting, man. It's just so deep. Yeah. Sometimes the layers are so deep that, and sometimes we as in the now and older people, we can just look and say, hey, this, that's what we see in front of us. But I love music. And when I hear songs like Secret Lover and Mary Jane and Lay Your Head on My Pillow by Tony, which is an oral sex song if anybody ever paid attention to it. But they had they had more artistry with it now. They were more talented in my perspective. But this is nothing new, right? There's nothing new under the sun. So when we look at artists who say WAP or, Sweet Sticky Thing. What was that about? Were they talking about honey buns?
I mean,
donuts.
I see where you're going with it. Downtown sticks out to me particularly. SWV.
Right. So it's just like I think it, like we always said, I think it's the chicken and the egg theory. I think our music reflects the inner workings of our community, to a certain degree. Some of it now, you're going to have people that push it beyond the spectrum for dollars. But my favorite artist was, when I was growing up with Stevie Wonder, I would listen to my uncles and aunts play that. And then I didn't know what the part-time lover. I didn't know what that meant. We are undercover lovers. Like, that's adultery, right?
I think so.
I think I'm gonna see Vaughn. Vaughn is the connoisseur in your back.
What the hell is Vaughn has to do with this line?
Hey, I miss y'all, man. I especially miss Vaughn, man. So,
but definitely, I agree with what you're saying.
Vaughn, you want to tell us something?
But listen, you would have to admit that, I'd rather prefer a lyric to suggest something in a different way, and not be so perverse about it. Yes. When Stevie said we part-time lovers, right? Okay, so that was a situation. That's a reality. People are doing that, But he didn't make
it the reality too. Now I don't know how long you. No, I'm just.
now listen, but that's been a reality since the beginning of time.
Exactly.
But why do you have to coin it? Why do you have to coin it that way and point it out like that?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I get you on that. So
yeah,
it's something that brewed, like it started off, and I think that the industry has a lot to do with pushing. That's why they like to get them real young, to push them and push thresholds and make them do things that when they turn 30, they say, I'm kind of ashamed of that. I was listening to Capadonna. I don't know if y'all remember him from Wu-Tang. And he had this raunchy song with Old Dirty. And he was sitting back interviewing. He said, oh, man, I hate to hear that song because I was out of my mind the way I was talking about women. We were just, we was rich. We was getting money, drugs. And it was just like So, yeah, I think we look back on things. But I think at a certain point we had core values. Like y'all speak about KRS-One, right? But that era, you had the 5%ers on the corner. You had everybody. But also, that was one of the worst drug epidemics that crack era hit, man, and that music was kind of like a reflection on the positive side. But NWA said, man, it ain't looking that positive, so we gonna have to just tell it how it is, and it just our communities reflect in our music to a certain degree, I think.
I would agree with that, and I don't know. I just think that we're living in a time now where somebody needs to say something,
Right.
We need another Delores to step up, and be just as prominent about what she's saying or he's saying, because I believe that's the only direct way to change. Faith come by hearing and hearing by the word. You see what I'm saying? But if you're not hearing the word, or if you're not hearing the truth, how could you gravitate to a thing? And then, you will have a lot of rejection. People will reject it at times. I understand that. But something definitely needs to be said on a more higher scale, to try to reach some of these young people. Not that they're going to change now, but these lyrics are terrible, ladies and gentlemen. You see what I'm saying? And our kids are going to pick it up, because you can't really protect them from it. Even when they go to school, little Bobby's going to have his phone playing it in their ear. They're going to be subjected to it eventually.
Let me say this one last.
I want to say something after the
I
next
think
person
you mean
speaks.
you're going to have his iPhone.
Is that information, man?
Yeah, I have a lot to say.
I'm with you. I know we're gonna have some interesting comments, but we got to go in order, gentlemen. We got to go in order.
Clarence, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to ask something, no growth, and then I will need to go, unfortunately.
All right. Hurry up, Pagoda. Hurry up, because we got to get the ball
no
over.
growth. I didn't copy correctly your email address, so you can write it down in the comment.
Yes, sir. I got you. I'll put it in the back chat.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to go, Pagoda?
Yes, I need to go to the bathroom. Maybe I will come back later.
Thank you. Thank you for that
Copy
information.
this time correctly.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
All
sorry, nature calls. In any
All
case,
right.
guys, so, you know what? I'm sorry that I say this next to the lady here.
Yeah, that's what we try to tell you.
Sorry,
all right,
sorry,
well,
my
you
dear.
get it. You'll get it sooner or later. You'll get it. All right, man. We're gonna let you go ahead and go handle that. Right now, we're gonna move on to Bolo TV, and then straight over to information, man. All right, Bolo, do you have something you want to say to address this situation? Anything we've been talking about?
First, I want to say salutations to everybody. How's everyone doing?
Greetings.
So good, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Again, there's a few things that you guys said that were so awesome. Also, I think that we're afraid to when we say, we don't judge, we're afraid to judge. We're here to judge. We're not here to condemn. We're here to say right, wrong, indifferent, and be sympathetic and empathetic towards who we're pointing that finger at. But the thing about music is it needs no permission to penetrate your soul. That's the one thing that makes music dangerous, and this is why it is so infiltrated, right, and so highly controlled, because it doesn't need permission to penetrate your spirit. When we're looking at hip hop today, it's hurt music. It's really hurt music. You have a lot of these men and women that are, they have no self-value, and I believe it was Mr. He said was talking about it, or one of the gentlemen. They're portraying what they're pushing out what what society deems this is important. There's no self-worth. There's no accountability, no integrity, no character, no direction. When you listen to the music that's being pushed out, there's a lot of depression in the music, because when you're looking at putting your self wealth in things that you can acquire, cars, homes, even money and all that stuff. Once those things are taken away from you, then where's your self-worth? You have none, right? So again, I think it was Vaughn where it has to start with talking about who you are, giving them something to understand and look into the mirror and love what's staring back at them. And then only then will they understand that what they're saying and what they're pushing out is garbage. Until then, it's going to continue, because this feeling of them feeling good is temporal. It's not something that, we're supposed to, when the scriptures tell you love your brother like you love yourself, love is supposed to start with you first before I love my brother. I got to know what love feels within me so that I then can give that to my brother or give that to my sister. These men and women don't love themselves. They push out sex, they push out drugs, they push out money, they push out all these different things. That's not self-love. That's not self-love. That's not talking about the community, So that's what I got so far.
All right, big brother. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, man. Mr. Information Man, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Great discussion you all are having today. I wanted to, I want to say peace and love to everybody on the panel.
Yes, sir.
I want to say a couple of things. Some people won't like what I say. Some people will like what I say. First of all, I want to say that this form of music today, as we call hip hop or rap, we have forgotten that rap music or hip hop is supposed to have 5 elements. There's 5 elements, and none of this music today represents those 5 elements. Remember, you had the graffiti artists, you had the music, clothing, you had, of course, the MCs. These are not real MCs today. And I would go as far to say that what they're doing does not represent Black culture. We have done a disservice to our communities, not you on the panel, but I'm saying in general, and to our children and to the world by saying that this is part of Black culture. Now, I'm going to say it and say it as it was said in the past. What we're seeing is Sambo and Gumbo culture. If you go back and look at the history of who betrayed us, we think that it was Uncle Tom, who Uncle Tom actually gave up his life to keep letting the slaver know where we were escaping to, right? It was actually the Sambo and Gumbo effect. These rappers who trash our women, trash our culture, betray things, everything is about taking someone's life. This is nothing but Sambo and Gumbo culture, and they are being paid for to do so. Now, some of you might have heard there were rumors that back in the day that there was a meeting in Los Angeles, California, where they begin to figure out how can we disrupt this music. Well, you know that you can pay a Black person throughout history. There are Black people that will sell us out down the road for some trinkets, some dollars. It has happened historically. When you look at rap music, I go all the way back to this genre, to the late 70s. I used to break dance, strut, and all those sort of things. You look at someone like Parrish. How did he Parrish in Public Enemy, X-Clan? These were groups, and you all know this, that enlightened our people, uplifted us. A lot of times they would say things like, "Look east, my brother." Remember, most people at that time when they were rapping, it was party music. It was having a good time because you had the depression and the drugs that were happening in the 70s, and people needed a way to release the stress of what was happening. And then you had people saying, "My brothers and my sister," in the music, right? And Grandmaster Flash gave us a breakdown of, what was happening in the streets. But when you look at the music today, it's pushing destruction. And as gangster rap took over, you had the DJs and the radio stations and the record labels who no longer saw value in Public Enemy, X-Clan, or someone like Parrish, who was from Oakland. This is a guy who had roots to the Black Panthers. His family did, at least. And Parrish came out and said in Oakland that he couldn't get any airplay. They won't play him. So it was a planned orchestration to push the negative energy in music. But we have to be honest and look at ourselves as Black people and say, we have to look at ourselves and hold ourselves accountable. Why do we allow our kids to be inundated by this stuff when we allow them to have cell phones? They spend more time on their cell phones and social media than they actually are spending talking to actual real family members and having real dialogue. How can we change this narrative? And that narrative is that we have to understand that this is not Black culture. If you go back and look at Black people, whether it be jazz music, African drumming, if you look at our history, historically, coming out of the continent to here, and even those who feel that, hey, this is where we come from, none of the things that we were doing in the past reflects what they're doing today. Of course, you've always had dancing and people that were doing things outside the box, but this doesn't really reflect our culture. Look at how Black people dressed in the past. Suits, suited and booted. Women were very elegant in the way they carried themselves. Men wore hats, suits. Men had a certain style about themselves. People had dinner at home at the table to talk to their parents. A lot of these kids I don't know how many of you have seen this. They're having dinner at home without even talking to their parents because they're sitting in one room and you sitting in a goddamn another room. There's a disconnect, and now the music and their peers become what they follow. So what I do as a way to combat this is I do personally right now is that I work with youth, my organization, we work with youth and we try to get them into the skilled trades, get them paired up with a brother who's doing something in a career that they're interested in, mentor them, follow them through school, let them see a different path. So if you want to see change, it starts with us first here with our own kids, first of all, our own children, because that's who you have responsibility over. And it also changes through what we do in our communities, through our organizations or groups of men or women that are mentoring young ladies and men. I've had the pleasure, and I'm going to be doing it again, of interviewing a young man and many others who are doing some incredible things. A lot of our youth are doing incredible things, but it doesn't get highlighted. We highlight the negative. Delores Tucker was necessary. When I was at that time, I didn't like Delores Tucker, and I think Joe Madison was involved with her with that whole movement.
Man.
I didn't like them because you know why? Because we were young and dumb.
Right.
And we thought we knew everything. Excuse my language here. We thought we knew everything. But now when I look back, Clarence, and I say, wow, Delores was 100% right.
100% right, man.
Look what's happening to what music is doing to our youth today. So we need a Delores Tucker, but we need people on the ground level to do the work. I'm not expecting a celebrity or some well-known person. It could help maybe, but it has to come from us on the ground level, starting with our own families. That's the way I see it. Now, music is a beautiful thing. I grew up playing the violin since the time I was 10 years old, took private lessons, the whole 9 yards. I have musicians in my family. But I'm going to say something people are not going to like. I think that music, Black people singing and dancing comes a dime a dozen. We need our kids to be doing more than singing and dancing. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm tired of every time you turn on TV or any of these things, seeing the same old thing. Singing and dancing, singing and dancing. Do you know that goes all the way back to the minstrel shows? They've always wanted us to see us singing and dancing and playing ball all the way back. So I think our kids, personally, nothing wrong with singing, but I think we need to focus our kids more on the skill trades, the STEM, the sciences, because that's where this world is going. Okay, nobody really cares about singing and dancing. That comes a dime a dozen. You can find that any way you want. But our kids need to be focused on those areas. And I want y'all to check this, look into this. There's a program out of Oakland, California called what is it? It's called damn it. It's I'm getting a fart brain here now. It's a science program where you have Black people, young Black people out of Oakland and it's spreading across the country that are involved in building technology for the future. And that's where I think we need to be focusing on. So I wish I could remember. I'm gonna end there, but I wish I could remember the name of that program because I want everybody. It'll come to me. But I think that's where we need to put our energies and basically, explain. I mean, let me just ask this question: how many of you, either it be your own kids or family members, have sat down and asked them young people questions about why do you like this type of music? What does it do for you, and what's the benefit?
Ask that question again. I'm sorry.
My thoughts is that it's always a good idea to ask those either that you loved ones, your own kids, or those young youth that you have connections with. Why do you enjoy listening to this music? What's the benefit of this type of rap music to you? What's the value of it? Right?
Right.
Why is it that? Because we have to understand. I think someone said this. There's a reason. There's a way that we have to get to our youth, and we do have to get to them at the level that they are. Right? If you come in there and just say, "I'm the adult," and you have to go to them at the level of where they are and understand what is it about the music that sinks them in. And the other brother made a good point. Because as he said before, he said, the brother that was on earlier, Bobo, said that music is the only thing that can enter your self-conscious mind without your permission. It's powerful. And for those of you on the panel that are they're spiritual. You believe in the Bible. Remember, what was the gift that the devil had, that Satan had? One of his gifts was music.
That's right.
Okay, y'all. And
That's
I'll
right.
end there. I'll rest I'll rest there.
But you got to remember that gift was given by someone. You got something, so it came from. You got it as a gift. He's not the owner of it. He's not the controller of it. Because if you think about it, what has sustained our people in this country is our music. I mean, we use the music to escape, right? We've used the music to move the civil rights movement.
Agreed.
We didn't ask your grandparents or your parents, what did they like about Get On Up or I'm Black and I'm Proud? So that
Right.
I take, I mean, no offense to you, brother. I know what you're trying to say, but I take serious offense with we need to get away from the music.
No,
the music is our
okay.
background.
May I clarify something?
Yeah. Let me just finish this though.
Okay.
The
thank
music is our background. This
Mhm.
music is one of the biggest exports that America has. It's one of the biggest exports. So
Mhm.
it's plenty of money in it, right? But it's being used and abused. You was talking about a meeting, but it's a thing called the Harvard Report, when like Clive Davis and all these big time record labels got together and said, what can we do to stop the Buddha records like Curtis Mayfield and the Sam Cooks?
Right.
Because we want to control the music, because that music was pushing us to freedom. See, that was the soundtrack to our freedom, right?
Agreed.
So
Right.
when we don't, and when you listen to Public Enemy, when he said, I got a letter from the government, that pushed us to a certain, so they have learned how to take that music and push us to a certain place,
Right.
Negatively. So
Right.
it's not the music. The music is the drum beat. That's the heart of us as a people, I believe. That's
Right.
something.
But what
in
I'm
my
trying to
opinion-
say, brother,
Go ahead.
what I'm trying to say is the music is important, but the way the music is today, see, what you're saying is when the music was teaching us something, when you, right? The music at that time in the past was uplifting Black people, but the music that we're listening to today is not what we were listening to in yesterday's. This music today, in terms of rap music, see, I'm touching on this area. Rap music is 50 years old, they say, right? But 30 years of that music has been mostly gangster rap and deterrent type of music, bad music. Out of those 50 years, most of it's been garbage, right? Remember when rap music first came out, most of the rappers did their music videos on college campuses. Do you know that there was an increase in people going to historical colleges because they saw these individuals on these colleges showing the college life, and it inspired Black people at that time? But what did they do? You were right. They wanted to disrupt the music, the drum beat, right? That drum beat that comes from Africa, that was waking us up. Remember I had said earlier, remember when brothers would say, what's going on, Black man? What's going on, sister? Go the East. You had the medallions that people were wearing. We were on a whole nother positive level. You didn't hear all this N-word stuff. And I even remember coming up, if you said the N-word at that time, dudes will look at you and say, you need to correct that immediately. Don't use that word around me. But now, what do we see in the music? So music is important. I agree with you. But in the state that it is now, unless there's a young man and young lady out there that can break through with the positive stuff, I'm basically saying is there's some other areas that our youth need to gravitate towards to build themselves up, because this music as it is now, they only want you to go out there and act a fool to make sales and to produce. Music is, you're talking about the hymns. Remember the hymns when Black people were on slave plantations? A lot of the hymns that we grew up listening to were messages on how to escape, right? The hymns that were being sung.
Getting to that, I was
spiritual
just getting
stuff,
ready to get
right?
to that. Yes.
So I agree with you. Historically, music has built our community, but unfortunately, my dear brother, what is being put out there today is not building our community at all right now. And that's why I feel that what's going on right now is dangerous for us unless we get back to what you were just talking about. But our kids got their heads in these damn cell phones, and this is what they're listening to. We have to understand, why are they listening to it? Why are they turned on by it? Why is it sustaining them? Is it a example of our failure as an older adult people? Because we gotta take some accountability on this too. We have failed too, because we and some of us, I'm not saying any of you on here, so don't take this wrong, but in some way in our communities, we have also failed because this has become more romantic to them than our true essence and principles. Unfortunately,
I'm going to address that, Mr.
And I'll rest there. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. We just got to pass the mic around. All right. Okay, Vaughn, you asked a question earlier. I got to address this because I want everybody else to be able to have a turn to speak. But you asked a question, and I told you I was going to answer later. Now, what was that question? I forgot to write it down. Dog. You remember that question you asked me, Vaughn? You didn't ask me directly.
Brother, you already know that, I didn't take my ginkgo today. So, unless you could rewind. Listen, I asked a lot of questions, Brother Clarence.
Why do they have to be so overt, right? Okay, I think that was the question. Why in today's music do they have to be so overt, right? And
so perverted? Did I use the word perverted?
You use perverted, but I'm going to use the word overt, right?
What's the difference? What's the problem?
Well, the difference is that many songs sung about sexuality and conflicting ideologies, definitely sung about these things, right? But in a way that was not overt. It was covert.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get you.
It was covert. Like Prince, whole first album was about nothing but sex, right? Her first two albums, rather, nothing just about sex, right? So, but it was done in a way where if a little kid was listening to it, you wouldn't like. I didn't realize a lot of that stuff till I was older. Man, you listen to that? This was soft and what I was talking about, right? I thought he was talking about a car, right? So, but he's talking about sex, right? So, I'm explaining that the reason why it's like that is because we've been socialized. We, especially as men, been socialized to that the end goal of almost everything we're doing is sex. That's the end goal for almost everything. And you didn't even realize it was happening to you, right? You saw Pepe Le Pew. He was out there, right? Somebody like that today would be called an arpist and a stalker, right? But we looked at Pepe Le Pew and we thought, oh, that's just funny. That's a cartoon. But stuff like that. We were being subtly socialized to be okay with chasing a woman and at any cost, at doing whatever we got to do to get to her, right? And so by the time you get to a certain age, now public triggers can be given to you to make you go and do certain different things and have you caught up, not you personally, but I'm just saying us caught up as men. And so that is kind of how we got to this point. And so the music industry, in my opinion, and not only the music industry, television as well, been used as those things to have help trigger us and socialize us to be a degenerative type of people where because like I forgot who I don't know if it was Diamond X or one of the persons on the last stream was saying that they have to create the problem first and then sell you the solution, right? So your problem now is that you want too much sex. Okay, well let's bring you into the counseling. Let's bring you into therapy. Let's give you this pill because you overreact. You got too much testosterone. You got too little testosterone. Whatever. We got all these solutions for all of these different problems that you got, right? And instead of creating an environment where the body can be the one that's doing the healing, right? Our bodies can actually heal themselves in the right environment, but the right environment has to take place, right? You have to be in the right environments. So, but they will not allow the right environment to happen because it's a constant hitting you. You got a problem. You don't have the right cell phone. You don't have the right car. You don't have the right house. You don't have the right wife. You don't have the right husband. You don't have the right job. You don't have the right money, bank account. You don't have the right clothes. You don't have to, it's always a problem. It's always a problem that they always try to get you to fix it, right? Your kids ain't in the right school. You know, it's constant. Meanwhile, they got us as the adults focused on all of those things that can come in and go to the kids and tell the kids, man. Now, you know who's the man is? The man is the pimp, not your father. Your father's a sucker because he's married to this one lady. You need to be a pimp. A pimp got all the ladies, right? That's more, and we've been taught that that's more valuable than having one good woman. 30 sexual exploits is better than having one good woman. So I'm just saying that we've been socialized to all of this stuff. Now, that was my answer to that question. Now, anybody else? Well, before we do that, before we let anybody else answer, let's bring Brother Watkins. Let's bring Brother Watkins in because he may have something of so much value to drop on us, and we might miss it if we let it sit on it too long. Brother Watkins, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, management. Hey, brother.
What's going on, sir? What's happening? Good to see you, man.
I don't want to have any conflict, but y'all talking about hip hop. Everybody act like it's bad. I just want to stand up for hip hop for one time. 50th anniversary. We just got Tupac's Killer. It's all up now. We going up. Oh, no, I thought that was funny. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're like, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know about the up part, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just monologue for 2 minutes, I guess.
Go ahead, brother.
Hip hop is the best thing ever happened to me. I remember the first hip hop song I heard was Rapping Dude. And it was a John Wayne.
Yeah.
And I love that song. Double Dutch Buzz and all that stuff. And I don't know, just it and I go to this topic. I apologize. See, Delores Tucker, she was right, but we were kids. I mean, everybody, it's an expression of youth. Music is an expression of youth. And the more lines you keep going over, the more people want to take the line over, See, Delores Tucker was right, but I don't think Gangsta Rap was that long of a span. No, the man left. I heard him say 30 years of Gangsta Rap. I think it was like 6 years, from like 88 to 92. And I might have the numbers wrong. But I just didn't. It just sounded like y'all was talking about get off my lawn because of music. And I enjoy it. I love Cardi B. I love the WAP video. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I watch it sometimes just for fun. But
okay. Anybody want to address Brother Watkins on any of that?
The thing about that is I don't mind the WAP video. I don't mind expression, right? That's cool. Like the Mary Jane girl used to be. My mom wouldn't let me watch them. My favorite person was Vanity.
Vanity 6.
And that was she went from Purple Rain. I forgot what but she was. I was in love with her as a young boy, but it was certain things that I I didn't have privy to. But in our society now, like y'all said, with the cell phones and all of these, and they playing because if y'all remember, NWA would not get played on the radio. They were strictly forbidden from playing that stuff, cursing, and that was out of the.
Well, they would make radio cuts and play them out here in L.A.
Oh, like Express Yourself.
Yeah, there was radio cuts in the East Coast too.
Like what? NWA, Express Yourself.
I mean, again, we heard all of that stuff too, but it's just certain people weren't in line with it. For me to encapsulate it real quick, I would just say it's like a plate of food, y'all. In our day, we had NWA, we had the Ghetto Boys, we had Bone Thugs, but we also had Tribe Called Quest. We also had De La Soul. So you had your meat, but you also had vegetables too. When you needed to get healthy, you could eat your vegetables. Now it's just like steak and chicken and shrimp and salmon, and it's all manufactured food. None of it's actually real or organic. So they are just having a horrible diet. You shouldn't have to seek out vegetables. It's like living in a food desert. I shouldn't have to tell them about J. Cole. I shouldn't have to tell them about Rhapsody. No one knows about Rhapsody. She's better than the boys. But no one knows about her because she has a conscious mindset. So again, you shouldn't have to seek these things out because you start to live in a food desert and you'll begin to die. And music is no different. That, they perpetuate and push all of this negative music and give you nothing to balance it out with, vitamins and minerals.
Agreed. No,
Yeah, you know what? Oh, finish New Growth. I'm sorry.
no, that wasn't New Growth. That was me. As if you didn't know, but you was
No,
just
no, he was no, he was he was talking
See, when Brother
first.
Watkins comes up here now, you just like steamrolling, you just stomping all over Brother C. I got you. I got you. All right. No, sis,
No,
go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
will you finish New Growth? I know you were making a
Oh,
point
New
about
Growth was
something.
talking. He was for real talking. Okay.
Okay.
No. I'm finished. I'm finished. I was just saying that you know, the today's society where our kids can just go on YouTube and watch the WAP video 30 times a day. When I was younger, they had stickers. I wasn't privy, kind of like, you know, like the old schooler. Y'all had the records. Y'all had the Red Fox records. Y'all just couldn't get. That was for the older people. You know, certain things that was capsulated. Even with the little, you know, I'm not gonna be too graphic, but the magazines, you know, your uncles had those were hidden, you know, but now it's just in your face. There's no buffer zone. And that's a very dangerous aspect of our society now. Because think about it, your kids can go on their phone if you're not paying attention to it and watch everything, pornography, everything, anything. They can listen to every song. Like I was so shocked because my favorite rapper was Big Daddy Kane. But when I bought his album and you know it didn't have no sticker on it, so my mom let me have it. But he had a song on there, Anything Goes When It Comes to Hoes, cause pimping ain't easy. I was like, oh my God. Right? I never heard that before, right? So I rewinded and rewind. That's when I got introduced to that. Like, so usually our parents and our society kept us in a capsule. I don't think there's nothing wrong with expressing WAP or what, but you can't give it to our babies. You can't play it on the radio 60 times a day. Us as parents, we can't play that in the car when we have our kids in it.
Man.
That pisses me off the worst when I see that down here in Atlanta. They just bumping in the kid, rocking with it. And like Bolo said, it's coming in their system and their life. And that pisses me off. But yeah, we're going to express ourselves.
I
Go
know
ahead,
that
Sister Annie.
so I danced in school. So I'm really big on like music. But I will tell y'all there's some music that I dance to just for the producers get me in trouble a lot. Cause like I'll be liking the beat. And then like when I'm dancing, I'm thinking, oh Lord, they just said all of that. So I try to do the clean version. But now what I would say is like even you think about like scripture, there's a lot of pastors that don't really like to talk about Song of Solomon. You know, there's some things that I don't want to run away from, like hearing how creative someone is in articulating certain things about life, like natural things in life. And, you know, I'm not a big person on violence, but well, not but. I mean, I think Ice Cube has one of the best diss raps ever. You know what I'm saying? So like
No
it's kind of
Vaseline.
sometimes it's like it's challenging to I definitely believe that there should not be the access should be limited. I just, you know, I'm just being honest that there's a part of me that enjoys some of the things that I know that I can only listen to listen to in the privacy of my home. I think that it can be very I don't like hearing whenever I'm around kids, I always do clean version. But I say clean version because sometimes I may be listening to you can listen to some stuff on like the radio and you're like, wait, did they just say that? So it's like some things I can't even avoid, even if I'm doing the radio. So I try to, you know, listen to stuff on the YouTube and say clean version just to make sure. Because some songs that you know teenagers like, you don't even know what you're gonna hear. So I don't know what the balance of that is. I don't think to totally strip things away, but there definitely has to be some kind of balance and definitely teaching because sometimes that like so say like some parents they may not want to have certain conversations with their kids, their children, and they don't want to have conversations. So how do they find out? They hear it from their you know their classmates, or they hear it from another adult, or they hear it from the radio, and they don't handle that lesson the same way that you would as a parent, a responsible parent. So I don't know what the balance is. I know that it's definitely very much off. It's a lot of music that I don't even listen to because it can just sink into. There's some I like Caribbean music too. There's some songs that I would listen to, like reggae songs, And people have had to like educate me on what things they were actually saying. I'm like, oh man, I can't listen to that anymore. You know, so I don't know what the balance is, but I don't think to totally wipe out certain music. It's some music that's just not pleasing to me, and I choose to not listen to it. So that's all I had to say.
All right, y'all. Y'all see the question I put out there. You know, man, what song did you hear? The rap song, because I got to get back to Brother Watkins. I got to challenge him on something. But what song did you hear, you know, that you said, man, this is a real thing. This ain't no trend. This is a real genre. This thing is working. This is it, man. You know, you either wanted to be involved in music or listen more, or you know, you was gravitating away from the R&B to the rap. What was that song? Now, if I already put in the chat, for me, I remember it was 1987. I was working in Foot Locker in the Carson Mall. Shout out to Carson Mall. And Microphone Theme came on the radio because there was a rap station. There was only one rap station at that time, and it was 1580 KDAY out here in LA, right?
The originators.
Yeah, and that's how come NWA got a lot of their music played, because they were real tight with one of the DJs up there, Russ Parr. Now Russ Parr is down in Houston, I believe now, but at the time he was like the biggest rap DJ down here in LA, and he was on K-Day, and so he got a lot of their stuff through. He just said, "Hey, look, you got to do a radio edit," but he would play it, and their stuff got played in the rotation heavy out here. But also the New York stuff as well, right? Because basically at that time it was just the New York stuff and the LA stuff. The other stuff didn't start coming through till probably a year or two later, right? But I heard Microphone Theme by Rakim, Eric B. and Rakim rather, and I just lost my mind, man. I was getting ready to quit. I said, man, I can't believe people actually could put music like this together. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, this is great. I want to do this, right?
Right.
All right. So I'm asking y'all real quick, what is the rap record that you heard that let you know, yeah, this is for real, man?
MC Light, Paper Thin.
Paper Thin. Yeah, Paper Thin.
She had
All right.
perfect voice, man, for a female. She was incredible.
Yes,
Still is.
Was.
Anybody
for
else?
me, it was White Lines. I'm from Brooklyn. The people who y'all mentioning, Big Daddy Kane, MC Light, like I was cultivated in that garden, and Melly Mel too. He's from Bed-Stuy as well. And when he did White Lines about cocaine, about how detrimental it is to our society, to our community, to our families, I was hooked. I was 9 years old. It was 83, and I knew from then that this could be used for good, and I was hooked.
Something like a phenomena. Something like a phenomena. All right, who else? Anybody
Well,
else?
I would say this one, and it's because of the way that the brothers was talking about the young ladies and calling them bitches and all of these different things. And when Queen Latifah came out with that song, who you calling a bitch? You see what I'm saying? That was definitely the first time that I said, wow. You see what I'm saying? So, well, that did it for me. So just saying.
Yeah, I remember that song. Woo.
And it was a good thing, because at the time I felt like women should have stood up and say, hey, hold on, brother.
Yeah.
Everybody, you don't refer to me that way. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, definitely. I think if more of the women rappers did that, I think that would cool a lot of that off. But unfortunately, there ain't no music there ain't no money in standing up for that kind of stuff. So that's the unfortunate part, because they out there trying to make money. That's their number one goal. Anybody else before I get to Brother Watkins, because I got to challenge
the first one I heard was Run DMC. It's like that. It's like that. And
it's
that's
like that. That's the way it is.
But when I heard, y'all can call me corny all you want, but when I heard Parents Just Don't Understand, and the way he told the story and just was, I said this. Then he came back with brand new funk. Don't get me started. But
yeah.
People sleep on Will Smith, man. That dude was nice.
Can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me? That's me.
Who's that? Who's that? Somebody from Arizona? Who's that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yes,
I'm actually. I hopefully you can't hear too much of my background, but I already said mine earlier. The moment I heard Sugar Hill Gang, I knew that rap was here to stay. The moment I heard the hip hop, the hip hop, and you don't stop rocking to the bang bang, but I knew it was here to stay.
That was a good one too. That was.
And you know what? Also, Heavy D. You know, I liked his music.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have a lot of negative stuff going on. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all. Not at all.
It was basically, you know, let's have a good time, dance, and
I think
you see what I'm saying?
I think the whole environment was like that, Vaughn. You know, man, like most of the rappers were doing it like that until like the NWAs came out. I mean, they had the I forgot the name of the guy that was in New York, but he was doing little raps, little dirty raps like that. But I mean, he was just him by himself. He wasn't really, you know, and he wasn't getting no airplay. But I mean,
rap.
Spoony G.
Spoony G. Yeah. That, so you know, he was doing little stuff like that, but it wasn't like and then you had Too Short out here, but they weren't really getting heavy airplay. You know what I mean? So when the new NWA came out, that's when all of that opened up. Now I'm gonna throw an extra one out there. I'm gonna throw a bonus one out there for y'all, if y'all even remember it. I mean, microphone fit. I mean, Rakim was just, I was just like, I was blown away by that dude's first two albums. I was just blown away. Anyway, Curtis Blow, the Christmas rap.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man! When I heard that, I was like, "What? What? People actually can have a career doing this?" I was like, "What? Wow, man!" All right. So anyway, let me.
Brother Clarence, who did the one Broken Glass Everywhere? People pissing on the stairs. You know, they just don't care.
That's Grandmaster. That was Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5.
Yeah, I like them too. Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5. Yeah, man.
That's the best one, Vaughn. I look, Vaughn pull one out.
Yeah, man. The message. Good song. Great song. Great song. Okay, yeah, we got to keep it moving because I want you guys all to be able to chime in on a lot of different stuff we're going to get to, man. A couple different things we got to get to. But first thing I want to challenge Brother Watkins on, since he's a WAP man, him and
Brother Clarence, can I say
what's the lady's name we just got done talking about?
Cardi B?
Yeah. Huh?
Cardi B?
No, she's a politician. What's her name? God, Maxine Waters. You and Maxine Waters, Brother Watkins, think that the WAP song is great.
Hold on, I'll go to that. Let me just say a couple things. I wrote them down.
Yeah.
All right.
Rakim, you know Rakim got an Audible book, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a good book.
It was really good. I recommend it to you, sir. Russ Parr was a good DJ.
Definitely.
And the
Bobby Jimmy.
I'm sorry?
Bobby Jimmy. That was his alter ego out here. He would do records out here. Y'all want to really laugh? Go get Russ Parr, who is alter ego is Bobby Jimmy. Listen to his song New York Rappers and go listen to his song Roaches.
It was a parody of Rumors.
Yeah. He was like the black Weird Al Yankovic. He would do them songs like that, right? So they made a song called L.A. Rappers in New York, and so he made a song called New York Rappers. It's just as funny, man. It's funny. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Brother Watkins. Please continue.
And that, so you want me to defend my position about why I like WAP?
Well, I wanted to ask you some questions about that, if you don't mind, because I think a lot of people feel the same way you do, right? Especially one of our elected officials, Miss Maxine Waters, right? Who, first of all, she was with the whole "let's don't exploit the women," and now she's in the WAP camp, right? So now let me ask you a question, brother. Do you think that type of song is being allowed? In other words, not being restricted to just adults. Do you think is that okay with you? or do you have any issue with that?
It shouldn't be anybody under the age of 18. No, I don't think should be listening to it, but I don't control that. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to get your position on that. Okay. So now, so we all agreed that then it should be just adults listen to that. Okay. Now we're talking about adults, right? People over the age of 18, right? Do you think that this song represents them, the women, particularly Black women, in a light that would promote respect and well-being to them?
It's funny. I just thought, do I want to put on tape do I want to be on tape defending the WAP song?
You can always decline, man. You can always decline.
Like,
I'll answer that later, Brother Clarence.
How many steps do I want to
You
go?
have to think about that, right?
And I'm not trying to particularly address you, brother, because I just know a lot of people think the same way, and so that this is part of what we're trying to talk about. With Delores Tucker was trying to get this point across, and she wasn't saying that the music was bad. She was just saying it should be reserved for a certain group of people, and so that's I'm trying to get you or get your version or your opinion, because I know it represents other people's opinion. So don't think I'm just talking to just you, brother.
I think Uncle Luke was the nastiest person in the world, but I enjoyed Uncle Luke when I came up. Like I was 16, 17, 18. It was that 5-year period again. You know, you grew up with it. You got it in your system and you got it out your system. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Nobody, it was hard to get Uncle Luke, but you could get Uncle Luke. And like, no offense, I don't want to say none of the lyrics. I don't want to mess you up. But, you know, everybody knows how blatant it was. It wasn't
Yeah, hey, we want some. Yeah, I got you.
Nasty. So in that same vein, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion did the same thing that Uncle Luke was doing. So how can I look at that and say, oh, these ladies wrong to do what they're doing? It's a stripper song.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, brother, I think what we're saying is, like you said, it was harder to get Luke stuff, right? You had to know somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody who had an older brother or something who was able to buy it, right? Or whatever, right? And so, but today they can just go on the internet and type it in, bam, right? And they got it right there, and they can listen to it 100 times, and they can make the mistake. Well, I feel it's a mistake. This is my opinion, and you can ask anybody else on the panel, and all of the rest of you guys can. And I would like you to chime in on this, because I don't want to just have Brother Watkins on the hot seat. But I don't believe that song promotes power in women. But if you do, can you explain how it would empower them?
Well, I don't want to stand on that. I don't go. Nah.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't run now, brother. Don't run now. Come on. Come with it. Come with it.
Not empowering anybody. It was a stripper song. It was strippers in the video. Like, if you remember the video, at the end, it was 5 famous strippers. It's a stripper song. I don't know if it was empowering people, but it helped their pocket. It did what they needed to
Can't
do.
deny that. That's definitely true. Let me go around the room, Brother Watkins. Thank you, man, for sitting on the hot seat for me. Does anybody else up here think that WAP is that song, or a song like that, is empowering to women? And if so, why? And can you explain your position on that?
All right. Let me try to help you, Mr. Watkins.
I gotta go right quick.
I think what Mr. Watkins may think, or how it could be empowering, is, forgive me, y'all, that it could be making women aware that their ability to lubricate is something that can tantalize men, and that could have them to do certain things.
Okay, y'all. Let me stop her right here.
Oh.
Let me stop her right here.
Thank you, brother.
I'm gonna do this quick prayer for her. I'm gonna do a quick prayer for her.
I was gonna jump on that. I was gonna jump on
Sister Eddie for this tart of lunacy, this lunacy that you got going on. Please, Lord.
God.
I'm just playing, sis. Go ahead, please finish your thought. I'm just kidding.
Hey, sir, hey, Mr. Brother Clarence, and I gotta get ready to go. My boss just came home.
Okay, yes, sir.
I appreciate it though, but
thank you as always.
Square.
Good to see you, brother.
You have a good day, sir.
Hey, man, you have a good day, brother. Appreciate you. And I still remember that fish dinner. I got you, brother. I got you.
LA, sir. I'm definitely gonna come back.
Whenever you're ready, brother. Whenever
Don't
you let me
listen
know
to
when
Wop.
you're
LA
in the
soon,
neighborhood.
sir. Playing with me.
I'm not. Whenever you let me know when you're in the neighborhood. I got that $10 right to the side, so I ain't even spending it. All right, brother. Thank you, brother Watkins. Appreciate you, brother. Be safe out there. All right.
Now back to NA. Back to NA. No, I'm just
I was just trying to help Mr. Watkins. Then he leave. Oh Lord.
Yeah, he left. He left. You left you to stand on there. He left you to stand out here by yourself,
There you
girl.
go. See?
You left you to stand out here by yourself.
Oh man.
But okay, we listen to you, sis. We listen to you. You trying to make lemonade out of lemons?
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead and
we gonna
explain
listen
that,
to
NA. Yeah, explain that, NA. Please explain that.
Help him with it. That's not a song that. It's not that I haven't heard it.
But is it empowering? Is it empowering women?
Yeah, Maxine Waters says it's empowering. You know what? Let me go get Maxine Waters. Let me go get her right now.
I'm trying to figure out the empowering part. How does that empower you? I don't get it, but go ahead, NA. I'm listening.
I mean, I'm saying that there's some women that feel like understanding their body and what they're able to have people do for them for their body, that is empowering to them. I'm not saying that's a good perspective. That's like in the same way, if somebody thinks, oh, I got all this money, so now I have power, or now I get to treat people any way that I want to them, that is empowering. Somebody that has weapons or has a lot of females, they see that as empowering. I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with their perspective of how that is empowering, but I see that people that have that thought process could see that as empowering.
Is that empowering, Sister Annie, or is that a must?
Or is it a what?
A must, or expected, right?
Well, I mean, here's the reality, right? So like when you do lay with someone that is very creative, flexible, and good, they get a lot of attention, or they're spoken of a lot, or spoken of highly, or that's the desire of whoever it is that they're sleeping with. So someone that can maybe master some skills sexually. Oh, y'all really making me dig myself in here.
Okay.
Thanks
So
a
now
lot.
let me okay, well, hold on. Let me just jump in here real quick.
Help me,
Because
please.
some things are just improper. Wait. Let me just jump in real quick. Some things are just improper. You see what I'm saying? Some things just shouldn't be done. Now, if you were to write a song about feminine napkins, you see what I'm saying? And what it looks like on a heavy day, and you want to make a whole video about that and be very vivid about it. You see what I'm saying? Some things don't need to be shared. Some things are personal.
But scripture does it.
Personal.
Scripture
You know what
does
I'm
it. In Song of Solomon, he talks about her breasts. He does it in a creative way. They talk about
no. Now maybe you're taking what I'm saying incorrectly.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that these things are not issues that don't need to be discussed, but it's how you present the information. Do you see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
You don't have to be demeaning, or nasty about how you present a thing. You see what I'm saying? And so when you look at the video, of WAP, which I have a few times, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not ignorant.
I think it's more than a few, y'all. I think it's more than a few, y'all.
Well, let me just say, I'm not ignorant to the fact of how it was expressed. Do you see what I'm saying? Two women rubbing up on each other, and it's inappropriate. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm saying? Now you could fix it any type of way you want and say, hey, it's an expression of love. It's an expression of who we are as women. That's not a good way to, personally, I wouldn't suggest my son go after a woman like that wants to express herself that way in public. But that's just me talking.
You're right.
All right. Wait a minute, y'all. Sister Annie, do you want to tag Risa in now?
I got to tag her in. Risa,
You
get me.
want to tag Risa in right now? Okay, let's tag Risa in real quick.
Okay, now, let's bring this back home. Now, the question, empowering. I believe what her and the brother were both trying to say. I'm just gonna have to say it. Empowering if you are in a certain business and you are taking notes to sell your WAP. So I kind of think that's how, they were trying to tie it together. Now, inappropriate, I feel like, yes, it is only my opinion. I see people in the chat. Nobody shaming y'all for whopping it out. I watched it one time. I came from the age of go get it. I'm from Luke, okay? So I understand. But I think when Indy tried to throw the lifeline, that's where stuff got a little conflated and whatever. But I don't think she's standing up and saying it's empowering. But I can kind of see where he was wanting to say it was empowering. He just didn't want to say it. But we all know that sex does sell. It's been like that since brothels. It's going to continue to be like that. So, and we all know the way that the industry decided that they were going to take it. You know what I'm saying? So we all know this. So, yeah, both of them got a valid point. My mic is mute.
And I would agree. I would agree with that. Sex sells. We that's evident. We know that. We know that sex sells. But the point that I'm making is, in regards to that, is why put yourself out there that way? Why put yourself out there in the position to look promiscuous? And what man wants a promiscuous woman? Wait, let me just say this. What man wants a promiscuous woman like that? You see what I'm saying?
Can I make a comment next when you guys are done speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, let me just say this one thing. Okay, so gracious, this is a rough one right here. Okay, let me just say, let me ask this. Are y'all saying that y'all don't believe that a woman that understands the power of, oh gosh, there's no other way for me to say it, that doesn't understand the power of
the coochie
control and lubrication,
power of the coochie,
that is not empowering in
I get you.
You see
I
what
get what you're
you
saying.
said.
No, I get what you're saying, sister. I do get what you're saying. It's just, why put it on display like that? What is empowering about doing that?
But that's like a challenge to me. I mean, my mind thinks so. That's not empowering. That's like you're combating the man who said, I got a 12-inch this and blah blah blah. You're challenging that man. So it's a power dynamic there. It's a challenge. Because he said, okay, I got a WAP. He said, I got this. So now we're going to see who falls in love and who gets sprung. And, it's supposed to be a essence. It's supposed to be something that's given, you and your partner.
I hear
everybody
is saying.
Put it on display, like Risa said, it sounds like it's promoting prostitution, in my opinion.
Let me say, help me out for a second.
When you turn around and are offended when men call you a hoe, and get offended by when men call you a hoe, when you turn around and get offended when men call you a hoe, see, that's what I'm saying. Why are you presenting yourself like that? That's not how God intended that. And that's just my opinion. I'm gonna leave the.
I'm gonna respond to that, Face Maddox. I'm gonna respond to that.
I digress.
All right, go ahead, Diamond.
See, when it comes to this shaking your behind stuff, I think black women are completely full of it, and I'm disgusted by them sometimes, because how dare a woman sit here and say that she's a woman and she's not a B and an H, but she'll dance to music that's calling her that. That's extremely disrespectful to her. That's disrespectful to the whole black race, and the men who make that music are complete scum. But we can't see. Here's the thing with that: we can't sit here and pretend like. Because one time I was cool with a woman and she danced to that music. I told her, that's not cool. She's talking about, you need to mind your business. Oh yeah? Okay, B. Okay, H. I started calling her that. I started talking to her the same way. I said the same lyrics to the song. She got mad. So don't get mad. You shake your behind to that music, but then you don't want to be taught to that way. You got to be out your mind. And that's the thing. See, black women have to stop playing themselves when it comes to this. If y'all want respect, I'm talking like black women in general. If y'all want respect, you need to, you know, I'm not saying that some black women don't, but y'all have to act like it. That's the first. That's the biggest thing. It's kind of like if women made music saying, yeah, do this and that, little punk boy, little chump, this and that, and we dancing, calling ourselves chumps and losers. That's like people calling us the N-word, and we sitting there saying, yeah, we N-words, and yeah, we jigaboos. It's the same thing. But black women want to make excuses because a lot of black women are turned on by that disrespect. They're turned on by it. That's why they shake their behind to it, right? That's the truth.
Well, there's a reason for that. And I went into that earlier. There's a reason for that, Diamond. And that's the socialization.
Yes, they've been mis-socialized. We need to re-socialize our women to demand respect. Because I can bet you one thing. You stop shaking your behind to that music, the men will stop dancing to that music and going, women have a lot of power. Wow. But what they're telling the men is you have to disrespect me in order to get me. Because the men who disrespect women, I've seen men call women the B word, the H word to their face, and still get sex out of those same women. You tell me what the problem is there. Well, so we got to get real deep with it. That's just one part of what I wanted to say. Something else I wanted to say is the race of our race has been successfully niggerized, and that process really started to kick in the 1970s with the flooding of heroin in our communities, and with the pimp culture, with Willie D, the movies that started, the Mac. That's how the nigger stuff started to seep in with us. It was cool to be like Superfly. It's cool to be like Shaft. And they came, Shaft wasn't so bad, but Superfly.
Good guy, man.
Yeah, he was. That's my bad. My bad. But the rest of those guys, a lot of them other movies, they were criminals. They were drug dealers. They were pimps. There was Willie D was a pimp. The Mac was a pimp. There's several movies where these dudes were just. Scarface, that's white people, but yeah, that's Cubans and all that. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it did influence black people to be niggas. You're a Scarface too, but people talk about they want to act like Scarface, but they don't want to look at the end of the movie what happened to him. This is how dumb niggas are. But the point I'm getting at is we become to the point, Clarence, where we glorify. We're only happy when things are negative. And one thing about Meg Thee Stallion, Meg Thee Stallion's a big phony. She's a big time phony because here's the thing. When she got shot in the foot by Tory Lanez, she was embarrassed that people knew that she slept with the baby, she slept with some basketball players, and she slept with Tory Lanez. She was embarrassed that people knew that. Oh, I don't want my boyfriend to know that. But you make this music talking about WAP. You make this disgusting movie. But see, the biggest problem that I have with black people in general is they want to make disgusting music that disrespects, talks about murder, mayhem, death, and destruction, but then want to be treated with respect. Okay, see when you see a black woman, see a black woman shaking her behind, when it says this is what it says, all these bitches crawl, skeet skeet. That was Little John. That was back in 2001, and that started with 2 Live Crew. Luke Skywalker is 60 years old. He's a disgusting piece of crap. But people look at him like he's a great man. He's complete scum. Okay. He's an embarrassment and a disgrace to our race. Okay. An embarrassment. Okay. And all those women who dance to that music, they're an embarrassment too. But the same women will sit there and say, respect us.
Diamond, calm down. Okay, I understand where you're coming from, brother. I really do. But here's the thing, man. A lot of what our people are doing, especially in today's marketplace, man, they have been socialized to do that. So they don't even realize that they've been pre-programmed to react to certain triggers in the atmosphere that will cause them to behave in a certain way. They've already been pre-programmed. Under these conditions, you behave this way. Under these, they've been pre-programmed that way. So all they got to do is get to a certain age and hear certain music, or see a certain movie, or see a certain TV show, or see a certain art picture, or whatever. And then now they're motivated to act on their pre-programming, right? And so that's what most of our people, left alone, they probably wouldn't be doing all of this stuff, but they have been influenced to do it. Now, I wanted to ask a general question of everybody, including you, Diamond. I want you to get your opinion too, because I know it's going to be interesting. You, New Growth, and all. I mean, and Ms. He said, I mean, 3 of the prolific thinkers that we have on YouTube over here right now, and you guys can give us your opinions on some of this stuff too, man. Because I have a question. Okay, so if WAP is a bad thing, now I'm saying it. I'm saying it being that information being presented the way it is. I agree with Vaughn. That information being presented the way it is in the long run going to be a net loss for women, right? Especially women. I mean, it's going to be a net loss for men and women, but I think women going to lose quicker in the sooner than the men will. And the reason why is because if men gonna get into a point where they generally don't respect you, then they're gonna say, well, there's nobody here. There's nothing to see here. There's no value in Black women. Why be with them, right? Unless you're just having sex with them, which really typically what other nationalities or races of men think Black women are good for sexual exploits, but as far as marrying, I know, right? so we don't want Black men to get that way, to behave that or think that way. But that's not my point. My point is this. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. If WAP being presented the way it is okay, why? See, there's a reason why the government doesn't say we're going to go out and murder in Afghanistan. We're going to go out here and commit murders in Afghanistan, which is what they're really doing, right? They're murdering people. They're not sitting down and talking to them. They're not having no what do you call that, due process or bringing them under a government to judge them. They just kill them, right? You got the wrong uniform on, you dead, right? That's murder, right? But they don't present it like that. That what do they say? We're defending your freedom. This is what we doing. We defending your freedom. They never say we out here murdering people. They say we defending your freedom. We're saving babies, right? We're getting the terrorists, right? And so it's the way they present it. And so the way they present it in a way where the people can swallow it, right? And so the people will support the military and say, yeah, we don't mind that 9 cents out of every dime, 9 cents out of every dime that we pay in taxes or whatever is going to go to the military. We don't mind that, right? The people are okay with that because it's been delivered in a way that they can swallow it. Now, if they was to tell the people, hey, we murdering people out here, the people probably wouldn't. They would probably rise up a little more against it, right? Because when they did that in Vietnam, that's when the people said, hey, man, enough is enough. You just over there killing kids, and it's for what? And what's the end game to it? Nothing. This ain't even your fight, right? Okay, so my question to y'all is, do y'all think it's the actual what's being the actual content, the lyrical content, or is it the way that it's being presented? Is that the issue? What's the issue with a song like the WAP? And is this something that Delores Tucker predicted? Is this something where our society got to a certain point where there was a time where women's biological issues, we know they have them, but that wasn't front and center stage. Now we got to the point where it's front and center stage. Anybody?
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, let me say this first though. That was a great analogy, brother Clarence. That was great. That the military and yeah, that was really good, man. I see you've been watching Black Hearted with New Growth, man. I've
been watching Black Hearted with New Growth also, man. Trying to get my game up, man. Trying to get my game up.
But nah, that was great though. Go ahead.
Thanks, brother. Anybody else?
Yeah, I believe brother.
Yeah, I want to respond.
Okay, come on, Diamond.
I guess what I wanted to say is I realized that there was a conspiracy to stop anything positive in the Black community because there are positive rappers out there like Lupe Fiasco, Hobson. There's a couple underground rappers that do get views, but they're not going to get mainstream promoted because they will. Because here's the thing: positive hip hop can sell, okay, but now it's never going to sell as good as the negative stuff because we have to face it. Most Black people are negative, and I think the way we've been raised now, most of us just have an evil nature now. But there are still some of us who are actually worthwhile. So the Fugees sold good. Lauryn Hill sold good. So positive hip hop and positive music in the Black community can sell, but the evil people who are running their business are promoting Black people to kill each other because we are at war, and a lot of our people don't even understand that this what's going on in the music industry is a part of war, and we're partaking in our own destruction. And it's not just the WAP song. The original song called The Percolator was a cool song. And the first time I ever heard it, I'm like, oh, this song is cool. Until the end of it, they kept saying there's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. It wasn't even necessary for them to say that. It was disgraceful. It was disgusting that they would put that, but it was more disgusting that women would dance to it and men would dance to it. But as men, we're going to have to be the ones to step up and say, you know what, enough of this is enough. That if you dance to that music, we're not dealing with you, we're not talking to you, we're not dating you, we're not touching you until you get your mind right. Because me personally, when I was young, when those songs came out, any woman who would dance to that, then my whole thing would be, yo, you want to talk to me? Then guess what? You're not my woman, you're my B. Since you're MC, since you're NWA's B, since you're Wu-Tang Clans or whoever's B, they're allowed to call you B, I can call you a B too. So that's the way I responded to it. And the problem with it is Black women are presenting themselves in a way that's horrible, but then get angry when they get treated that way. So that's the thing, we have to put a stop to it. And women have to stop making, and men have to stop making excuses for allowing themselves to be treated that way. You either want to be respected or you don't. And the same for the men, because we have to stop referring to ourselves as N-words. Now, I used to listen to a lot of hip hop that was negative, Scarface, Nas, stuff like that. But I never could listen to anything calling the women the B word, because if I consider a woman a B or an H, I'm not putting myself nowhere near her. I don't want to touch her. I don't want to kiss her. So the only kind of woman I want to deal with is women I can at least halfway see as a queen. So that's something we have to change that, and women are going to have to help out to lead that too. Because I guarantee you, if women stop shaking their behind to that music that disrespects them, the men are going to be like, oh, we got to do something differently, because men will do whatever it takes to get women. And a lot of men feel like they have to disrespect women just to have them. They have to be rude and crass because that's what's working. That's what gets results. That's what gets women in bed. And being nice, that gets you in the friend zone. So we have to deal with that reality. And a lot of women don't want to deal with it. A lot of women, they keep making excuses. I'm not saying women on this panel are doing that. I'm not saying that at all. Y'all not doing that. But I'm saying other panels I've been on, they're making excuses for the nonsense. And then they're complaining about the dudes you're getting with. You're getting with these dudes, you're pookie picking dudes that are treating you like dirt. But then you want to complain about being treated like dirt. So something has to change. The way that the Black race is going on, we're going to be in worse condition if we don't make a serious change. We're heading down the road to hell, and we don't want to make that turn to say, let's go someplace else. We keep making excuses.
That was Delores Tucker's point. That was her
right.
point.
Delores Tucker was right.
That, hey, you continue like this, man. She basically was like Joe Clark. You continue like this, it's going to be even worse. The murder is going to go up. The murks are going to go up. The violence, the SEX violence is going to go up. The fatherless children is going to go. I mean, every bad statistic is going to go up when you have music like this available for young people.
That's exactly what happened. Joe Clark was right. You got to get garbage out of your school. And Delores Tucker, right. And here's the thing about the rap music. There's nothing wrong with it.
Because I have something to say as well. And I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but I just want to allow everybody to have the same amount of time to express themselves on the panel.
Yeah.
So I would say, land your point, and then because I have something to say, and I'm sure brother Mr. He said has something as well to add.
Well, real quick, I will land my thing real quick. My bad. I apologize.
No problem.
I think Tupac was an embarrassment and a disgrace to black people because they treat him as if he was the same as Malcolm X. I'm like, no. One minute he was talking about being a gangster. The next minute he was talking conscious. He was nothing but a clown, a fool, a big contradictory. And I'm surprised our people are not smart enough to see through Tupac. Tupac was not great. He was a clown.
Wow.
He was a contradiction. You can't be conscious one minute and then
Well,
good the
thank you,
next
sir.
minute.
Well, thank you, sir.
You
Thank you
can't
for
do
your
it.
opinion. Thank you, sir. Thank you for you.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that being said, I land my plane there.
You crashed your plane on that, but go ahead.
I ain't crashed nothing. I ain't crashed nothing.
I'm just messing.
Good day, sir.
Okay, well, let me just say this real quickly. You know, when it comes to empowering or women empowering themselves, you know, my question is, how do you go about doing that? Do you put your ass in the air, and is that how you do that, or you see, or do you do vulgar acts? Is that empowering? And when it comes to this song WAP, I'm trying to figure out, you know, what is so empowering about it. Now, if you were to put the two songs together, WAP and the song by Sukihana, Eating, I mean, read the lyrics. I challenge you to read the lyrics. I'm pretty sure she felt that was empowering. I'm not understanding the mentality, you know, of these displays of behavior being empowering. If anything, it's demeaning. You're undermining your integrity as a woman, as a God-made woman. And I'll land that there.
Anybody
This
else?
is a great discussion. I'm gonna jump in, and I'm gonna try to do everything real quick and jump in for my sister Inye as well. I think information is power. I really do. You know, depending on where it comes from, what to do, what not to do, all of it is acceptable. What you do with it is on you. And you know, like she said, the awareness of a lucrative and liquidy private area is something that is good for a woman to know about. It can incentivize people to do things that they need them to do, and may even land them a husband. So packaging is very important, like you said, Brother Clarence. Little Kim, people alluded to, kind of started the ball rolling, and I don't disagree. The only difference I see with Little Kim is she was covered. She went out of her way to say, I got this big fat black tough guy covering me, and him and the rest of the Junior Mafia boys got me. So I talk the way I talk, and you know, you take it and you do with it what you do. Again, lack of vegetables, because I'm not going to be like everybody else and say, this is what she should have did. This is what she should have did. What I will say is my suggestion to anybody else that wants to do something of that variety, WAP. How about also show a 60-year-old woman, a geriatric woman, to show that WAP doesn't last forever. WAP dries up. I don't know if y'all believe it or not, but the fellas, 55-year-old wives and 60-year-old wives, WAP dries up. So, you know, tell them the whole story is my suggestion to people in the future. My final thoughts are about Delores Tucker. She was a visionary. A visionary is somebody that is forced to see the future, but nobody else sees it with them. So my suggestion to other visionaries is be like Delores Tucker. Continue to wave your flag, continue to push your narrative, even though people tell you to stop, even though people may not agree with you, even though they may be too young to understand your elderly wisdom.
Wow.
But your ancestors will be proud of you. And I land my man. I thank you.
Appreciate that. Now, I really appreciate that.
Now let me say this. I think Miss Delores Tucker, she saw what may have came, but to me, to be a person in that position, see what we have in our society now, and I think a lot of us have fallen victim to just saying this is what's going to happen, or no, we have to cultivate the change that we want to see. See, all the energy, all the political. I don't know if y'all remember, but a lot of this was politically provoked. A lot of these things, crushing CDs, going to buy the CD, crush the CD. Man, with so many people in the neighborhood that rap. We know this. When you start putting your energy into the change you want to see, as opposed, you're not going to destroy what's already out there by your words, by shaming. They have these big corporations that's making billions of dollars. They're not going to stop it. Like the brother said, you had NWA, but I still remember Midnight Marauder when Tribe Called Quest dropped. I mean, when NWA dropped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I was
Yeah.
bumping, right? And I remember, like he said, the Fugees. Jay-Z was out there, DMX, Fuji selling 12 million. All these other people. I remember Outkast sold a diamond CD. That was my group, the Goody Mob. So
Yeah.
it's always
Yeah.
another option out there. But if we put our energy so much on the negative aspect of it, we're going to give them more light. Because I remember Dr. Dre said it back in the day. He said, all publicity is good publicity. That's the way they see it in their mind. So if you're going to keep giving them and you're going to crush their CDs that you bought, of course, people are going to go out and buy it and see controversy sales. But if you take that energy and put it into that thing that you want to see grow, it may have changed something. So I think I understood where she was coming from, but I wouldn't want anybody to copy that. I would want somebody to see the problem and let's see how we can fill that hole up, as opposed to just look how big that hole getting. Look how big that hole getting. Then we fall into it and we say, I told you the hole was going to get. I mean, what good does that really do, in my opinion?
You mean as far as crushing the CDs?
Yeah, crushing the CDs and getting in front of the media. I mean, I know it was a rap out there. I know, man, I used to love Young MC, right? I remember Young MC was selling like 4 million. He was the biggest thing. Like, it was always positive and yin and yang. He was in the West Coast just the same time that the what do you call it? Outkast with the gangster rap. See, people allude to the West Coast as only gangster rap. I remember Farside passing me by. That was my, oh man, I love that song, right?
Yeah.
Can't Keep Running Away. That's the same time
Yeah.
as F the Police came out in America's Most Wanted. So we had a
little later than those, but yeah.
Yeah, a little later, right? But you had, okay, let's say DJ Quick. You had DJ Quick, but you also had Dale the Funky Homo Sapien, all of these people that played parts in music that we didn't pay attention to. But we all remember that song and say, oh man, that was nice. We had Daz Effects. We had all of these artists who weren't gangsters. But the industry, with the help of, because like he said, the brother said about Tupac, I kind of pull back a little because you're talking about a 25-year-old man. Malcolm didn't come into his full self until I think he was in his 30s, right? So you see a man that was raised and was in the middle. That's life. That's the spectrum. You're going to have negative. You're going to have positive. He didn't have a chance. I don't want a fake person. I don't want a fake superhero. I don't want somebody that tells me all the good things and then we find out they had a drug overdose in their hotel room, right? It's like, wow. Yeah. And that's what Whitney Houston was dealing with. She always had positive songs. She always had to be the greatest thing, but it wasn't real and it took her away, right? So a lot of us got to stop expecting entertainers to be what we want them to be. WAP is not bad. That's a cool song, but I gotta also, like Vaughn said, I want to hear UNITY. I want to hear one of those on the radio, so my daughters can say,
Sorry, WAP is not a cool song at all.
Say it again.
No disrespect, my brother. There's nothing cool about WAP. Nothing. That's a grown-up song. That's only should be played for grown-ups. And what's the problem is people are playing this song for their 5-year-old kids, and we got 5-year-old girls thinking it's cool to grow up to be a hoe. It's not cool. Exactly. Destroy you.
Listen, do you remember the song called As We Lay?
Yeah. I remember Shirley Murdoch.
Shirley Murdoch, yeah.
It was so pretty and the women would sing it. And I didn't get older until I was saying she creeping. And, and it was a beautiful song that everybody sang. Right? What did that teach us? Did that change us?
It talked about adultery.
But did it change us? Did we
that ain't cool either.
But we didn't say we weren't
that song is garbage too. If it's talking about if it's glorifying adultery, then it's all garbage. Then we got to start calling stuff what it is.
Protesting that, brother.
Wait.
We should have been. We should have been.
Let New Grove finish, brother. Let it finish.
That's what I'm saying. We should have been, but I'm saying so we have to have grace. See, now we see a lot of times a lot of us get into the happy point and look back and say, right, you were in that mud too. You allowed a lot of things. See, these kids wouldn't be able to spew these things if we didn't accept certain things. Like there wouldn't have been certain things if the generation before didn't allow it. You got to think about it.
I agree with
NWA
that.
And all of these people. Hey, I'm from the generation of single mothers that was crazy. So it was a lot of creeping. going on. So when the kid sees that, and babies got different, some people had different daddies by different, they grew up underneath that. So the music reflects that. Now the industry will make them push it to an extreme and over glamorize it, but we can't sit here and act like we don't know that this stuff happens. We don't know that a woman's, like Annie said, her woman's, such and such. If it's good, she know it. Certain women know it,
But
and they will use
should she be riding on a horse through town saying my pee is good, my pee is good? Should she be doing that though?
What my man Prince say? He said, I knew this girl
No.
named
But
Nikki.
answer the question: should she ride through town hurling that information out?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't suggest my woman to do that.
Okay. All right.
People will speak for itself. Producer Smash will know. Everybody's going to know about it. It will speak for itself. People going to say she got that good. She don't need to tell
But
nobody.
if you're trying to sell it like a drug dealer, like I shouldn't have to. If some people say if your drugs is good, people gonna keep coming back. But back in the day, boy, I got them 2 for 5s over here. They got garbage. When it's a competition, whenever there's competition involved, somebody's gonna up the ante. Wow. So now we got women upping the ante to the point that is ridiculous. Like like y'all, a lot of people like to go back to Lauryn Hill, which is phenomenal singer and rapper, right? It was the competition was thick, right? So UNITY, Moni Love, and Queen, the competition for females wasn't as thick, but now it's thick, and everybody's trying to hit that same point. So it's going to up the ante. Everything's going to get worse and worse and worse until somebody breaks off, like the brother said, Rhapsody, and she gets her respect. You don't have to be number one to be respected, But until people start branching off and starting to deviate from that, you're gonna get songs worse than what, Brother Vaughn. I think you're seeing it with this new girl out there now. You're gonna get songs worse.
Oh yeah, there's some worse things going on, brother.
Do you guys think that WAP laid the foundation for the grocery girl?
No.
Can I make a comment to that?
I don't think so, brother Clarence.
Shout out to Jeff Short. Go ahead, Diamond.
A few things. Number one, see, my issue with gangster rap now is that's all that's being put out and being promoted. Nothing positive is being promoted, so there's no balance there. See, when I was a teenager, when I was very young, they had KLF, they had PM Dawn, they had Rakim, they had Public Enemy, and they had NWA. So you had a mixture of different rappers that were out there. But the foundation for that, there's a group called Hoes with Attitude, and there's a group called Little Hoes back in like 89, 91. So the foundation was laid for this very early. Little Kim was problematic too, because she was talking about not being someone's wife. She was talking about being someone's whore. That was problematic for me in general, even though Lil Kim was a good rapper, even though Biggie writ her rhymes, but Biggie was not covering her and protecting her. Biggie was exploiting and misusing her because he used her as a side piece. So let's just get it straight. Biggie did not love Lil Kim. Lil Kim may have loved Biggie because she was goofy, but Biggie didn't love no Lil Kim. His fat behind used her as a sex object, used her to make money off of, and treated her like dirt. So let's just keep that real. As far as Tupac is concerned, he was 25 years old. That's the point. He should have never been considered a leader. But black people are so dumb, they consider this dude to be like Malcolm X. They put him on the same level that Malcolm X is. And I've had countless arguments with people trying to put this dude on the level that Malcolm X is on. It's like, no, dude, you're not on the level. And also, when entertainers are not the same as revolutionaries. Malcolm X did an interview, and they were saying Lena Horne, this one and that one that was famous back then. He laughed at it because he said, comedians and actors and entertainers are the only black ones are used to be leaders. No other race would listen to their entertainers as leaders. That's how dumb we are. We're dumb because we do dumb things. We believe what Michael Jordan and Floyd Mayweather says about political things when they don't know anything about it. Michael Jordan is good for basketball. Floyd Mayweather is good for boxing.
Can I interject?
So I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, because you said a lot, man, and we have to straighten out some of this stuff, right? Okay, so now you're saying that black people are just dumb, right? Now, so that alludes to an IQ issue, right? When I don't think there's an IQ issue. And Jay Takashi, you gotta connect your mic, man, because it won't let me pull you up. That alludes to the IQ of the collective IQ, right? And we know that Black people have some of the highest IQs out here, right? So it may not be an IQ issue that I'm suggesting to you. It may not be an IQ issue that we're getting caught up in some of this stuff. It may be a socialization issue where we have been socialized to we've been socialized to react to certain triggers that come out, right? We've been socialized to react to that, right? It's just like I'm gonna give you a prime example of what I'm talking about. What is advertising? What is advertising? Advertising is a way to promote a idea or a symbol or idea or concept into your brain. And once that concept connects with your conscious mind, maybe you can consciously or subconsciously, it'll motivate you to take some action and do something, right? We show you Carl's Jr. on the billboard on the way to work, Carl's Jr. halfway to work, Carl's Jr. almost to work. By the time you get to work, excuse me, you want a burger, right? This is all a subconscious. You don't even realize what's going on. This is stuff running in the back of your brain. But now you're like, I'm hungry. I want a burger, right? That's what advertising is, right? And it's all legal. This is subliminal, all legal, right? So our people have gone through, in my opinion, something similar to this with this socialization and adopting the European hierarchy of desires, wants and desires. We have adopted their hierarchy of wants and desires, where what they think is important as a want, a desire, is we think that we have put ourselves on that same level. So therefore, we are motivated by some of the same things they're motivated by, and that wasn't like that before we came here. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that that's not all just because the people are just stupid. They're not. It's a complex. It's a complex integration of a lot of different things that has produced this result. One of which is being what C. Delores Tucker was talking about, which is the music being at a certain level and promoting a certain ideology to not only the women but the men as well. And so that's what I think you're not considering. Now let's get back to the Tupac issue. The Tupac issue, I think, just because he had issues in the later part of his life, I don't think we should take away the good that he did. I mean, the man made some good music, inspired a lot of people, you know what I mean, and put people, inspire people to treat Dear Mama, that inspired a lot of people to go back and try to reconnect with their mother or whatever, right? So we can't take everything away from him, right? We just gotta say, hey, look, he had these issues at the last part of his life. Unfortunately, he was able to be manipulated at the later part of his life, and therefore he got caught up in the whole death row situation down there. But before that, I think he had made some good music. I mean, he wasn't a perfect person. Which one of us is perfect, right? None of us are perfect. But the guy did make some good music. Would you at least agree to that?
To me, oh yeah. I mean,
you're the one talking about Tupac saying he was a fraud, right?
He's a fraud.
Okay, so I'm asking you, would you agree that at least in the earlier part of his life, he made some music that was actually could be considered good for the community?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because what he's done really is he's confused black people into thinking you can be a nigga and be conscious at the same time when you can't. You have to pick a side. So what he has done is he has a lot of black people believing that you can be conscious while you're selling drugs, or while you're treating women like trash, or while you're sleeping around. So Tupac has done a disservice to the black community because he's confused black people. Because black people, and I'm not gonna say they were dumb, We were already socialized to be dumb. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that we have low IQs. I'm just saying that we don't think critically. Because if you think critically, you'll see through it all. And as a rapper, to me, he was okay. I felt Biggie, Rakim, Nas, and many other rappers were better than Tupac.
Okay.
If Nas would have battled Tupac, he would have destroyed Tupac.
Hey, can I ask you a question,
Rakim.
Brother Diamond? Can you get finished?
Yes, sir.
So would you consider Huey P. Newton a fraud or a disgrace or in the
At the end of his life, here's the thing: at the beginning of the Panther thing, he was on point, but at the end, absolutely.
That's
How you gonna go from being a leader to getting hooked on cocaine, shooting powder up your damn nose?
Right, but
he
that's what
embarrassed
Brother
us.
Clarence just said, right?
Died of crack.
Right.
The thing about Huey P. Newton that's sad is Huey P. Newton put in a lot of work, so he earned some respect. Tupac ain't did nothing for black people. He just ran his mouth.
Okay.
I see.
All right.
He ain't did nothing for black people. So the thing with Huey P. that's sad is he got hooked on that cocaine powder, and then he ended up being a crackhead. So he fell. That's very sad. But so at the end of his life, I'm not going to call him a fraud, but he was an embarrassment to black people at the end of his life. Absolutely was a disgrace and an embarrassment to people. And if I get hooked on crack, I'd be the same thing. Don't hold me up. The thing about it is, listen, if I became some kind of revolutionary leader and I get hooked on heroin and I die of an overdose, tell the truth about me.
Wait.
Don't make me something out that I'm not. Tell the truth so people can know not to do the same dumb shit that other people done. That's how I look at it.
Hold on, Doc. Now Huey P. Newton has been brought into this conversation, right?
Wow.
So now you're gonna say that he was a disgrace at the end of his life. I can't agree with you on that. I can say that he was definitely a troubled individual at the end of his life, definitely. But to say that he was so we're gonna throw all that he did away, right? Because of what he did at the end of his life. Did you have children?
Out of all the people, he should have known better.
Brother, let me ask you a question. Did you have children that went to public school?
Huh?
Or any school? Did you have children that? Oh, you don't have children. Did you know any children? Did you go to public school or any school? Okay. Did you receive lunch there? Did they serve lunch at the school?
Yes. No. I respect Huey P.
Did they serve breakfast?
Yes, I respect Huey P. and what they did.
Okay. Listen, because this is very critical. If without Huey Newton, that would never have happened. You wouldn't have got breakfast at the schools you was going to.
You mean more like Bobby Seale?
Huh?
You mean more like Bobby? Bobby was the older dude. Bobby really was the one who really led everything.
But without the support of Huey P. Newton, nothing happens, man.
I agree with you.
Huey P. Newton, nothing. He was the lawyer. He was like a class away from being a lawyer, right? So he was the one that read all of the laws in California and said, "Hey, it's not illegal for us to carry guns."
You go ahead. I'm gonna get some more. I'm gonna look for some seashells.
If you don't mute up.
Oh boy.
One
of these days, Diamond will learn, man. One of these days, we thought Pagoda was bad. Holy smokes! All right. So anyway, Huey Newton is the reason why there's school lunches today. Not him alone, of course, not him alone, but he's a chief reason why that's it. Him, Bobby Seale, the rest of them. But I'm just saying he was very integral in making that happen. Why? Because Martin Luther King was able to say, "Hey, these guys are feeding these little kids before school, and they're doing it strictly on donations." The government, as the government, he went to Lyndon Johnson and he said, "You guys got all this money. These kids should be eating, and look at the results that they're getting from these kids eating before they go to school. So you need to do that." And he was able to use that to leverage Lyndon Johnson, the president at that time, to be able to put money into the schools so they can have a breakfast, lunch, and a snack program, right? Nutrition program, right? So we don't want to take everything away from people. That's like saying, "Oh, we're gonna throw Whitney Houston's music away because she, we found out that at the end of her life she died from drugs." Right?
Overdose. Or Brother Clarence, Charlie Parker, who gave us
another one.
Wait, who gave us a tremendous amount of excellent jazz. You see what I'm saying? But look how he lived. You see what I'm saying? So are we going to
Yes.
throw that away? You know,
Marvin
it's a
Gaye.
whole nother conversation though. Now.
So what I'm saying is when we analyzing this stuff, this is my point. When we're analyzing this stuff, we got to analyze everything, especially because when you start talking about Huey Newton and guys like that and Malcolm and all, when you start talking about guys like that, you have no clue. Now, me being a Nation of Islam and having a certain post out here in LA for a number of years, I had at the time, I had an FBI agent on me. He was right there when I got in my car. He followed me to the mosque. He followed me to work. He followed me wherever I went for a year. He just followed me everywhere I went. And so, and all he did was sit in his car and write notes, right? I'm sure he was listening to my phone calls, everything. I used to tell the brothers I was talking to, that's all right. We ain't talking about nothing, no way. So, I mean, if you want to record this, you can record it. We ain't talking about nothing. So, except, the mosque and God, right? So, but my point is, now that's just me. I'm not nobody, right? Imagine a person on a level like Huey Newton, which they have government agents, like you could put 2 or 3 government agents on just him, right? You can put 2 or 3 government agents on him. And once you get him hooked on cocaine, I mean, you can just burn him out. And that's the easier way to do it. The best person to have working for you on, if you want somebody taken out, is to get the person himself to take himself out, right? That's easier. Your hands are much cleaner that way, right? So I'm saying that that they have heavy, guy like Huey Newton had a heavy United States what you call that, a group of people after him, trying to make sure that he came to a horrible demise, right? And many of our leaders have been going through stuff like that. I'm not saying Tupac is at that level, but definitely he had his own demons.
No, he ain't.
He had his own demons, as we all do. Would you agree with that?
Here's what I'm going to say: to whom much is giving, much is required. So here's the thing. Oh, well, hold on. Everybody has their own demons, but what I'm saying about PvP or anybody is, when you take on the leadership position, you got to know what you're taking on, and you got to know what's required. Just like if you're going to be the mafia boss and the underboss don't snitch. They take the 40 years. That's what it is. That's what it is. And if I was in that position, if they were going to kill me and my family, then I would deal with it. Or unalive, my bad, unalive. If we have to be unalive, then if I'm in if I'm in the Huey P's position, I understand that my thing can end at any moment, and I accept it, or else I won't be in that position. That's just like being someone's boyfriend. If I want to be with other women, then I'm not going to be somebody's boyfriend, or I'll have to accept that position and be her boyfriend, or I'll have to let her know. I can't just say, well, I crumbled under pressure and I got with this other girl. No. We need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We need to demand more from ourselves, because the more we demand, the more we will get. So I'm saying, so here's the thing. I'm not putting Huey P down. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say, in my eyes, he lost some stripes. Okay? He lost some stripes.
Not in mine. Not in my eyes. No.
Not mine.
Well, in my eyes, if you use drugs, you lose stripes. That's just how the way I see it.
Okay.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but in my eyes, he lost some stripes.
I think the better word is he lost his way.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, he lost his way. I could say that.
Good point.
Well, Clarence, mind if I add a few things to that?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
I'm actually glad you brought up.
I got so into Diamond, man. Diamond had me zoomed in.
Well, I guess I lost a lot of strikes, ladies and gentlemen, because there was a time. There was a time in my life.
We all have, Vaughn.
You see what I'm saying? But I've learned how to do better. You see.
Yeah,
so anyway, let's go.
Oh, lovely. We were playing baseball before those strikes.
And we'll go to all of us, man. We could all have been down in the red. Well, go ahead, Jay.
Well, see, the thing is, the funny thing is, I grew up listening to Tupac, Whitney Houston, Biggie, all like rappers and like gospel singers, and like Marvin Gaye, and all those, and my grandma would play Nat Cole, so I actually have a lot of respect for that man. But the thing is, of course, when you're young, and this speaks to this generation because I'm 32. Like I'm not saying like we didn't understand the gravity of what they were saying. Because hey man, all we cared about, and this is true of any cat that's my age, and y'all can cap all y'all want. We were like, yo man, I don't care what he's saying. That is bumping right now. But when you hear the actual lyrics and stuff, yeah, that's not cool. But at the same time, he was influential. But I gotta question that what he did. Like I said, because like I said, with some rappers, you gotta understand they did some good things, they did some bad things. Some of them were for the community, and some of them inspired people, and some of them was for their own. But like I said, I'm not gonna but here's the thing. I'm not gonna disregard influential music that they gave us because it is a part of our culture and like I said, I'll say this, part of our culture growing up, whether you be from the streets or whether you come from a good home, regardless, you bump that music. Because in some semblance of way you can agree to what they're singing about you to an extent. So like I said, I'm not gonna shit on these people. Like I was shit on the bad choices they made. And like when some rappers talk about like how they had to like, I'm not saying like they did kill somebody, but how they had to like delete some people. I think it's terrible they had to do that. Because I can't respect you for doing that. I would more so respect you if you dig out of the dirt and actually come from nothing and then set a better example. Like, no one's gonna talk bad about Marvin Gaye because Marvin Gaye sang a lot of great songs that preach unity, community, and all that. So,
but Marvin Gaye did some bad stuff to that young little girl. Marvin Gaye was horrible. He did some bad stuff to that little girl. He was horrible.
Well, let me ask y'all this: like, who is?
And we shouldn't listen to any of them if we're gonna take it to that extreme. And I want to cut you off, New Grove. Let me say this: if we're gonna take it to that extreme, you shouldn't listen to any of them. And that's crazy to me because the thing is, listen, I'm not saying like I gotta bring him up because everybody's family listen to him at every family gathering. You shouldn't listen to any R. Kelly music. Period.
Damn right you couldn't. He's complete scum. You're right about that. No, R. Kelly should be muted. Should have been muted.
Listen to any of that. If you're gonna take it to that degree, and you're gonna stand. I'm not saying you, sir. I'm talking about anybody. You're gonna stand on your 10 toes. Don't listen to any of his music. I shouldn't see nothing. It shouldn't be played at your family's place. It shouldn't be played with your girlfriend. You should tell your girlfriend I don't tolerate the music because of what that motherfucker did. If you're gonna take it to that degree. But guess what? He was so part of everybody's lives, listening to every music. I understand old folks saying, "Yo, whatever." We bumped that when we were young, and we bump it now in our older age.
Do you feel the same way, Diamond, about Elvis? Like, do you think?
Absolutely, he's complete scum. He was a grown man with a person. He was a grown man sleeping with a 14-year-old girl. Complete scum.
How about Eminem?
Don't forget Michael Jackson.
How about Eminem, Diamond?
Oh God!
Don't forget
Michael Jackson, guy.
You know, Michael Jackson. They didn't prove he did it or not. They haven't proved that he did it. I don't believe he did that. But if it comes out that it's true, then him too. Absolutely. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I unalive people, hold on. But then because if we can just deal with anybody, then if the slave masters who owned our ancestors made music, we can like their music too. So the thing about it is, here's the thing that I'm saying. I'm not sitting there saying we need to throw away everybody's music who made a mistake, but we need to acknowledge what they have done, so we don't do the same things. And we need to be honest. Stop treating these people like they're gods and like they're saints. So that's what we do. We look up to these people like they're gods, like they're saints, and we refuse to acknowledge what they've done is wrong. That's all we need to do. I'm not saying you have to stop listening to the music. I'm saying we need to acknowledge what they did was wrong and who they are. We need to acknowledge that these people are entertainers. That's all they are. They're human beings like everybody else. They're not above criticism. They're not above critique. They're not. Okay, so the point that I'm getting at here is, my issue with R. Kelly is not just R. Kelly. It's everybody who supported him. Everybody who was with him should also be muted. It's not just R. Kelly himself, because he's not the problem. The big problem were all the people who supported him, all the people who did music with him, because they knew what he was doing. And that's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I am the way that I am about the things. Because, but see, here's the deal. If Uncle Rayford makes a lot of money, he got a good job, but deep down inside, we know that he's touching people in the family. We keep saying Uncle Rayford's a good dude. He got a good job. Him and his wife get along good. We keep saying that, but then we ignore what Uncle Rayford is doing to the children in the family. And that's the same thing with R. Kelly. I love R. Kelly music. He makes great music, but I can't deal with it because look at the lives that he has destroyed. We're not talking about someone who sold a couple kilos. We're talking about someone who destroyed people's lives. And to top that off,
most of you, no one's negating what you're saying. You're taking it off to another spectrum. Like, we agree with that. A lot of people,
we agree.
Majority of people don't condone, and really, I can't listen to his music no more. It matters how great it was. My mind is connected to who was he writing it for. So I agree with you. But my point is, when you talk about black people when listening to music, the big consumers are white people.
Say it again. I can't hear you.
The consumers are white people, right? So are they dummies? Are they fools? Because a lot of these things you're coming out to. Eminem is the biggest selling rap artist ever. Is he are the people who listen to him a fool, a dummy, a ignorant? Because it's not majority us. So, and if your answer will be yes, then let's talk about it in a wide spectrum.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. Okay, now here's the thing. The reason why white people listen to rap music, especially the ignorant kind, because it turns them on to hear us disrespect ourselves. They love to see black women as sexual objects because that's how we were treated in slavery. Black women were took and essayed in front of everybody and made to act the way that made.
This is your belief. This is your belief.
No. What I said about slave trade is a fact. No.
I'm talking
Black
about
women,
your belief of why white people like rap music.
Yes, no, that's a fact. I mean, because here's the thing.
Damn, that motorcycle going over to me.
Who is that?
It's not me.
Simon.
Who is it?
All that noise.
Who love gangsta rap and they love all this
Who's speaking?
That was Diamond. No, Diamond muted itself.
Oh, okay.
He had a motorcycle rally or something.
Yeah, no.
Look at me. Sorry about that. I was outside. I apologize.
Yeah, Diamond's at the motorcycle club, but we're talking about disrespecting women, right?
Yeah, I heard it. I'm like, God.
Women in motorcycles. How lovely.
All right, Diamond, hurry up, man. Hurry up, because we got to get around the corner.
Okay, but the point that I guess I'm getting at is the biggest problem I see with our people in general is we allow people to be in our space, to be around us that should not be because they don't have good intentions, they don't have good character. And what we have to understand about white people listening to gangster rap music, they love listening to black women, to black men calling each other the B word because they love to see us fight and destroy one another. That's why they like to see black people box each other. They love it. They love to see black people argue. That's why they like to see black content creators argue. They like to see black rappers argue because they love to see us destroy ourselves. Just like in the plantations, they used to have black people fight each other to the death. And we don't understand because we're just dumb sometimes. We can't see what's really going on. They come into the concert because they want to say the N-word, not because they want to say the N-word. They love it. It turns them on to be able to talk like that. And because they're talking about black people. Because here's the thing, if they really cared about us, they would tell us to stop doing that to ourselves. Okay, here's something that's interesting. There was a white dude who did a speech. And he was going clean off because he was saying that the record companies are racist because if white people were talking about shooting each other, there would be something done. But you notice we're talking about killing each other and nothing is being done because we're taking part in our own destruction and we don't understand. That's the thing that people don't get. That's why when those songs are played about women being called a H and a B, it disgusted me because I don't see our women that way. I see our women as African queens. And any woman I'm going to lay down in bed with, I have to see her that way, or I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm not even going to be able to rise to the occasion. If I see her as a B word, I'm going to be totally disgusted and turned off. I have to see her as a queen because that's what I want in my life. So the point that I'm saying is, real quick, I'll finish up. I'm sorry. The point that I'm just getting at is we have to understand what's being done to us and what's going on. We have to understand that we are at war, and we don't understand that. I'll land my plane there.
All right, Diamond. So here's the thing, though, brother. Everybody doesn't think like you, right? Everybody doesn't look at everything like you. So that's going to frustrate somebody like yourself because you expect things are a certain way in the way you look at it, and other people. So one of the things we have to be with each other, if we're going to demand a lot of each other, we're going to have to also have a lot of grace for each other, right? Right? We're going to have to be able to say, okay, well, I didn't fall into that trap. This person did fall into that trap. Okay, maybe I ain't in the position to judge that person. You know what I mean? So they did a lot of good things. I'm going to tell you another part with two other people. Sly Stone made a lot of good music, right?
Yes.
But look at where he's at now, right? Because he fell into drug addiction. Same thing with Gil Scott-Heron, right? A lot of good eye-opening music, but he fell into drug addiction. I mean, we can go on and on and on, right? But does that throw away the good that they did, right? Now, R. Kelly, I don't know if he did any good before that, but if he did, did that throw the good away? Okay, we can separate the good that the man did from the bad that he did, right? We can separate those two, right? Because we're critical thinkers. We can separate. We can say, okay, up to this point, this person did good, right? Because if we look in the Bible, we got people like Paul, we got people like Moses, right? Moses killed a man, right? But that's not what we focus on. We focus on the fact that he would deliver his people out of the hands of, at that time, Pharaoh was, there was no greater enemy to have than a Pharaoh, right? It was just impossible to think of walking away from somebody like that. That was impossible, but he did it, right? With the help of God, of course, but he did that. So what I'm saying is, and so that's what we focus on, him being the deliverer of his people. We don't focus on the fact that he accidentally killed this man, or same thing with Noah. Noah was, like to have a little nip. Shout out to Simon Hectic, right? Noah liked to have a little nip, right? Every once in a while, right? So
in the chat.
But we don't focus on that. We focus on the years of hard work that the man put in to try to make do what he was told to do, right? To save at least some of the people, somebody, something, right? So my point is this: when we're dealing with our people are not in their right minds. Most of them, we're not in our right minds. It has been the socialization and also the intimidation and viciousness of white supremacy that has told us these are the only boxes that you can be in. You either an entertainer, or you either doing something for us, or you have no value, right? You don't have no value if you're just working for your own people. You have no value. So our people have taken that message and internalized it and said, well, if I do something for black people, first of all, black people are gonna hate me for doing it in the first place. They're gonna tell me I ain't doing it right, and it's all kind of problems you're gonna have just working with black people. Trust me, I know. You're gonna have a lot of just working with black people. You're gonna have problems. So you better have a thick skin when you decide you're gonna work with black people, right? Second of all, you ain't gonna get rich. Don't expect to get rich. Don't expect to have, the finer things in life if those things are material, because this work is not where you're gonna get paid a lot of money to do it, right? It's a very internal thing that you're gonna get out of working for black people, right? So I'm just trying to say that our people been damaged, and they're not right. We have a lot of issues that are unaddressed a lot of times, So we will crutch ourselves with different things, drugs, sex, alcohol, whatever, right? Whatever. So we have to understand that about our people, but so we can say, okay, yeah, we're not moving the way we want to move. How do we motivate our people? And that was one of the questions that we asked when Information Man was up here. How do we motivate our people to move in the direction what you're talking about? We all want to see this utopia that you're talking about. How do we do that? Anybody want to comment? Anybody want to make a statement?
Yeah, I do. There's no such. I gotta shut this down right now.
Okay.
Not what you're saying. Just that one part. There's no such thing as a utopia. The best thing we can hope to build, basically, is something within our community, similar to a Wakanda type situation, is where we're unified and we agree on certain things, and we prop up our economy through our own people at our own means. Is like I said, it's going to take blood, tears, sacrifice, all of that. I'm not going to say dead bodies, but I won't add that because that's been paid, overdone. So no, but the utopia is. I'm not saying I hate the word. I hate people using that term because that's almost damn near impossible. Like I said, the best you could hope for is that there's people within our community, like I said, like a Wakanda type situation, where we have different people. So Brother Clarence, you're in California. I'm in South Carolina. I don't know where everybody else is at particularly. Y'all can tell me the private chat we are from. But let's say there was a gathering of people from different communities who are head of their communities in certain parts of towns, states, things like that. And we all got together and see what needs to be fixed, kind of like a council. What needs to be fixed in our community, especially amongst our group of people. We would get together, we would talk about the problems, we'll let all the issues be known, and then each of us would separate into groups and fix each occurring problem. Is what it would be. We would whether it's through protesting, whether it's through actual putting in funding, money, things of those natures, into programs that'll benefit the community to make it prosper, not go down. That's simple. If you can do that, then and yes, like what you just said earlier, not many cats will be on board with that. That's because some of them are freaking lazy. And I'll say that. And I do mean to offend. You're lazy as hell. You won't get up and do nothing. I work in sales. I can go out and talk to people. I can also help other people. I can even join a community. I can even join a neighborhood watch community if I wanted to. But the thing is, it has to be through like I said, it has to be through the right people with the right intentions to actually help the young. Because like I said, because that's how we're gonna get there. Getting through the young minds of the young ones, and also showing them the positive reinforcement how black men and women work together. And that's how you go about it. That's how the economy prospers through the from the adults to the teaching the younger children, the next generation. I've always believed that, and that's how it always should work. Because they'll do greater things than we do. The best thing we can do is set the example, put in some of the work before we're off this earth, and they take over and do a better job than we did. That's how I see that, brother. I don't know if you see it the same way I do, but that's kind of how I see it. And that's about as close as probably as close as you'll get. I'm not saying to a utopia, but close to a progressive community as a whole. Because other people will be incentivized to, I say incentivized for a reason. They'll be incentivized to help others. I mean, to help the community prosper.
How would they
It
be?
won't be just
How
for
would they
themselves.
be incentivized, Jay?
It benefits their family and things of that nature. And like, my kids are like honors now because they joined this program of people and it put them in a corrective mind state. And also, nope. Oh, and by the way, we're not extorting, and they're not extorting my kids or extorting my family for stuff. They'll see that. But the thing is, they have to see a progression of it. It won't be just like, you did it, therefore I'm gonna join. It's gonna take some time. But not like, I'm not gonna say 5 years. I would say a rough estimate 3 to 4 years, if anything.
Jay.
Yeah.
How would they be? How would these people be incentivized to do what you're talking about? What would be the incentive?
What would give them an incentive? I will say this. It would come either through. I will say this. It would come through. There's three things I can actually think of that would make it work. One, if you're Christian, and I know people are very very are iffy about this, but if the church goes, I'll say this: if the church actually promotes, like I said, children to be, to literally teach their children to be better, particularly an incentive like an after-school program, particularly because, like I said, because there used to be Boys and Girls Club where I was at when I was young too. So these kids would also be, like I said, they'll be self-tutored, they would be they'll be self-learned, they would be they would actually be propped up in education a lot better in a sense. And then after that, like I said, it gets spread for, like I said, go through church to the school and then to an actual Boys and Girls program. And that's how you can start it up. But like I said, you have to see the results through the young kids is what it would be. That's why I say I push it so hard, is because the best way to grow any type of community is through the children. And if you can do that through there, then other people will be likely to follow up.
Yeah, but my question is,
and that's just one example, but there's others.
That's a good example, Jay. I like that. I got mad love for you, Jay. I didn't want to cut you off, Prince. I just want to give you props on that, Jay. That's good vision.
Let me ask him a question, Diamond.
Okay, trust me, bro. Brother Clarence gonna test me. Go ahead.
No, because you guys always have good, but we got to test it, right? We got to put it through the test to see if it'll actually be something that might work, right? So I'm saying, what would motivate the young people to want to do what we're talking about doing? What do you in your scenario? What would motivate these young people? Because now they're not motivated to do all of that. They're motivated to get money. So how are we going to break them from getting money to building this society?
What you would do is you would have to tell them to put the money back into the community. And one of the was actually a cat. I wish I could have him on tonight. I'm actually mad he's working today. Black owned banks. Like owned by black particular.
Got black owned banks. Black
so
people
what?
won't go to them. We got black
You
owned
said
banks.
They won't, or they will go to them.
They won't. They won't. Black owned banks are struggling and starving in most places because black people will not go there by and large. You got places like Atlanta and stuff like that, but I mean,
because we're dumb, Clarence. We're retarded, Clarence.
Huh?
Nothing personal, but black people don't shop black because we're retarded. People don't want to admit it, but we're dumb.
No.
Let me help you, Diamond. Let me give you a better word. Socialized. They've been socialized to be self-destructive, right?
To be self-destructive,
not look out for their own interest, and not look out for their own interest. They look out for their short-term interest and not the long-term interest, right?
Right. They think. Yeah, I know what they're thinking in terms of like.
Let me give you an example. Black people have been given the impression or getting the suggestion that their value is connected to some white person's name on their clothing or on their car or on their some asset that they own, right? They think, well, I got this Louis Vuitton purse, therefore that is expensive, therefore I'm valuable because I got this purse, right? Or I got these shoes, right? These MJ shoes on, these $300 tennis shoes. I don't play basketball, I don't do anything, but I got these $300 high performance shoes on, right? And same thing with cars, same thing, all this stuff, right? We have been socialized to connect our value to this stuff, right? And so therefore, by doing that, well, whose name is on all the stuff? the white guy's name is on all the stuff. So therefore, that's who you're going to support. If you support that behavior, you support that ideology, you're going to support them, right? And we don't even get the long go. Of course, Lyric, you can join the panel. What am I? You think I'm crazy? I ain't like Bolo crazy. I'm gonna let you come right on. All right.
See, right there.
But you guys understand what I'm talking about. Wait a minute. Let me land the plane. You guys understand what I'm talking about. So therefore, it's not that black people are out of their mind. Excuse me. It's not that black people are stupid. They've just been socialized. They've been socialized to do certain things, and then when certain when certain triggers come, that then the people know. That's why they advertise to you, because then they know when they show you this hamburger, you're gonna start getting hungry. And by the time they show it to you, by the time you get all the way to work, you see another one of those Carl's Jr. things, you're gonna be wanting to eat Carl's Jr. by the time you get to work already. So they know this already. And then then you listen to it on the radio, then you see it on TV and then on the internet. They already know you're gonna be so this is how one way they manipulate us and socialize us to do certain things.
And
that's
then
all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
We
Well,
should
they
be
have to
choppy
well, then they have
black,
to be
just
deprogrammed.
like
That's
it
the
should
thing.
be. It should be a cultural thing that we should be doing, right? You know, we should at least spend some of our money, with black people, right? But we're not doing that. We're spending 99% of our money with everyone else. And if you can't find what you're looking for, is anybody else have it? They must. Oh man, I'm willing to try to do business with a black dude now, right? And
it
so
has
it's
to
like
take, you have to
that's
go
how we thinking.
you have to go through the reprogramming, because to be
There you go.
socialized, you had to go through something to make you think this way. So
Yeah, of course.
we skip over the parts where we had black banks that were thriving and they destroyed them, right? So
Well, Jim
through
Crow
years, prior to
was
Jim
what
Crow,
made the black banks prosperous. Jim Crow is what made Black Wall Street prosperous, because the white people would not let us do business with them on the scales like that. So we had to do business with each other, and then they didn't
they didn't
pound
protect our
on.
money. So
Let
when
me
the
say
banks
this.
were crashing,
Let me say this, New Growth, because I know you know this, but some of the audience might not. That Marcus Garvey made a lot of connections with African business people. And so the black people on Wall Street was able to take advantage of those connections and be able to start trading. See, the white people didn't count on the fact that we were going to be able to do overseas business, which is what we was able to start doing, stuff like that, and then get on the stock market as well. They didn't expect that, and so when we did, of course, they came in and shut that down in the most vicious and heinous way. But I'm telling you, the Marcus Garvey, people think, oh, Marcus Garvey, he just bought the boats and that was it. No. The man that laid a lot of groundwork for what you call the black Wall Street and other black banks and everything. He laid a lot of groundwork for that. Okay, let me let you go ahead, bro.
yeah. But what you're saying is perfect, because when you had the Freeman banks and when the stock market crashed and they weren't the money in the banks was supposed to be secured just like all the other banks, but they wouldn't play the black people banks. So people had their money in the black banks would go broke. Everything was not covered, as opposed to the Bank of Italy was covered and some, which we know now as the Bank of America. So
Correct.
you have a fear that trickles down through generations that's we have been deprogrammed of. I ain't put my money in the black bank, because great grandmama might told that to grandmama. And grandmama said, nah, I don't put, that's a good idea, but they ain't gonna cover our money. So when you go through these things for generation, you can't call that stupid. You call that traumatized. And like Clarence said, socialized. So we have to do work, like I was saying earlier. Like, I'm about to bounce y'all. Let me say this one thing. This is the lyrics of Tupac. He said, see Delores Tucker use a mother ucker. Instead of trying to help a nigga, you destroy a brother. Worse than the others. Bill Clinton, Mr. Bob Dole. You too old to understand the way the game's told. You're lame, so I gotta hit you with the hot fact. This is a man that's expressing, as a 22-year-old man, expressing how he feels, a neglected black man who had his mother a crackhead, all of these things. Now he's finally making some money, and he sees the person that he thinks will come in, like Farrakhan does so well. He consumes the black entertainers and helps them and teaches them. All he sees somebody destroying the CD industry. Of course he's going to rebel. Of course people going to. So she might have had the greatest intentions, but like Farrakhan, that's who I would put on the pedestal. Farrakhan sat down and talked and molded, and he came together, and he's trying to organize a change. Now, if it'll happen, I don't know, but you can't go at somebody you neglected for 20 years, and all of a sudden, when they're doing something that's feeding them or what they see as success, you never told them. We never told them. The black churches were not in the street then. And now that they make it successful, you want to crash their CDs. They see you trying to destroy them, like Bill Clinton and Bob Dolan. So we got to keep that in mind. Yes, she was a great woman, but I think the execution was not done right. She was attacking the victims, in my opinion. But on that note, y'all, peace and love. Love this Saturday conversation once again.
All right, my brother. It's always good to have you on the
Clarence,
panel, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
Clarence,
man.
if
Shout out
y'all
to you,
know,
No Groove.
I know y'all know my email. Could y'all put it in the back chat for Pagoda?
Okay.
Because I don't know it offhand, so I'm on my phone. So y'all can put it in there. I would love to conversate with you, Pagoda,
Hello,
man.
can y'all hear me?
Stay strong.
All right, brother.
Okay.
All right, peace, my brother.
Oh, I just want to say something real quick. I got an emergency. I have to go. I appreciate you guys having me up. I'm really sorry. I got to take off. I'm having an emergency right now.
Oh, we hope everything's okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hope everything's all right. Seriously.
Yeah, man.
I hope
Sorry
so,
about
too.
that, man. Man. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to find New Gross email here. Let me see if I can.
Well, while you're looking for that, Brother Clarence, I know I mentioned it to you a little bit earlier, and I know the time is getting away from us. But I really would appreciate it if you could share the article that I presented concerning this particular topic.
Sorry about that.
If we have time for it. If we don't, then I understand.
We got a few minutes. We got a few minutes before we're gonna start wrapping up, y'all. Let me see.
All right.
Oh, one of y'all in trouble again. One of y'all did something again. Even Sister Any in trouble now.
Oh.
Hey, Lyric. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Delores.
Lyric. Hey,
Hi.
what's going on?
Hey, Lyric, how are you, my sister?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Wonderful. So good to see you on the panel.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me
Yeah,
come
for
up.
sure. Absolutely. This your home, girl. So you welcome here
That's
anytime.
how you hear.
What's going on? You have something you wanted to contribute to the conversation? Just saying hi. What's going on?
I do. I am always just saying hi because I love you all so much. But I think one of the things that everybody brought so much good information up, and I think the one big thing that we are missing, and I'm sorry, I'm always going to draw it right back to the Bible. The one big thing that we're missing when it comes to our young people in the world is that, the world has tantalize them and continue to tantalize them with all these demonic things, and instead of the church getting together and showing that we're a unity, that we're a common ground, that we can mass produce life, and I mean life in the sense of making them happy, giving them that to continue on, letting them know that their backing is going to come from the one that created everything, versus the people that look like they have it all going on right now, because we know that everything that's going on right now is eventually going to burn. So when you ask the question, how do we get our young people to jump on, it's going to start with us adults that claim to know him and claim to have a relationship with them, and show them that the church is not a place to be made fun of. And instead of a lot of church members getting together, and I'm going to say the word that everybody hates to hear, creating a cult-like environment, show them that we are the salt of the earth, show them what we can do. Our Father created everything that's going on right now, and he is the solution. He is the answer.
Right on. Anybody have any comment to that? Anybody want to add to that?
No, she said that quite well. I agree. I definitely agree.
All right. Okay, so I believe that we're trying to I think we all want the same thing in the end. It's just I think we're coming at it different ways. We're trying to come at it different ways, and sometimes we got people that they only see it from their perspective, right? And so we want to try and get everybody to see everything from all perspectives as best as we can, because most of us we try I think that most of us that are here are trying to do what we can, right? Maybe we can't march. We got bad feet like Vaughn, right? Maybe we can. Maybe we can't march, right? So maybe we got to do what we can, right? We do what we can, or maybe we doing this or doing that, and so we got to do what we can. And so, but at the same time, we got to understand for our people that we got to have understanding for them, even though they making bad decisions, even though they out here doing stuff, they still need us to support the good in them, right? You have a child, and this child, you remember when this child was a baby, they used to tell you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And they were so sweet and so good. And they hit about 15 or 16, man, and then they turned into the devil. They turned into the devil. You gonna throw away all them years that you told this child you loved them? Or you gonna still try to help them limp out of whatever they're going through, right? Gonna try to be there for them, right? Right? A man once said, will not a good shepherd leave the 99 to go after that one lost sheep, right? So we got to be willing to give our people, because the man could have just wrote that sheep. Oh, that one sheep. I got 99 here. What value does that one sheep have? But the whole point of the story is all these sheep have value. Everybody has value. There is nobody that's in this group. Even if you leave, even if you go astray, you got value. I'm going to put a path out there for you to come back. We're going to try to get you to come back, right? And I think that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way where we can turn this thing around. But I think one of the issues that Diamond was having was that his framework of thinking was so solid that this is the way it's got to be, and it's got to be this way. And I think it's going to take a little time for him to see that. Does anybody agree or disagree with me with that? You don't have to say what you think about Diamond, but do you think that we're going to have to be a little more, what do you call that? Relax with our people as far as the decision making that they have made, because there's a lot of extenuating circumstances out there. What does anybody have to say about that?
What I think if we present our conversations as if we're going to throw somebody away or they're useless or you don't have permission to fall short, that it can be discouraging for anyone to be receptive to hear from someone that may come from a similar group, so I know that in particular with Diamond, because he's pretty expressive about it, where is so like his thought process is so final about people. Like if you make a mistake, that's it. I don't want to hear about anything else that you did was good. And it's not just him that thinks that way, right? So like there's a whole world of people that have that same kind of nope, I don't want to have to deal with you if you make this one mistake. And to what Lyric was saying, it's so important that we, especially as believers, that we are witness to our walk. Like, are we behaving in the same way that we want God or how God has shown us, with other people? Like, are we showing grace? Are we showing forgiveness? Are we showing so if we say, hey, don't listen to this, or hey, don't do that, are we presenting an alternative? Like when I talked about like this stuff with finance, listen, people, when you're struggling financially, it just makes everything else just seems even more, just seems bigger. So how can we help, just like say like little kids, because I'm always geared towards the kids. How do we start them thinking and understanding the concept of financing? How do we start trusting people with, hey, I'm going to let you hold this candy, or you can have this, you can hold my purse, or you can hold this, I'll give you $2, and them returning that $2 when they say. So now we start in this trust factor. Oh, you know what? When I gave someone that looks like me this dollar and they said they would give it back on Friday, they gave it back. So just kind of establishing in small increments, levels of trust, introducing the word. If it's where you are talking to someone and they're like, I don't want to hear this God stuff or whatever. Okay, try to figure out and pray to God and ask the Holy Spirit to allow you to use words that season your speech so that you can kind of introduce him in a way that's welcoming or that they'll receive it, and then start building on that so they have relationships. We got to kind of meet people where they are, like to walk into somebody that the way that they communicate and feel like they need to express their femininity is talking about walk. To just go in and talk about scripture, they may not be as receptive just if you come like that. So how do you walk them from the walk to, what'd you say, word of praise? What'd you say, Vaughn? It doesn't mean something. But how do we transition
worship and praise?
Worship and praise. How do we transition when people see the walk, that meaning, to the walk, what you're saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's how we have to see where people are and figure out how we can be used to help them see better or see differently, and then let them grow from there.
All right, sounds good, sis. Sounds good. Okay, y'all. Before we get to start doing some last remarks, man, because it's kind of late in the game for us. I got to bring my man Simon up here. Simon, me and Simon, we went over Simon's. If y'all didn't catch that video, me and Simon went over his appearance on the Kendra G show. Oh boy. Oh boy. Simon's a good sport about it, man. Simon's a good sport. We talked about it. I couldn't talk no sense into his head, but he still wants to be like show up.
No, you did.
A woman's gonna be interested in that, but hey, that's okay. I'm gonna let Simon figure that one out for itself. But let's bring Simon into the what? I don't stand up for anyone. Right?
Like they say, Simon said.
Simon says.
So I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate.
All right, man. Simon, do you have any remarks that you want to throw out here? And share with us about what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I came on the Gangsta Rap part when you had panelists speaking about it. I'm particularly passionate about Tupac for a number of reasons, but being a father, just understanding that he was taken away from us at 26 years old, I don't think most people take that into perspective. I think they see his culmination of events. They and most people do that, and that's a fair game. Like, most people look at what someone's accomplished rather than their whole life and them as a human being. You get what I mean? To have your child taken away at 26 years old is a big deal. It's a massive thing, and it should be a stamp in our sort of eyes as Black people. He was 26. I mean, the thing is like, yeah, we can talk about he done this and he done that, but then who was guiding him? Who was in the community making sure that he went straight? Who was there? And we talk about gangster rappers and rappers in general, or any sort of person that's in the entertainment industry, and we go, well, who's the person who's actually guiding them? Who's in that room when they're getting on stage? Who's in that room when they're getting in the car? Who's in that room when they're being handed a lethal weapon? That's the problem. It's like we're quite quick to turn around and go, gangster rap was the problem. Well, is it really? When you're sitting comfy in your house and you're not doing nothing about nothing and just watching people on the TV, but yet buying their CDs or downloading it on MP3 or, watching MTV. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know about that. And that's just from a personal experience, because I used to do the same thing over here. And I know I'm not in the US, but I had the same coverage. I was in magazines, newspapers. I used to, I didn't even know, at that point, I didn't even know how famous I was until I got into certain situations. And then it became quite clearly apparent to me how famous I was. And I don't think people really understand celebrity at all. People sort of think, we know what we're doing. We don't. We're in a bubble. Like, I got things. Everything was just brought to me. You got treated like royalty. Do you get what I mean? It's not a civilian lifestyle. So that's why I sort of have a little thing in my heart with Tupac, especially, and not only Tupac, but anyone that's in this bubble that goes through a certain type of thing. We experience it on YouTube as well. This is a new thing for us. And people will turn around and go, "Oh, you're this, you're that." And it's like, well, you don't really know what we're going through unless you're actually doing it yourself and having a
Yeah.
conversation. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's easy for someone to turn around and just belittle somebody and go, "Oh, that was all the worst side of somebody," and pick that up and go, "Yeah, I'm the most outstanding person in my life, and I'll never do that." But are you doing it? Have you actually experimented with it as a minimum process, just to understand what someone's gone through? And if you get to the heights of someone like Tupac, who sold millions and millions of records all over the world,
right?
Everyone knows his name from Indonesia to Pakistan. You got the gall to turn around and go, "He's a bad person." I don't know about that. That's not a good thing, especially being a black person. And this is the thing about the black community. We got to stop berating black people in particular. No other race does that.
Well,
I want to
No other
respond to that,
race.
my brother.
Simon,
up with the
I have
art.
a question for you.
Hold on, hold on, Pagoda. Now, Simon,
Okay,
I would
sorry.
say, would you agree that he was very troubled at the end of the last portion of his life? Would you at least agree to that, Simon?
I agree that he was human, and the fact of the matter is we are all human. So we can take, every person on this panel is going to have a different sort of idea about what the end of his life was. What the media portrayed to us is another thing. I could give you a juxtaposition. Princess Diana and King Charles right now. Now, are we going to turn around and go, Princess Diana was wrong, or King Charles was wrong? Now that he's married to Queen Camilla, sorry. I'm playing. But I'm just saying, we all have this. All right, I'm gonna allow everyone to speak. Sorry.
Okay, before
When it's my turn, I want to respond to what he said.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go, Diamond.
What I said?
Then we're gonna start wrapping up. Hold on,
No, you let everybody else respond. I've been talking a lot, so let everybody else who wants to respond, because I'm not trying to hog the talk
okay.
tonight.
All right, that sounds good, Diamond. Okay, let Pagoda ask his question, and then we'll
Okay.
get back to you, Diamond.
Simon, you say that you aren't from the USA, right?
Who are you talking about? Sorry, bro.
I'm talking about you, Simon. You
Me
said that you
or
aren't from.
no? I'm not from the USA. No, not at all.
Where are you from, if I may ask?
United Kingdom.
Oh, well, your accent gave it away if you think about it.
Yeah, so does your accent. But what's the point? Go on.
No, just wondering.
All right. Is that your question? All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Pagoda, tell him where you're from. Pagoda, tell him where you're from.
Oh Lord.
You want
I
to
could
guess
tell.
where I'm from, buddy?
I ain't guessing. Look, this ain't play school, man. Come on.
No. It's very important. At this juncture in time, I definitely want Pagoda to acknowledge where he's from. Where are you from, Pagoda?
Israel.
Where?
I said it. I'm from Israel.
I mean, right? He's right around Tel Aviv, right? So
I'm
he's
in a
going
city
through all
that's
that
close
stuff
to
you're
Tel
reading
Aviv
about in the
right now.
newspaper, all your stuff you're reading about in the newspaper, all the stuff you're watching on the news. This guy is going through this stuff right now. This guy is going through it right now. He is an Israeli Jew living in and around Tel Aviv, and he is going through all of this stuff. So I just want you to know who you're talking to up here, because we
Yeah,
got a lot of people.
I could tell because Israel's our partner, so I know this.
Okay, so I just want us to get acquainted with each other. Okay, now Diamond want to respond to you, Simon, and then we're gonna have to start getting some closing remarks in here, y'all, because Sister Annie's on the panel, and she might team up with Lyric, and then I'll be really She got to get on me about the time. So we got to start closing up, fellas. So Diamond, but I'm gonna let you respond to what Simon said. Go ahead, Diamond.
I think people are taking
Brother Clarence. So we're not going to get to the article today, right?
The article. I keep forgetting, Vaughn. Okay, I got.
Well, you asked me to do the research, so I did do that. So I don't know. Maybe you want to talk about it on part two, but it's up to you, man. It's good.
Vaughn, sometimes we can, sometimes. So yeah, that's the way things go on the show, man. Sometimes it just goes different directions.
We done wasted too much time going back and forth.
Let me do this, and then we'll go over the article after Diamond. We'll go over the article real quick, and then we will start getting some closing remarks. Okay, y'all. But while I'm getting the article set up, Diamond can respond.
Hey, if you did the research on that article, Vaughn, I appreciate it. Thank you, because doing research is hard. And I've been trying to research some things myself, so I appreciate you doing that. But what I wanted to say is, I don't want people to think that I'm insulting these people or saying these people are just bad people. I'm just saying that when we look up to people and we give people a certain, standard, or we give them a certain level of respect, they need to be people who earn it. We need to make sure that we're not just putting anybody up there to say this is someone who is great. I mean, we can acknowledge that, yeah, Tupac said some great things, but we have to look at what he did and what he didn't do. That's the only thing I'm saying about him or anybody else. As far as the word grace is concerned, I think Black people give too much grace to certain people and not enough grace to others. Just like women give grace to dudes who cheat, who beat their behind, and all sorts of stuff. But then the guy's a nice guy. He shows up late for dinner 15 minutes. He's out of there. So I don't believe in grace is always the best thing to do. It depends on why we're giving them grace, and have they apologized and have they improved. So it's not about just giving grace just to give it. I think we need to give grace to those who want it and who have earned it and who really want to change. But if someone does not want to change, then we should not give them grace. So the point that I'm making about Tupac is Tupac should not be put in the same light as Malcolm X or Marcus Garvey, because he's an entertainer. We need to leave it there, just like Mike Tyson should not be either. Mike Tyson's a great boxer. LeBron James and Kobe Bryant were great basketball players. Rakim, Nas, all the other rappers were good rappers. We need to leave them where they belong. And I think we're making a huge mistake by trying to hold somebody up who just didn't live up to, who just wasn't up to par. And if we're going to hold up a rapper, let's just hold up Chuck D. Chuck D don't talk about shooting up no one. He's never called women hoes. Chuck D just been Chuck D, but he don't get no love. So I'm just saying there are other rappers who have actually been part of the struggle, who are way better than Tupac, as an example, but they don't get any love. This clown gets all the love, and to me, he's not anybody to. Even when I was a teenager in the '90s, when I was living in the '90s, I looked at him as a hypocrite. Not what, because he's from the East Coast, but he run around talking West Side this. Start beefing with Biggie. Start beefing with other rappers. I mean, Tupac caused a lot of problems in the hip hop industry. You know how many rappers he started problems with? How much beef he had in the industry? And we're looking up to this fool. Are we out of our minds? I don't get how we're doing this when Tupac picked a lot of fights with other rappers. And when the people interview about him on Vlad TV, Scarface was like, dude was always turned up. And Biggie was confused. Biggie was like, this dude talking W.B. Du Bois. The next minute he talking about being a gangster. So I just don't understand how we're making someone to be something that they're not. I'll land my plane there. I'm sorry.
All right, and that's all right. That's all right, bro. Because we got to get to this article, and then we got to start getting some closing remarks from everybody. All right. This is the article Vaughn so graciously looked up. It's in the Defender. Rappers killed by gun violence. It talks about the deaths of all these rappers. Of course, we got Nipsey Hussle here, P&B. This is I forgot this young brother's name. But of course we had we had XXXTentacion, Nipsey, Pop Smoke. That's the brother's name. Pop Smoke, King Von. I mean, Young Dolph. All of these different PB and Rock. We got him. I mean, and then you can see all of these different rappers. Right? It looks like it's over 100 of them. Just killed since 2020. Just gun violence. just ridiculous, man. And Vaughn, is there anything you wanted to say specifically about this article? Vaughn?
May I ask a quick question while he's because he's still muted up.
Oh, okay.
And I can't really see this the names up there, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
does
I was
it
muted.
appear? Oh, go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I wanted to say, as you peruse through there, if you could read some of those names, but it gives you, how they were deleted. A lot of it says shot and deleted.
Yes.
And I took my time to count the names of these brothers.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe you can mention some of their names, but it was around 200.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so it made me question in my mind, what are we doing? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of lifestyle? And guess what? Look at the age, Brother Clarence. See, it breaks it down to the date, the age, where they lived, and how they were deleted.
Yeah.
Look
Looking
at
at the ages, I would say the average age probably around 26. Yeah.
And they're all very young.
Yeah, young cats. Yeah, definitely. You got
And this is tragic. Very tragic.
414 Little Mo, shot and deleted in Milwaukee. Curex 3X, shot and deleted in Fort Worth, Texas. SJ Groovy, shot and deleted in Fort Worth, Texas. Kid Cavy, shot and deleted in Murfreesboro,
19,
Tennessee.
17, 18.
Oh man,
19.
Rundown Dre, shot and deleted in Chesapeake, Virginia. I mean, man, this goes on and 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 on. And so I think this is where Delores Tucker was trying to get us to try to steer away from. But I think we were just so, I mean, man, I'm just telling the truth, man. I did not like her at all. I fell for it, man. I was into the whole, gangster rap. Not so much the gangster rap, but just rap itself. I was just into it, and gangster rap was just a part of it. But I wasn't really into, per se, the gangsterism. But I was definitely a rap enthusiast, and I thought that rap at that time had so many different genres in it that I felt like an attack on one genre was an attack on all genres, and so I didn't like that. And then I was a fan of Tupac's earlier music. I wasn't too much of a fan of the Death Row stuff. I was more of a fan of the older stuff, right? But I still wasn't willing to throw him away just because he fell in with Suge Knight, right? But that was me. But anyway, you can see a lot. You can see this article for yourself. Let me see if I can put it in. I'll put it in the chat so everybody can look it up for themselves. You can see this is where Delores Tucker was trying to get us to go, trying to stop us from getting to this point. But now we at this point. So now we're gonna look. Now we're looking for some solutions, man. What do we do? How do we get this stuff?
Well, Brother Clarence, I would definitely say this. When you look at this list, this very, very long list that shouldn't be.
No.
We would have to admit that the cause of these demise was because of the lifestyle. You see?
Agreed.
And I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm just saying, a lot of these rap characters who wear the gold chains and the gold teeth in their mouth, and and they represent thugism. You see what I'm saying? And they have beef with each other, right? Agreed. And so this one gets gunned down, and then that one gets gunned down. And what sense are we making? You're living by the sword. That's why you're dying by the sword.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I come on here and I hear catchphrases that I was told by white people at the highest echelon. And, what Vaughn just said right there was one of them. So if they were telling me this when I was 18 years old, then they must have known about it before. I knew what my prospective future may have looked like. I was lucky enough not to get caught up. So that's why um, when I see people that have been in the same situation that I have been in, I have a bit of remorse, you know. And I do appreciate the elders' perspective as well, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that got me through it. It was the ones that were turning around and saying, "Yo, Simon, don't do this. Simon, put that money into a bank account. Simon, don't just diddy dally." And everyone else is just like, "Hey, hey, hey, get into the play." This is kind of fucking heartbreaking. People getting killed, gunned down. These are young people.
Exactly.
Well, Simon.
Exactly.
Simon. Well, we got some sisters on the panel, man. So we're gonna kind of watch with it.
Sorry,
All guys up
sorry,
here, we
bro.
can do the
Sorry, no,
locker
I was
room
just getting a
thing.
bit emotional. I'm sorry.
We can do the locker room thing. Well, we
I'm
got some
sorry.
sisters up here, man. So we got to show them some respect, so we can show to the young brothers that when we got our sisters around, we show them respect, man. You know what I mean? We don't care if
Well,
we're
I
married to
appreciate
them or not married to them. We're gonna show our sisters respect, right? And I know you weren't trying to do
No,
that on
right.
purpose.
No, you're
I
right.
know
No,
you
no,
weren't
no.
trying
You're
to do
right. I'm learning from you, bro. You know I'm learning from you. So
we
no,
got to do
for real,
another
for
show
real.
together, Simon. I think we
Wait,
are.
may I
We,
ask a
me and
quick
you are.
question, Brother
Yes.
Clarence? Well, two
Yes.
things. Because I want to ask something about what Vaughn researched. But I wanted to ask you one, when you say that you did not like see Delores Tucker, what were you afraid that what she was doing was going to mean for you or for your community? So I'm curious of that. But also to this article that Vaughn found, were these artists, and I'll look through it too, but were these artists, did they promote violence in their music? Like, did all of them promote violence? Did they promote ownership of guns in their videos and things like that? Like, was it because of, do you think that maybe with some of these it was just kind of their surroundings where they were, or was it the music itself that they were given the impression that that's the lifestyle that they were okay with living and would live by and die by?
Okay, so which one are you? Which question you want to answer
I want
first?
you to first tell me what you were afraid it was going to mean for you, your enjoyment, your entertainment. What did you think what she was doing was going to cause you to not have?
Okay, I was a classic. I was just a classic follower at that time. I just felt like I love this music. I love it, and you attacking it. I felt like you were trying to stop something that was just had my heart. It's like I have my heart. It's like unfortunately, there's people out here going through this where, your father is the best person in the world. He done did all these things for you. And then the FBI breaks your door down and says, this man has been dealing kids or robbed a bank or something. And you go, no, I don't want to hear that. This man is awesome. That's how I felt at the time. I felt like it was a personal attack. And I felt like she was trying to take something from me that I had stumbled up on, and it gave me a good feeling. It gave me a feeling of power and freedom and expression. It gave me all of these good feelings, and not in particular the gangster rap, but just the rap industry itself, because I was privy to it. Not like now. Now it's only one genre, right? Kill, 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 right? But at that time, there was a lot of different. There was a party side of rap. There was the conscious side of rap. There was the political side of rap. There was the just the goofy side of rap. I mean, it had so many different genres. I liked it all, even the gangster rap. I wasn't like, I didn't do the lyrics. I wasn't like that, but I just liked the expression that everybody had their own flavor that they brought to the party. And I felt like she was going to stop that. I felt if she kept going, she was going to stop it and we wasn't going to have it. I didn't know. At the time, I wasn't thinking. She wasn't trying to stop it. She was trying to regulate it so that little kids and younger than me couldn't just have access to this and then get influenced into thinking that this is acceptable behavior. Because I knew I was already 15, 16, 17 years old. I knew this was unacceptable behavior. Right. I knew it, but I knew it was just people expressing themselves. Right. But that was my biggest fear, that she was going to get rid of the rap industry altogether. And I didn't really take the time to listen to her message fully, where she was saying, I'm not trying to stop this. I'm trying to just stop this, have it where it's cut off from the children.
So
and
now let me ask. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. That's
right where you are, right? So this you're actually in an ideal place for us to be kind of trying to work towards a solution here, right? Because the way that you felt then, trying to come in right now with how the music is, it's going to be met with that same kind of opposition that you were just saying that you had, right? So what is it that she could have done, or how could it have been presented to you? And that's something that you could maybe think about, or we on the panel listening to the stream. What is it that, if you were in that place, that feeling, what is it that someone could have possibly said to you? How would they have had to come to you that would have had you to maybe listen a little bit longer and not have so much resistance to this change, or somebody trying to share, you know, a better way of communicating, or how detrimental these lyrics are, how it could grow? You may not see it right now. So that right there, like whatever it is that you think could have possibly had you to shift, that's what we need to work on. That's the gap we need to fill right there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Anae, but I also would give a little pushback and say that when Brother Clarence was talking, you can hear the passion that he had in his heart for rap and how captivated he was, because there was a sense of freeing within it that he found. And I think a lot of the times when we go to people and when we're trying to get them push their direction in a different way, especially when it's toward Christ or whatever we want them to see, we have to understand how to get to the point where we're giving them that freeing sensation, where we're tugging on their heart, because nobody is going to let go of anything until they have that actual experience that frees them, like rap music did for him.
Oh, that's absolute. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, what do so like would like there's a gospel rapper. Oh, I think his name is Miles something. His rap. I think he's in California, Brother Clarence, but his music is a really smooth transition to me. It's like kind of where you can move and stuff. Like it's really good music. So do you think that the way and this to you, Lyric, too, do you think that it's like where that some of the music, because we have the what a fellowship, do we need to change like how we deliver the music, spiritual music? Do we glorify God in a way that is that offers some of the same kind of beats and like how that's where we need to be, y'all. We need to figure out, how do we give them that, or ask God to use us to show them how they get that from him
I
in a
would
package that they would receive it.
I would say that we just let him take control, because I mean, Anae, you've heard me say this. I don't know if anybody else has heard me say it, but I think the biggest example of mixtapes and the best mixtapes we'll ever have in the world is the Book of Psalms.
Yeah.
And they didn't change their genre. They didn't change what they were. All they knew was their worship, and all of that came from their heart. All of that came from their souls, and they knew where it wanted to take them. And that's one of the biggest book that captivates and touches everyone. So when you say, do we change the melodious tones, or do we change the rap tones? Absolutely not, because just like the Book of Psalms has each individual that is going to capture, the music that is coming out now is going to do the same thing. And if everything sounds the same, then we won't touch every person that we're supposed to touch.
And if I could add to that just for a quick second, you know, I agree. I definitely agree. You know, but there has to be a difference between clean and unclean. There has to be a distinction between the two. You see what I'm saying? And so when we look at the music and the rap and the gospel, if we're going to compare the two, you know, the Bible talks about unless you tore that out of the Bible, but it says, "Be not conformed to the world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." You see what I'm saying? And we should be in a place, and I know it's hard to be because, you know, a lot of us are dealing with our humanistic ways, you know, but we should follow after the spirit and not the flesh. You see what I'm saying? And this is what causes the division and the divide, you know. But definitely when it comes to the, like Ene was talking about the sounds and different things like that, you know, we have definitely conformed to a secular space when it comes to gospel music, you know, and you know, some people could disagree and say that, well, that's okay to do, you know, but a lot of times you can't really make the distinction between whether it's gospel, you know, or whether it's secular. So, but I'm pretty sure that's a whole different conversation. But I just wanted to add that to it. That's all.
Are you saying I can't beatbox and say something about God?
No,
No, we're saying you can't beatbox. You don't know how to beatbox. That's what we're saying. You don't know how to beatbox.
I'm being realistic.
I want me to show my skills.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just being realistic when I say that. That's
can we have another person from the village? Right? Can we have another person from the village come in and talk? Is that okay? Can we have a vote? Is it okay if we have somebody else from the village talk? I mean, we had Lyric up here, and that was good. But now, I guess some of the other people from the village might want to stop over here. So we got one of the other ones. So let's try to listen to him. He might say something good. He might.
Sorry, I don't know if you saw my back chat, but I have to get ready to run out.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. This was a great conversation piece. This I'm telling you right there, Brother Clarence, that's what we need to work on. That we need to have a stream. We all kind of go to the drawing board, everybody, not just the home team, people in the chat, people listening in, because this is about saving souls. This is about saving people, saving kids, especially. This is about showing different ways of seeing life, seeing optimism, people showing grace, people taking the time to actually, whatever it is that God has gifted you with, to help uplift and support somebody, that you be used. So this was absolutely amazing. I thank everybody on the stream. It was an honor to be up here with Mr. He said. I don't know if I've ever been on a panel with him, but I just have absolutely, I respect them so much, y'all. I'm telling you, I listen to their streams a lot, and I just look in the mirror and say, oh my God, you are just a mess. They you know, but you need people to show you, okay, look, this is how you do better. And when you just keep walking in this same line, you got to blame yourself. You got to face the choir and say that you need to do better. You're either being lazy, you're complacent, you're making excuses. Be around people that show you a better way. Watch channels, support channels that just show us better. Thank you, Lyric, for coming up. It's always an honor to be on a panel with you also. I thank God for you. I thank God for how he uses you. Diamond, you did so good tonight. But I hope everything is okay. I know you said you had to jump off. Reese, I'm so glad that you were up here. Brother Clarence, Vaughn, this is just amazing. And I'm sorry, I just have to get ready to go.
Love you, Annie.
All righty.
All right, sis. All right, sis.
It was an honor to be with you, Miss
Oh,
Annie.
sorry, for Golden too. I'm sorry, I forgot you were down here.
Yeah, thank you.
The panel was heavy today. All right, love y'all. Bye-bye.
All right, ladies. Go ahead and be careful out there. Be safe. All right, down, Sister Annie. All right.
Clarence, I need to say to you something and then leave so I can just.
You need to leave too? Okay, go ahead. Tell the last word.
Yeah. First of all, my last words are like, last word I will say in maybe another 50 years, but never mind that.
On the show, we'll go on the show.
I know. I'm joking with you. Any case, we talked a week ago that we will do in the weekend
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but
yeah, it's okay.
let's
I have
do
some
it in
stuff
about
that
3
maybe
weeks.
we're interested to tell you, but you know what? We will talk about it in the mail. In any
Yeah,
case, have a wonderful evening.
No. We're gonna talk about it on another stream, maybe about another 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, I got to set that up. Okay, but
Yeah,
we can
it's
definitely do it
no
again.
problem. But in general, it's okay in here for now. The army didn't gone to Gaza yet.
Okay.
So so this is the silence before the storm, quote unquote.
Okay.
So
Well,
I'm
man,
okay
be
in
careful
the
out there.
moment.
Man. Be
Yeah,
careful
I'm
out
okay.
there, man.
Relax.
Make sure you watch your step out there. Okay.
Yeah, I got a knife from my cousin, so I got an army knife also in the safe room with with the hammer. But in any case, I'm okay. So it's almost 3 in the morning, so I need to go. See ya.
Okay, man.
Have a wonderful day or night.
Okay, you too, man.
Bye.
You too. You and your mom. All right. That was Vagoda. Okay. All right, Brother Bolo, and then we're gonna start going around the room, man. Brother Bolo, do you have any comments that you want to make?
Yeah, thank you for having me back.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. You know what I mean. One person from the village at a time, man. You know that's how we do it up here, man. You know what I mean. Unless if you, of course, if your name begins with a B, then there's a B tax that we charge, and we charge the B tax, and you of course can kick in at any time. That's what I'm saying. But our beloved Lyric has went on her way, so of course we don't have to charge you a tax now. So go ahead, brother. You can speak freely.
Wow. Okay. There was something that Nay said that when she had asked you the question pertaining to how did you feel when I think she was a senator, right? The I forget the lady's name of the
Delores
video.
Tucker, well, she was the Secretary of State for in Pennsylvania. Yeah.
So how did it make you feel? And keep in mind that's probably how these young men and young women feel today, right? And we couldn't see the damage that was going to happen back then, but you can see it now. Right. So where we are right now, life is meant to be lived forward but understood backward. We could look at it now. You're looking at over Vaughn said about 200 men. 200 men. You know what I'm saying? Gone.
That's just from 20. That's just from 2020 to now. That's just from 2020 to now.
And it's crazy because I think the oldest from when you were scrolling up was 31. The oldest. When you look at the music, when you look at the heart and the root of the music, it comes from lack of self-worth. It is what it is. Again, what do we push our self-worth to be? When we're looking at the woman's perspective from hip-hop, sex, getting money from the men, so forth and so on. And when we look at the men's perspective is having the money, having this bread, having the car, having the house. It's not about self-worth. And when you look at it, even with gospel, like Vaughn was saying, even with gospel, it's hip-hop now. Gospel is hip-hop. Hip-hop is the 70s rock. It's in everything. There's nothing that hip-hop is not in. It's in everything. Everything. That reach that hip-hop has transcended just hip-hop. It transcends nationality, it transcends country, it transcends music genre. Hip-hop is in everything. And again, like I said, music is the only thing that needs no permission to penetrate your spirit. It needs no permission. So if we're talking about just look, when you separate someone from, like I like to give this example. My son just bought the new Spider-Man game for PlayStation 5. And this is when, if any guys are familiar with Marvel.
My son did too, Bolo.
Yeah. So this is when Venom, which was supposed to be some type of Martian symbiote, right, takes over Spider-Man. And it took over Spider-Man and it showed the worst of what Spider-Man can be. So naturally, Peter Parker was a good kid, right? He has the spider power, and he tries to do good in New York City. When this symbiote takes over it amplifies that negative vibration that we all fight within ourselves daily. It amplifies it to the point where he just cannot control it, right? However, there had to be some type of sound, a real loud sound that separated him from the symbiote. The point that I'm trying to make is, if we can separate them from that self-worth that they don't have, because what society pushes is what makes you a man is having the car, having the house, having the woman, having this, having that. This is what makes you a man. And the Bible don't say that, right? When you look at, pushing you out at 18 years old where you were a man and you're this, you're that. Where do we get this from? Where do we get this from? You know what I'm saying? So society is pushing a narrative. It's pushing a narrative, even with the ladies. It's pushing a narrative that you're not a woman because you have to have this, you have to have that. It doesn't teach our children or our young adults about loving themselves and understanding who their creator is. That's where the connection starts. That's where the self-love comes in. The sacrifice that our Lord and Savior made. This is not taught at this point. The streets are these children's father. The father's outside of the house, so they have no order. They have no example of what a man should be. You just can't tell someone be a man. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
There's an environment that child has to be in. He has to see the interaction of you with his mom and you with the other siblings and so forth and so on. He has to see you in critical thinking, things happening, stress being applied, and you trying to figure things out. These are the things, and vice versa. The same thing with trying to tell a young girl, be a woman. How do I do this if I've never seen it? So society, you look at hip hop, you're looking at these 50-year-old men, almost damn near 60, acting like they're 20, 21, 22, 23. A lot of these, they're continuing the cycle, right? Jay-Z, billionaire. He's still talking about toting cocaine and all this stuff. You're a billionaire now. You're a businessman. You should be talking about the end game right now. Dog, I did that. I was there. And, music pulled me out. And now I'm here doing this, doing that. You still talking about going to Colombia and bringing in 8 keys? You damn near 60, my G. You damn near 60. So this is the perpetual roller coaster or perpetual merry-go-round that we're on that we need to stop. We need to give these young men a different version of what a man is, opposed to just falling into the cookie cutter thing that this hip hop is pushing out. And that's the issue. So, showing them the death that right there says a whole lot. Now, a lot of them, didn't push, the gun life, but a lot of them hung around that vibration. A lot of them were in the vicinity of that thing. You know what I'm saying? And this is why the Father tells you, separate yourself from them. Because if something is going to happen, don't think it's not going to happen because you're there. If you're not there ministering, if you're not there talking to your people, dogs, you're a millionaire now. There is no reason why you should be talking the way you're talking. I understand that's what you did. But now you got to give them a difference. You got to show them differently. You can't continue down there because you know what happens now? When you continue in that young man sport and you're a grown man now, these youngins, they have no code.
I want to respond to what you're saying next.
These youngins have no code, and they see you and they figure, if I take that cat out, I'm going to make myself a name. That's how they look at it.
Right.
So we have to break that cycle in the aspect of, now I see what Delores was talking about. Now I see. I couldn't have seen it then because I wasn't there. I didn't have the experience, right? Now I do. Now I see. Look at this list. And these are just the people that we see. We're not talking about the young men and young women that just get caught up in the nonsense. These are the rappers. This is and for nothing. For nothing. A life gone. And you don't understand how that affects. It's not just affecting him; it's affecting the kids. It affects the people. PTSD doesn't just happen to the person that the experience happened to. It happens to those that witnessed it. So all of these things, all of these moving parts, it's very important that we show them a difference.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. Okay, so I'm gonna let you start, and you can respond with your closing remarks, Diamond.
Yeah, after I finish, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I gotta take care of something. But one thing I do want to say about this is, the reason why I react the way I react to things is because I knew this when this was happening. Like, I've seen the damage that it was getting ready to do, because I've seen how niggerized we were, even back in the days when LL Cool J was out. I've seen how poorly we disrespected and treated each other. And I've seen how poorly Black people treated me. I've seen how poorly it was. So I knew we had a problem even before the NWA got big and those rap groups. I knew we had a problem. So I knew that Delores Tucker, I didn't pay attention to everything that was going on, but I knew what she was saying was right even back then, because we were supposed to treat each other like we were brothers and sisters, not niggas and bees and all of that. And we lost, and as a people, the whole race for the most part have lost its way. And when you see all these rappers dying, they made a song called Self-Destruction. Back in, I think, the early 90s or late 80s, we're headed for self-destruction. So they knew it too. The rappers knew what was going to happen before it even happened, because even before the gangster rap started off, they had a problem with the crack cocaine, and especially in New York City, that's where most of those rappers came from that did self-destruction. And what happens is we make too many excuses. We don't take responsibility for what's going on. We keep trying to give everybody grace. And I think we're giving people too much grace. That's the problem. Certain people got to be cut off. Certain people got to go. And if you're asking me, I don't look at those rappers as brothers. I look at them as the enemy, because they're working with the enemy to create wickedness, and their behaviors are wicked. And off the court and on the court, they're just horrible. To me, they're just horrible, disgusting people, because they talk about negative things and they try to make it positive. Because even when you look at the game itself, if me and you are running an operation, it would be better for us to do it together so we can profit together, like the mafia did. The mafia came together to try to bring all the criminal elements together. So if anybody had to be taken care of, it was for a good reason, not just because. These people are just running around, ending each other just because it's fun, or I don't like him, or, he's this, or he thinks he's that. They're just doing it because they're nothing but a destructive force. And I think a lot of us don't understand that they exist to hurt other Black people. That's what they enjoy doing. And people can say whatever they want to say, but I can see it in their eyes. They enjoy it. They don't just enjoy being intimate with a woman. They want to be intimate, but they want to do something to hurt her. They want to take her virginity and then laugh in her face and tell her to get out of our house, get out of my house, because they want to hurt and destroy. They want to get with a woman, sleep with her, then call her out of her name, because they want to hurt her feelings. They want to hurt each other. And that's what people don't understand. So the reason why most Black people I won't have anything to do with, because I know evil when I see evil. And I've been dealing with evil all my life, and all it's done is hurt me. 90% of the Black people I've met in my life have tried to destroy me. So I understand what's going on, because this is what they do to each other. I'm just another person who's caught up in the middle of this stuff, who chooses not to deal with most Black people. Most Black people I want nothing to do with, because I see this evil in them. So the point that I'm getting at for everybody is, I don't feel bad for these rappers at all. I don't feel bad for them, because they were rapping about negative things, and the things that they were rapping about came and happened to them. And I live in Pittsburgh, right? And there was a rapper named Jimmy Wapple who had a lot of talent, but he was running the streets acting crazy. And they probably would have pinned cases on him for unaliving people. Real talk. He was a Pittsburgh rapper that was talented and great, but he ended up getting murdered. But see, I don't feel bad for him, because he bought it on himself. He could have been a star. Jimmy Wapo would have been a major star. But I mean, he bought it on himself. He was just too ghetto, too niggerish. He couldn't get out of that lifestyle. Even after he got a record deal, Wiz Khalifa signed him, but he couldn't see mustache hole. He had done too much. And I love Jimmy Wapo. I don't even know him, but I love him. Yes,
Diamond.
yes,
Let's
sir.
start wrapping up, man. I mean, we can't sit here for a half an hour.
Yeah. My bad. You know what? I apologize for going on tirade, but I'm just saying that I appreciate the research that Vaughn did. But the thing that I guess I'll say at the end of the day is we have to do something totally different with the way the whole Black community operates, or we're going to continue to flush down the toilet. I don't have my plane there. Sorry for taking so long.
Down, man. Thank you, Brother Diamond. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down. Okay, we're gonna get moving. Let's go Bolo, then Vaughn, then Risa. How about that?
Sounds good.
Wow. We you know
It's a tough one, right, brother?
it's tough because you listen, when you put garbage in your body, and today a dog decides to chase you, and you put nothing but McDonald's and Burger King and all these different things in your body, your mind says that you can jump over that fence. Your eyes look at it, but you're asking your body to do something that it can't do. You haven't prepared your body to that point where it can do that. We have to be mindful of what we're putting in our spirit, not just our bodies, but in our spirit, what we're taking in, who we allow in, what we allow in, the places that we go. We have to be mindful of all these things. And it's hard if you haven't had that example of a man or a woman that has a relationship with the Father that can guide you. It's hard. And this is why, we have to continue to be empathetic and sympathetic and not be so quick to throw people away. We have to continue that fight. We have to continue mentoring success and safety tips for our young men. I just took that from you, Brother Clarence. We I was expecting you to say something, but you waited too long, so I had to just tell you.
I was down in the chat, man. But I see you, brother. I see you.
That was clean.
That's why I didn't get. That's why I'm not going to charge you I'm not going to charge you the Bolo charge.
Yeah, that was clean, right there.
I appreciate
that. Tax next time.
But we just have to continue being that example and continue pushing God.
Exactly.
And continue being that example. We can't. At the end of the day, we understand that everyone is not going to make it. We get that. But here's the point that I want to push home. Especially the Diamond. Here's the point that I want to push home. We don't get to pick and choose who gets saved. That's the point. We don't know. That young man that you say we're just going to throw away, he might be that one that you need to talk to. So we need to be that light in all dark places, right? Not just the places that it's easy to be a light in. Then there is no point. There's a scripture, and I'll leave on this note. The scripture where Christ says, if you're admonished for something that you did wrong, there is no honor and glory in that. You did something wrong, so you deserve to be admonished, right? But if you've done nothing wrong and you are admonished and you take it, therein lies the glory, right? So at the end of the day, it's easy to go to those that already have the answers opposed to those that are going to fight you, right? That's our job, right? Because at one point you didn't see. At one point you were blind. At one point you couldn't hear. At one point you couldn't feel. But our Father was patient, right? So let's continue to do that and pass it down. Brother, thank you. Continue doing what you're doing. I love you.
You too, brother. You too.
Love you guys, Vaughn B, Risa, everyone that's been up. We should be on tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. See, I didn't forget.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I missed you Friday, Brother Clarence. I missed you Friday. I'm sorry, Brother Bolo. I missed you Friday.
No, I didn't, brother. I tried to come on, and I was so beat from the week. I just came on and just said, "Yo, we're gonna come on tomorrow night." So you
And
didn't.
sometimes you got to get that rest, man. That's
Yeah, yeah,
understandable.
yeah. And the last thing before I drop set, brother Clarence,
Yes, sir.
did you clean the belt? Bye.
Ay, 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 ay. All right, y'all. That was Brother Bolo, man, from Bolo TV. Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, man, get on over there. What are you doing, man? You come over here and we throw out scriptures. Me, Vaughn, and Any, we throw out scriptures. We don't know what the hell we talk about sometimes. We throw these scriptures out here, right? You going over to Bolo TV in the village with Lyric and Bolo and Auntie. Brother Ant, and they will definitely get you straight. They will. No, well, this is what they meant. they would straighten out what we said over here, right? So go on over there and check them out, man. But shout to Bolo, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. All right, let's Big Rig say you got some pushback. I'm ready for you, Big Rigs. How about this? I'm gonna let Vaughn go, then Risa, and then I'm gonna start dealing with you with your pushback, brother. So just hang tight in there. I know you're at work, but just hang tight with me, man. All right, Vaughn. Closing words. Vaughn?
Brother Vaughn?
Sorry about that. I was muted. I didn't realize.
Yeah, man.
See, that's what I need you all for. Listen, help the old man out. You know what I'm saying?
See, I'm just old. Vaughn is elderly. See, it's a difference between when you old and you elderly. When you old, you know you old, but when you elderly, you think you're not old. You think you still got the mind of a 21-year-old, right? I know I'm old. I'm already gonna have an excuse. I already have an excuse waiting for when I mess up.
Yeah, well, okay. Anyway, moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving on.
But I would definitely say that Delores Tucker, she was definitely right.
Shout out to Delores Tucker.
I know a lot of people didn't agree with her at the time.
I didn't. I hate
and
it.
I really wasn't a rap connoisseur at the time because I was, in church and doing different things like that. But I did listen to rap music, and I wasn't always in church now. Let's get that straight. But, the way that she admonished us, to check it out, look at it, take a good look at it, because in the future, it's going to cause us problems down the road.
Definitely.
And now we're seeing the evidence of that.
Definitely.
You see, God will always send a warning before destruction.
Definitely.
You see what I'm saying? And a lot of times we just don't want to, we don't want to hear it. We don't listen to it, But great show, Brother Clarence. So many different perspectives that hit the platform today.
I love it, man.
It was awesome. It was so awesome and very informative. You see what I'm saying? And I learned a great deal, definitely a great deal from it. And I just appreciate the time and the space, man. And I guess that's it. I mean, a lot was said. I don't want to keep going on too much, but that pretty much sums it up for me, sir.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna
Yes,
pull
sir.
you down. I don't know what's going on, but so you might want to hang back there, Vaughn. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit.
All right. And then there was two. And then there
Two of the best. Two of the
right,
best.
the flow is yours, sis. What you got to
Okay.
say?
First, I just want to start by saying that we all know that media takes the worst part of our community and they glorify it, such as the things with WAP and stuff like that. We were going to play today a video about what Crazy Bone has said about the meeting about the industry. We did not get to that video, so hopefully we'll do a part 2 in the future. But saying going to what Vaughn pulled up about the 200 people. Now within those 200 people, the ones that were on their list were signed and most likely rappers. Now we do know the old saying, "You're worth more dead than alive," and that's because certain people have came out with information saying that most of the record labels have an insurance policy on you. Now I'm
Ooh,
going here.
you
I'm
bring that
going.
up. Ooh.
I'm going here with this now. Within those 200 deaths, you have 200 black men, but you also have the people that are going to be prosecuted for those crimes. I'm going to give you a name for everybody, the Vanguard Guard Cooperation Corp. We all know who they turned out to be. They were leaders and in industry owners of such thing as Sony and stuff like that. They have, and we know now, invested in private prisons. In 1970, we had about roughly 500 prisons. In 2023, we have 1,566 state prisons and 98 federal. I'm not going to go on, but I will end with we also have 1,322 juvenile facilities. If
Ooh.
you notice with NBA Youngboy and LLE Chopper, they are signing them younger now to promote the life that they live. So either or way, the music industry, and I say the press because Tom Warner also owns music and he also owns print, which, like you were saying, we see every day like newspapers and magazines. Now, the artist may suck, but yet he can still promote said artist on paper, on in print, and also with music sales. So what I'm saying is the way they decide to go with the music industry is really a double whammy for them. They get paid all the way around because they still retain most of the rights of the artists that have been
Good
deleted,
point.
and
Good
you
point.
and you also get paid for the people that you feel in the prisons. So back to Miss Tucker, she kind of, I felt maybe she kind of knew what was going on. But when you think about it, when all the higher ups have a plan to go in this direction, I think, she was just kind of outnumbered. And we are seeing the effect of it still today. And it's gotten worse because now we have drill rap. And the drill rap is way worse than Uncle Luke and 69 boys and all of that. I'm telling my age now. But I mean, Brother Clarence, I can't wait to the second part of this because I said real quiet today. I love listening to everybody else. But it's like I say, with all of they promote everything bad within our culture. And like some of you guys said, and we just play into their hands. But they got somewhere to put us, as you see. And they're gonna make money either way.
Yes, yeah. And we didn't even touch on the life insurance part of the game. Man, that is a whole nother thing. I thank you, Risa, for bringing all that up. And you're right. We're gonna do a part two. We're gonna do a part two, and we're gonna definitely go over it. I appreciate you, girl. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, Risa. Is that your last word?
Oh, that's it.
All right, I'm gonna pull you down. Don't go nowhere. I don't know if you guys let me know what we're gonna do after this, okay? If we're doing something, just let me know. If we're not, let me know. Excuse me. All right, that was our sister Risa Neal. That's our resident sniper in the house. And y'all thought she just sniped. No, man, it's very, very intelligent lady, like all the other ladies on here. Very intelligent, very intelligent. So you might think, oh, well, she's just good in the chat. Oh no. Oh no. She can get after you just like Patrice, just like just like Lyric, just like all of these sisters up here, man. They can get after you, man. And she said all these sisters are smart, man. They can get after you, right? All right, let's see. Okay. Before I close up shop, let's see. When Big Rick said he got some pushback for me, he said that gangster rap kept you safe. Also, that the neighborhoods aren't so into beware of. I would agree with that. I would agree with that point. But do you think that could have happened without the misogyny and the carnage, bigwigs? I think that could have happened because we had rappers out here that was saying those things without the carnage, right? We had Toddy T, we had Rodney O and Joe Cooley. We had people saying the same things, but they wasn't talking about shooting up the block, right? I'm a delete this in right? And all this and all that. So they wasn't doing that, but they were still telling us, hey, you know, say, you better watch if you going down Wilmington, don't make that turn on Piru Street, don't make that turn, you know what I'm saying? Don't make that turn on Antwerp, don't make that turn, you know what I'm saying? They were telling certain streets, they were telling us don't do it, but it was still a party, right? It was still a party. Hey, if you don't live down there, don't go down there. You don't live or know somebody down there, don't do that, right? Right. So, but anyway, man, that's what I say to that. What's your response to that, Big Rigs? And I'll give you some time to get some. What do y'all think about today's show, though? While I'm waiting on Big Rigs to give me his pushback, what do y'all think about today's show? Did we do see Delores Tucker some justice? Some justice? I mean, we couldn't go over the lady's whole life in a couple of hours, man. But definitely, we wanted to give her special due for what she did, because I know when she was out here crushing these CDs, crushing NWA CDs, crushing Doggy Style CDs, and crushing Tupac CDs, I was like, man, what's wrong with this lady? She trying to kill our. This is the thing. I may not be a gangster rap guy, but I'm a rap guy, right? So this is gonna affect me too, right? And so I was upset with her for challenging, as I felt like I felt like it was what do you call that? Threatening to and I'm sure the young people. That's why I try to say, you know, to get me off of Delores Tucker, I would have had to been motivated. I would have had to really been seriously motivated to say, okay, maybe she's right about this, right? Because at the time I said, nah, man, they just talking, they just play. See, at that time, it wasn't so ingrained where we could say, oh, that's just them expressing themselves. It wasn't people trying to get people to live that way, right? Whereas today, now, it's so ingrained in the people that you can't say, oh, well, the person just talking about deleting somebody, oh, they just playing, they just talking. Right? Not now. It's a whole different ball game. Whole different ball game. So, but anyway, what do y'all think? Was Delores Tucker right? She said the ARPs will go up. The ARPs have gone up. She said that the abuse will go up. The abuses went up. She said the mercs will go up. The mercs went up. Everything she said bad that would happen happened. She said the single parent rate would go up. Single parent rate through the roof. Through the roof. Oh no, Diamond, it's much worse. It's much worse. It's much worse than when she was actually talking about it. Much worse. Much worse. If you look at the numbers from, I would say, 1993 to 2023, and you look at the curve of single mother rates, or single parent rates rather, illegitimate children, ARPs in the Black community, assaults in the Black community. I mean, every bad number has gone up, shot up dramatically. Well, before we could say per capita, the Caucasian society they led in every category of violence. They led in everything per capita. But per capita now we lead in some of these areas, right? Assaults, ARPs, we're leading in some of these areas now. So yeah, I think that she tried to put a hold on this situation, man. She tried to help us to see that this day was coming. But those of us that was in at the time, man, we was like, man, what are you talking about? Because it was just a party back then. But now we got the fruits of our, the harvest came back, and the harvest is bad. The harvest is bad. Now, how do we get the genie back in the bottle? How do we tell our people, man, that you know what, maybe if you're going to listen to that, maybe you can understand that maybe that's not the best lifestyle to live. You can appreciate the what do you call that? The the artistry in how the person put the music together and the lyrics together, you might can appreciate that. But should you live that lifestyle? Is that something you should be living? Because we notice if we look in the white community, they can buy most of these CDs, but they look at it as entertainment only. They don't say to themselves, you know what, I'm going to go out and try to be this misogynistic, or I'm going to go out and try to find somebody to assault. Typically, they don't do that, right? Right. Big Rick said, I agree, but it's who you relate to. And if you keep it gangster, you're gonna relate to the gangster, not to Rodney O. Yeah. I understand. I'm saying, but the gangsters see here's the problem, Big Rigs, is that the gangsters relate to the gangster rappers, right? And the gangster rappers are promoting this lifestyle of death and destruction in most cases, and misogyny and violence against women and children. They're promoting that, right? I kill these ends, I shoot these ends, I do this, I do that. It's all this violence against, and of course they know better than to promote this violence against white people. They don't promote the violence against them. They promote violence against us. They promote violence against our women and children. And so that's the objection I have with them. If they would just not promote the violence at all, because I would say, well, wait, you go over there and promote violence. If you promote it with us, you should promote it with them. I don't think you should be promoting the violence. Violence is going to be a natural response to unresolved conflict at some point. At some point, when you have unresolved conflict for two different people, violence is probably going to be the natural response at some point, right? So we don't have to tell people, hey, you got to be violent to protect yourself. You got to be violent to, if somebody tries to take your wallet from you or try to take your life from you, you got to be violent. I think violence is going to be a response to any of those situations. But if we going out here promoting violence and we saying, hey, any black person you see, they should be subject to any type of violence just because you got to prove that you are just hardcore super G, that you don't care nothing. You got ice water in your veins, and you can go and put a bullet in a baby's head because the baby's standing out there on the corner. You can put a bullet in the baby's head, drive off, and you're a hero, right? You're a hero, right? And so I don't agree with that. I think that you should be able to make music, and but at the same time, when you doing that, you should understand you have a responsibility, right? You have a responsibility to the people that you're talking to, and if you just like, man, I remember when I was little, man, I used to ride the bus a lot, man, because my mother, we didn't have no whole bunch of money, right? Man, we used to take we used to take the glass pop bottles up the street to the store to get money so we could buy bread and stuff. We used to have blue chip stamps. I'm gonna go back. Vaughn, what you know about blue chip stamps? We used to have blue chip. We used to have the big, old, dilapidated blue chip stamp book, right? We should take it to a store called Zodi's. How many of y'all remember Zodi's, right? Zodi's used to be what the Crenshaw Mall is right now. There used to be a store called Zodi's, right? We used to catch the bus to Zodi's, right? And we would take our blue chip stamps into Zodi's and another store, Jimco. We used to go to Zodi's and Jimco, right? But we used to catch the bus down here to what is now the Crenshaw Mall. There used to be a store called Zodi's right there on the corner of Crenshaw and King. And we used to go in there and turning out blue chip stamps, right? But I remember being on the bus, man, even if a dude looked shady, he would say, hey, little man, go to school, stay in school, man. Go get your education, do this, do that. Even he might have been on his way to rob a bank, rob somebody, or do some type of harm or something. But they would say to us as little kids, man, they would say, hey, little fella, go to school, man. Listen to your mom, listen to your dad. Go out there and go to school, man. Do what's right. Do what's, you know what I'm saying? But now, now they like Rodney on Baby Boy. I hate you too. I hate you. I hate you too. All right. How you gonna tell a little kid you hate him? right? But everybody wants to be the super G with all this ice water in their veins, right? I got this ice water in my veins. And I don't have no feelings for nobody. I'm super cold, right? Okay. Remember, the castle that you build around yourself, who's going to be able to get in and help you when you need help? You built those walls too high, nobody's going to be able to get over them, and nobody's going to be able to get through the front door because you got the sofa, you got all this stuff up jammed up against the door, nobody can get in. You might find yourself alone in that castle, laying on the ground, needing help. Nobody can reach you. Nobody can get to you because you built this castle around yourself that nobody can get around. Right? I'm just saying. I think the gangster rappers, although I don't think they was their intent to create this situation, unfortunately, it's a byproduct of their message, which is, I don't have no feelings for no one. I don't care about nobody. And, I'm just a super hard G. I don't care about no women. I don't care about no children. I don't care about my fellow brother. I'm just a super hard G. That's the part I can't get with. And if you, Big Rigs, bro, if you can tell me the good that gangster rap brought to your life, man, come on up here and tell me about it. Or, put in the chat, say, hey, man, gangster rap helped me do X. Gangster rap helped me do Y. Okay. I can't, dispute that. But record sales doesn't mean you got a good record. You understand what I'm saying? Record sales don't mean you got a good record, and it's a good thing, It's a good thing for your pockets and your your business partners, which is the music industry, but that don't mean it was good for the people, right? Just saying. Vaughn said, I feel 100 years old saying the word Sears. Yeah, we used to go to Sears, man. I used to live not too far from a place called the Carson Mall, man. I didn't live too far. And we would walk through when I got off of work, I had to walk home. I walk all the way through the whole mall, walk right through Sears. Right? How about this? I used to go through and I used to lock my bike up by Montgomery Wards. How about Montgomery Wards? I used to, and matter of fact, it was between three places really. It was the J.C. Penney's. I might have locked it depends on if there was a space open to lock my bike up at J.C. Penney's, or I lock my bike up at the Broadway. I would lock my bike up at the Broadway, or I would lock it up at the what was that place I was just saying? Dog, I forgot the name of it already. That's up for Montgomery Wards. Thank you, Risa. Montgomery Wards. I used to lock my bike up in Montgomery Wards. Or the Broadway, or J.C. Penney. Vaughn said, wow, you sure you're not older than me? Stop it, Vaughn. Vaughn, you're 1,000 years older than me, right? But hey, man, I'm not saying gangster rap is all bad. I'm just saying that unfortunately the byproduct of it has got us to this point. So when we at this point, man, where we got women that are getting assaulted at an ungodly rate, we got children being diddled at an ungodly rate, right? Yeah, don't sleep on J.C. Penney. I got many a tie and many a belt from J.C. Penney, right? Many a tie and many a belt from J.C. Penney, right? And J.C. Penney had this little corner where you could kind of talk to a girl, you can kind of get her off the side, and you could be like, hey girl, what's going on? You get her away from her friends, right? Because the friends was always, girl, leave him alone. Girl, please. Girl, what are we doing? I thought I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. When you talk to a group of women, it's always that one friend, right? That nobody never talks to, right? That's the one that's always ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Risa, come on. I'm ready to go. Risa like, hey man, I'm just talking to the brother. See what he's talking about. I'm ready to go. you said they try to talk to Risa, man. You like, hey man, what's up with your friend? Hey, he's like, I don't know, man. She just, she just tripping, man. Anyway, what you talking about, bro? It's you try to keep restarting the conversation, right? And the friend is like, come on. Oh my God, Risa, you gonna let him waste all your time? Risa's like, yeah. You see this dude? Yeah. Oh man. Diamond said, hey, yeah, you're right about the Google. Black women can be very disrespectful to approach. It's difficult. It can be difficult in a crowd of women. It can be difficult. See, this is what women don't understand, man. You face the looming the looming prospect of being publicly humiliated almost anytime you talk to most of the time Black women, especially in a group. There's more than one or two of them. It's a possibility you might be. That's why men are just not doing it no more. Men are just saying, forget it. Why do it? Why do it? I'm not having sex anyway. Why go up to her and get humiliated and not get sex? I could save myself the humiliation. I'm already not having sex with her. Oh man, no, Diamond. It's not only with Black women. I beg your pardon. No. It's with all women. All women. I think that Black women are more harder on Black men. I don't think it's only Black women doing it. I think it's everybody's doing it. I think all women are doing that. All women. All groups, nationalities of women. There's some portion of them that are this harsh on men. So I don't think it's just the portion of Black women that are like that. I think it's a portion of white women, there's a portion of Spanish women, there's a portion of all other women that are like this to men, period. I just think personally that Black women are a little harsher to Black men. That group, not all Black women, but that group is a little harsher to Black men because they don't understand. And then they wonder why Black men aren't approaching women anymore, is because you don't understand the psychological damage that has been done to Black men by trying to date, trying to go out with Black women, and they have to go through scenarios like that, right? And then you don't want to be, because you understand that if you point out one woman, the rest of the women are going to feel like, in most cases, not all cases, some women are like, okay, cool, he ain't feeling me, that's cool, I don't take it as no personal, right? But most of the time the other women gonna feel like they're gonna take it personal. Oh, you talking to her but not to me. Oh, okay, all right. And then they're gonna be hating on you, right? So it's just gonna be a bad situation, man. But anyway, how did we get on that? Let's get back to business, y'all. Okay, we gotta close up. All right, y'all. Ooh, and I got a list. Okay, so let's do. I was trying to give Big Riggs a chance, man, but he working, man. So he got an excuse, man. So we gonna show Big Riggs some love, man. We'll bring him back the next time. But let's go over who we had on the panel today. Well, first of all, let's go over the chat. The chat is where it's at, man. You guys did a great job, man. Everybody in the chat was beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing, and we got our resident sniper in the building, man. And when you got somebody that the trolls respect, just makes everything go good. And so we can talk about what we want to talk about. We don't have to pull any of these narratives or talking points or whatever. We can do that if we want to. We can not do that if we want to. We can go left. We can go right. We can do whatever we want to do. And we got to worry about somebody jumping in the chat saying, oh, Kevin Samuel said that. Kevin Samuel, Prince Ella said that. And you trying to take credit. And they all this craziness that they try to do. When you talk about their Lord and Savior, right? They go crazy, right? So we don't have to worry about all that, man. Shout out to Risa Neal. Shout out to everybody in the chat, all the mods in the chat. I appreciate all of you guys, Vaughn, all of you guys, man. Anybody who has a wrench out there, man, we appreciate you for doing what you're doing out there, man, keeping everything straight. We appreciate you. Okay, y'all. The chat is where it's at. Very solid performance from the chat. Very solid from everybody in the chat. Very strong, very solid performance. Let's get busy. Who else who was on the platform today? Man, we had like a smorgasbord, man. We had like an all-star panel today, man. We had all-stars up here, man. Let's see. First of all, we had We had Sister Annie up here. What about Sister Annie? Excuse me. Clarence, you better hurry up and close that show out. I'm doing it now, Sister Annie. I'm going to close. All right. What about Sister Annie? Came up here. Always ask good on point questions, man. Always, you know what I mean? And that's what I like about when the sisters come up here, man, because they can definitely show you another side to them, right? Because you see them in the chat and you think, oh man, they just out here, they're just gonna type in them. No, man, they're actually very, very intelligent, man. Very intelligent sisters, man. And you know, I don't know if it's limited to them, but they're the ones that come up here all the time, right? So I want to get them. They do, man. You know, they're very intelligent sisters, man. But shout out to Sister Annie. What do you think about Sister Annie? She put the hourglasses out there for me. What do you think about Sister Annie's performance today? Very solid. As always, very solid performance. I'm going Sister Annie. I'm hurrying up. Who else is on the panel today? Patrice, OG Patrice. OG Patrice, the one that executive produced this. She's the one that said, hey, Clarence, we got to do something about C. Delores Tucker. Now, I've already done a couple shows about C. Delores Tucker, right? But I said, man, she's a person that we never have to worry about talking too much about, man, because she really described the situation coming, and unfortunately we didn't want to listen to her. I hope she can hear my apology, whatever plane she's on, man, because I really apologize to her, man. I was really caught up in the drama at the time, man, but luckily I started listening to some other stuff and kind of got out of that brainwashing that I had. But anyway, shout out to C. Delores Tucker. But yeah, we had OG Patrice on the show. What y'all think about her performance today? Very solid, very solid, very solid. Very, very solid. She had to go. Well, Patrice had to go to some rehearsals, man. You know, Patrice got you know, her own little thing that she's doing, man. So shout out to Patrice, man. She's just an entertainer, man. Just an entertainer. Big Rick said, I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, bro. I know if you had the time, you'd be able to come up here and make your points clear, but I know you don't have the time to do that, man. So much respect going to that job, man. Appreciate you, brother. So go ahead, do your thing, man. We'll hook up like another time, because as Risa said, we're gonna do a part 2, and then you can come on and show us what's happening, man. But shout out to Patrice. Very solid performance, very strong as always for Patrice. What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant came up here, man. You know what? And Von, man, I'm telling you, man, Von is so deadly, man, because he drops those bombs on everybody, and now he'll sit back and just, you know, but don't get it twisted. Don't think he ain't gonna drop a bomb. He may drop a bomb, but most of the time he'll just sit back and listen to the conversation, see direction of what it's going, and just, you know, he'll step in when he needs to step in. You know what I'm saying? So he's that dude, man. He's that big brother that's gonna step in, right? He see you losing a fight, he gonna pick you up, dust you off, and push you back in there, right? Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very strong performance, very solid as always. Another very intelligent young brother out here, man. What about Louis Thurgood, man? What about Louis Stoger? He came up here, man. First time maiden voyage, man. Shout out to Louis, maiden voyage, man. Shout out to him. Main voyage for Lewis, man. But Lewis, man, he's still in the square, man. You know, he came up here. Shout out to him, man. Appreciate him. Hopefully we'll see him back up here, right? Shout out to Louis Stoger. Very solid performance. Maiden voyage, very solid, very strong. Who else? What about Risa Neal, man? What about our resident sniper, right? Poof, right? Clarence, why did you let this person knock me out? Why did you let them tie me out? What's the problem? I didn't know that this person was running your chat. See, I didn't know. I thought I could say whatever I want, and then they tell me, and I didn't know there was a girl, and I didn't. I sit here like this. Okay, are you done, Bagoda? Are you done? Okay, I'll bring you back. Right, but Risa Neal, man, our resident sniper, man, you may get a warning. You may get a warning, right? You might not. Some people don't get a warning. You may get a warning, right? So if you get that warning, man, consider yourself lucky and blessed, and just go ahead and take the warning, right? Because if you don't, poof, gone, right? But shout out to Risa Neal, man. She came up here. What do you think about her performance today, right? She gave us a lot of information on the back end, right? I didn't even think about the insurance policy, that situation. I didn't even think about that, but she was right about that. That makes a lot of sense, right? What do they care? They're gonna make money either way. If you create a controversy and sell a lot of records, they make money. If you get killed in some foolishness, they make money because they got a life insurance policy against you. They never lose. They're like the banks. They never lose. They're not gonna the way they got it set up, and they're never gonna lose. Only way is to just do it yourself. Find some kind of way to do it yourself, right? But anyway, shout out to all our brothers that's fallen, man. The brothers on that list and the other brothers. I think we did this before, and I had a list of 400 rappers that had been passed away, right? And so it's an ugly situation, man, and more being added to the list every day. So we got to what do you call that? We got to change some things, y'all. We got to change some things. And prayer can help. Prayer can help. Well, I don't know if I pray, Clarence. Well, I mean, you pray for other stuff, right? You pray for, that the industry, either our people walk away from the industry or the industry, starts making some changes so that, certain things are just not going to be allowed, right? Because they don't let white rappers threaten each other, threaten to murk each other. They don't let that happen. You don't see no record company that's allowing that to happen, right? Anyway, and YouTube, you go look on YouTube. Go try to find 2 rainbow community rappers that are threatening each other, threatening to murk each other, and see if they're getting high rotation. They won't do it. They won't let nobody threaten them. But they let us threaten each other, man. It's just like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But that's a whole nother conversation, man. That's a whole nother conversation. Shout out to Risa Neal, and very solid performance, very strong as always. As always. What about Mr. He Said? Shout out to Mr. He Said, man. If you get a chance, going over to check out Mr. He Said on Cerebro Saturday, man. I mean, that's where he do his big. I mean, he do his thing with his wife on his other channel, on other stuff when he's sitting with his wife. But I'm gonna talk about it on Saturday, man. When you ain't working, you ain't got nothing to do, and you got a few minutes, man. You can sit there and listen to Mr. He Said, man. Break some stuff down, right? You may not agree with him, but one thing you got to say about Mr. He Said, always very respectful, man. Always, at least as far as I've been concerned, always been respectful to me. Always been respectful as far as I've seen him. I ain't never seen him out of pocket with nobody. Or Miss She Said, never seen them out of pocket with anybody. Not have I seen them disagree with people? Sure, of course. I've seen them disagree with people. I'd be passionate about that. But as far as like being very disrespectful, I haven't seen that. But, so go up there, give them a try. Check them out, man. The Harris Tribe or Mr. He Said. Check out Mr. He Said on that Cerebro Saturday, man. He always got something crazy. Something going on, man. Like, I wouldn't even think about that. But, I'm glad we got somebody who did think about that, right? Go check him out, man. Good dude, man. Good content creator. Him and his wife, both of them. But very solid performance from Mr. He Said, man. Very solid. What about Vagoda? Vagoda came up here, man. Vagoda was on good behavior today, right? Considering all what's going on, right? Some of y'all don't know about Vagoda, man. Vagoda is a Jewish dude from Tel Aviv, man. Checks in with us. I don't know what drew him to us, but he came over here with us, and he wanted to, he's part of the family now, man, right? He's like, remember that movie, The Jerk, right? Nathan, you're not our natural born child. I'm not. Right? Where Mabel King told Steve Martin, Nathan, you're not I got something to tell you. You're not our natural born child. Well, I'm not. Right? Vagoda, you're not our natural born child. I'm not. What? I cannot believe that, Clarence. Right? Oh, you still our brother. You still our brother, man. So he sit with us like, man, he part of the family, man. So Vagoda got his own chair here too now, right? He may have little stars of David on it, but he got his own little chair, right? But don't get it twisted, man. We will put the heat on him if he start come over here talking crazy. Oh, Clarence, there's ancient Jews. Ancient. Hey, okay, you got to prove that one, brother. You go come over here. We gonna make you prove that one. But shout out to Vagoda, man. Did an excellent job, man, today, man. He's learning, man. He's learning that there's some cultural differences between Israel and here, right? And then on top of that, there's cultural differences in the Black community than in all these other communities, right? So there's cultural differences, right? So he's learning that, man. So shout out to Pagoda, man. Did a good job today, man. Very solid performance from Pagoda. Very strong performance. What about Information Man? Shout out to Information Man, came up here, man. This wasn't his main voice, man. Information Man stopped by a couple times before, man. But shout out to him, man. You know what I mean? He hit the nail on the head, right? I think he did. You know, he did pretty good, right? What I got to do is get these guys to shorten their monologues, man. Man, you guys will come up and talk for like a half an hour uninterrupted, right? You like, but we can't do that, man. We let everybody. We got 10 people on the panel. We let everybody talk for a half an hour uninterrupted. Man, come on, man. That's like 5 hours right there almost, right? So we can't do it, right? So we got to just I got to get these guys, and it's hard because they like Information Man drops so much information and good points. It's like, which point do you stop them at, right? So, but anyway, we gonna work it out, man. We gonna work it out. But shout out to Information Man, very solid brother, man, very solid, very solid performance, very strong, and you know, shout out to him, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Information Man, get on over there and subscribe to the Information Man and check him out, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Who else we got, man? Who else we got? We got Bolo TV. What about Bolo TV? Definitely wasn't his maiden voyage, right? But he came over here twice, right? Came over here and did a great job, as always, man. Break stuff down, man, and kind of connects it to a spiritual, you know, element there. And so we need that, man, right? Because, you know, some of our people, man, they can see spiritually, and they can. The spiritual eye is open, and so sometimes they need somebody that can break stuff down and tie a what looks like it's not a spiritual situation to a spiritual reality, and then connect that together, and then they can have a better they'll be able to better decide how they're gonna move and deal with the rest of their life, man. So shout out to Brother Bolo for that, man. And if you get a chance, go check him out. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, get on over and subscribe to Bolo TV. Like I said, we may say scripture. I am the great paraphraser. So I admit that about myself already, right? I very rarely quote the scriptures directly as like they should be, because I'm trying to relay the concept. And so I may forget a word or here or comma or this or that or this word. So if you go over to Bolo TV, they will have it for you, man. At least out of the Bible, right? But anyway, man, shout out to Bolo. What y'all think, man? Very solid performance from Bolo. Very solid, very strong. As always, man. As always, very solid dude. That's a very solid dude, man. If you ever get a chance to talk to that dude one-on-one on the phone, man, very solid cat, man. Very solid cat, man. You'll be blessed to do that to you, do that for yourself, man. Because the cat ain't gonna judge you or nothing, man. He's just gonna talk to you, man. Try to help you out of the situation that maybe you might find yourself in, and you might need some guidance. You know what I mean? Spiritual guidance. Anyway, shout out to him. Big Rick said the jerk is a classic, man. Yeah, it's a classic, right? Big Riggs, right? Boy, I got something to tell you. What? You ain't our natural born child. I'm not. Anyway, man, shout out to Big Rig. All right, man. Who else is on the? Who else? We got good information, man. Boy. Oh, what about Simon? What about Simon, man? What about Simon? Simon hectic, man. I mean, Simon, man. See, let me tell you something about Simon. Yes, Simon has some issues, man. But deep down under all that, man, Simon is actually a good dude, man. He's actually a good dude. Now he's going through some stuff. I ain't gonna say he ain't going through some things, man. And he might do some things that might seem a little bit odd at times, right? But Simon is really a good dude. When you get all the way down to it, man, Simon is really a good dude, man. You know, but he's facing some challenges like the rest of us. Like most of us are facing some challenges, right? Well, Clarence, I'm not facing any challenges I've ever here in the UK. Me and Simon gonna do another video, man, because we didn't even finish the one about him being on Kendra G. But we gotta finish that, man. We gotta finish that, man, because Simon's a good sport about everything, man. And so shout out to Simon, man. Hope him and his family are doing well. But shout out to Simon, man. But very solid performance from Simon. Very strong, man. Very strong. What about New Growth? What about New Growth Old Soul? right? If you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul, get on over there and subscribe to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul, right? Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul. Man, check him out, right? He's another one. He reminds me of Mr. He Said, man, just from another time zone, right? Kind of think at their own pace, think in their own box, right? And they kind of think about things in a different way. And so, I love that, man. I love that, we all have different ways of expressing, man. You know what I mean? I don't want a bunch of people come up here and be like, yeah, Clarence, you're right. Yeah, Clarence, you're right. Yeah, Clarence, you're right. Yeah, Clarence, you're right. No, that ain't gonna work, man. What kind of show is that? How good is that gonna be if we don't challenge each other when we seriously think that something might be need to be adjusted, right? We don't challenge. We got to challenge each other, right? So shout out to New Growth, man. Go check out this channel, man. But how do y'all think New Growth did today? Very solid, as always, man. New Growth, very solid dude. That's another dude, man. If you ever get a chance to link up with New Growth, man. New Growth is another solid dude. Very solid, man. Who else, man? Diamond. What about Diamond Axe? Diamond Axe came up here, right? Tupac is no good, right? Diamond came in here stomping on Tupac, right? Right. Well, shout out to Diamond, man. But it's another good dude, man. Good dude, good-hearted dude, man. You know what I mean? His theology sometimes goes off the rails, but yeah, I think if you get down underneath all that stuff, man, I think the dude is really a good dude, man. He's trying, to just express his he's so frustrated with the way things are that it comes out in passion sometimes. But I think he's his heart is in the right place. I should say it like that. But shout out to Diamond. What do y'all think about Diamond's performance today? Very solid, very solid. He's another one I gotta get good Diamond, man. We cannot have these half hours where we just talk uninterrupted for half an hour. We can't do that. Yeah, man, you gotta get in 3 minutes, get 3 to 5 minutes maximum, get your point across, and then let everybody else. That's how we have to keep the ball moving, man. But we got one person holding the ball all the time. Can't go do it, but Diamond's a good dude, man. He's another thing where he's dropping a lot of information, and so it's hard to say where you're gonna stop him at, man, because he says one thing and then that connects to another thing, and so it's like I just want to let him get it all out, man. But I got to work on him too. But shout out to Diamond. What y'all think? Very solid, right? Very solid performance. Very solid. Very strong. What about Lyric Speaks? That's another beautiful lady from over there at the village, right? Shout out to Lyric, man. She came over here, right? And she just said, man, hey, man, this is all stemming from the disconnect from the Lord, period, the end, right? Shout out to Lyric, right? Period, the end, right? And so but another very smart sister, man. Very, very, very intelligent sister, man. But shout out to her, man, from coming all the way over here from the village, man. Yeah, man. But what do y'all think about Lyric's performance today? Very solid, as always, man. I think this is about maybe second or third time for Lyric. Very solid as always, man. Very solid sister, man. Very, very solid. So if you go over to the village, man, and you listen to her, man, she's very, very solid sister, man. And she's very respectful, man. If she feel like she gonna argue with somebody, man, she'll just drop off. She ain't gonna even argue with nobody or nothing like that, man. She just don't have that kind of personality, man. Very solid sister, just like Sister Annie and I don't know about Risa and Patrice might they might tell you, they might get into you, right? But if she got a similar disposition like Sister Annie, man, she ain't gonna go into you with you, right? Oh, she does. Oh, okay. So then he said she got her own channel. Okay. I will subscribe. I didn't know she had her own channel. I didn't know that. Okay, so we put that out. But if you have already subscribed to Lyric Speaks, I wish I can go in and find her channel, man. I'll put it together. I'll post it next time. We'll post it next time. And if you guys already have it, you can post it now. But yeah, I'll post it already, right? No, man, I don't know. I don't know any. I don't know. And Risa and Patrice, I don't know if they're gonna back off. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna back off, man. I don't know. They might give you a run for your money right there, right? And you tell them, hey, I'm gonna come over there. And Risa and Patrice will be like, come on. I got something for you when you get here. Come on. Vaughn said, my memory fails me. Didn't I say a few choice words to the stream? Of course, Vaughn, you did a great job, man. What are you talking about? I don't know, Vaughn. Vaughn, you did good. You did great, man. As always. You did great. Who else? I mean, we were talking about Lyric, man. Yeah, going over. If you want to hear more from Lyric, I know you can find her over on the Village. But if she has her own channel, then we're gonna get that information to you guys too. But look up Lyric Speaks. Lyric Speaks, and maybe you'll find her. You can just put it in the Google search bar, and I mean, it's Google the YouTube search bar, and maybe her channel pop up. Who know? I don't know for sure, but we'll find her. Oh, Vaughn said, "Didn't I cuss, brother?" Yeah, but you didn't do it when I don't think you did it when the system was up here. I don't think you went in like that. But if you did, maybe I didn't catch it. I caught Simon, but maybe I didn't catch it, Vaughn. All right, anyway, because I'm doing a lot of other stuff sometimes, right? So sometimes I might miss some stuff, right? Well, anyway, you good? I guess I missed it, so you good, right? You good, Vaughn, this time. Yeah. But shout to Lyric. What do y'all think about Lyric? How'd she do? Very solid performance from Lyric. Who else, man? Who else was up here? I think we had one more person. We had Jay Takashi, right? Shout out to Jay Takashi. Jay Takashi, very solid performance from him. He's always solid, man. Young cat, very, very solid performance from him. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, get on over there and subscribe to Jay Takashi, man. See what he's talking about, man. Young cat, just trying to figure it out, man. Make it in his own way, right? All right. So anyway, Vaughn, don't worry about it, Vaughn. Anyway, this is what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna come back. I don't know if we're gonna come back next week. If we do, it'll probably be on a Thursday. I don't like doing those week shows, those shows during the week, because we tend to run over the amount of time, and I don't have enough time to really go into stuff. Like on a Sunday, I got all day that we can go through it all day, right? We did 6 hours today, right? I got time to do that today. But during the week, man, on a weeknight, I don't have time to do no 6 hours, man. Not at all. But anyway, man, we'll come back. We'll figure out what we're gonna do, y'all. Until then, man, subscribe, please subscribe, share, right? Maybe somebody has something to say about something we said that could help, man. Maybe they could start, maybe who knows, man. You might show this to somebody and they may start an organization to help do what we've been talking about, right? To help do the things that Delores Tucker was trying to get done, right? We only doing our little parts from here, putting the information out, and then somebody else can hear it. They might be motivated to do something about it. So anyway, we will see y'all on the next one, man. I will let y'all know. Watch the community page, because I'll probably post in community page the next time we're going to be up, man. Thank you guys, all of you guys, for popping in, popping out. Those of you that stayed those 6 hours, oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And we'll see y'all on the next one. Peace.